hoping that I'll be somebody one day, not just a lost cause halfway house. I want a big green lawn that goes on, and a family that loves me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I wasted too much time trying to be myself, and trying to be like everybody else, cause I thought what I wanted was be wanted by the wrong crap. That part of town going nowhere, hellbound, I'm chained to the same lame brain, wanna be daydream, just a loser with a bad team, yeah, but that's all in the past now. I'm going fast now, going fast now. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. Hoping that I'll be somebody one day, not just a lost cause nowhere town. I want a great big house with a loving spouse, and kids that really love me, yeah, that would be so sweet. Lemonade in the shade, and cold brew iced tea, yeah, I can picture it now. I'm gonna make it somehow, I'm gonna make it somehow. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found. I've been knocked down, kicked around, losing my footing all over town. Fell flat on my face right into the ground. I've been lost all my life, but I finally found out of the storm and into the clouds. I'm homeward bound, I was lost and found.
I'll be flashing my pink, and in 10 seconds flat, you'll be back with a drink. Whoa! Bring out the Bacardi! Swirl and sparkle up in the party. It's hot. 20%. Yeah, own this beat. You can call me the king or the ruler. Filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler. 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 Yeah, own this beat. You can call me the king or the ruler. Filling on bass, getting horse in the mic. We're getting 20% cooler. We had a great day out, calling my name like Ferris Bueller. It's time to wrap this up. We're getting 20% cooler.
Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening, and a very happy Easter. I hope you've all had a fantastic day full of chocolate eggs, hugs, hunts, family, you know, all those things. And now you're here to the cult. Hey, Cor, how you doing, bro? Happy Easter. Hey, Axe. Hey, what's that? Dafty, how you doing? CV, Opal 5, Gemini Forest, Honeybee, Olivia, Archer, Lean, Rita. Fucking hell, you guys are keen. I know it's been a while since we've done some ACC content, but Jesus. How we doing, guys? How we doing? Here's Risen. Yeah, that's what we're doing. Dude, I did not sleep enough. Okay. Full disclosure, I found out Chud was going to watch my new video today, and I was like, this because it involves old Twitch poll. I mean, it's an old Twitch poll lore video, let's be honest. So I was like, I want to see it. So I was laying in bed, just listening to Chud react to it. I was like, oh, it's as soon as he likes it, it's good. Oh, it's pleased. If anyone was going to be like deeply critical of that video, it's going to be like Chud and Queeman, because they were around for the time. But no, nice to know. I nailed my lore, the thing I lived through. Jesus. Gilded with the 2, enjoying the 136th anniversary of Hitler's B-Day. Oh, love it. 136 years. Is it really that long? Fuck. We're ready to suffer. Based. Look, I don't normally do video essays, as well, you know, but I am interested in what Chuli has to say, because Queen got bored after 5 minutes. Based. That's really funny. So yes, I don't normally watch video essays, but as this is sort of like a breakdown from Chuli of her experiences, it's very much an exception. Now, I haven't reached out to Chuli. I want to make this like just as a quick disclaimer at the beginning. Obviously, I've spoken to Chuli before, but I didn't know whether she'd be down to talk about this stuff. I didn't really want to apply any pressure. I you know, she knows where I am, and I'm very happy to like talk about the stuff, but it's a 2-hour video. So I think it's pretty much mostly there. There's also going to be a call afterwards that is going to be released from Lio, so involving one of the people involved in this. So we'll also go through that. So settle in. This might be a long one. Okay, this might be a long one. Gemini Forest with the 5. I sadly knew Nezi and Abby, and I want to see you roast them, losers. There's bits of the lore that I am not kind of like. I understand vaguely what happened with this person kind of claiming to be a pedophile, and being a risk and a danger. It's all a bit murky to me, so like bear with me, and I'm going to be relying a bit on chat to kind of fill in the gaps. Q Hood with 9 months. 9 months, fucking hell. Thank you, buddy. Be baked on 420. I don't do that Lich Jesus stuff. Good to know. Happy Easter, bro. Also, I just want to say, as a final thing before we sort of get into the content, a big thank you to Axe for doing the thumbnail. They were very, very quick, and I think this is one of my favorite thumbnails that I've pulled together. I'm gonna be honest. I like it. It's got this. I like when we're doing anything special. I can do the layered text thing, and it just looks really nice. It makes them stand out as a particular thumbnail. So, and I think this might be, maybe I'm preempting the content. Maybe this might be one of those. So yeah. And now, God, okay. If anyone got anything before we want to get started, anyone got anything to say that's important, As always, actually, I'm going to start doing this. Thank you to the lurkers, people watching the VOD, catching up. You guys are fucking awesome. And I hope you guys have a good Easter as well. Metapome with a 5. What was your favorite Hitler moment? Jesus Christ. My favorite Hitler moment. I think the end of his life. You know, those last few seconds. I should answer. Jesus Christ. Hey, I should answer with the 4 months. Looking forward to the VOD of this. Good. I hope it's enjoyable. Okay. I do it so important. Hey, yeah. Thanks, Cardi. I'm ready to hear you react to Avi's shit. I mean, obviously, okay, so I have heard bits behind the scenes of some of the stuff that's gone down. So I'm familiar with Avi already. And actually, fuck, do I need to dig this up? Firstly, Gilded Poo 2, how much did the Holocaust? Fuck. Kai Rise with a 5. I had to live through Axe workshopping that cursed shit live. They do the good work. Good luck, Beckett. Fun times ahead. Thank you. Thank you for 5, Kai Rise. Cool Anime Girls with 2. Brush your hair and get it professionally cut. It's very hurtful. Thank you. I think it looks alright. It's good. I'm sort of getting used to the wax. I like cutting my own hair. Listen, I can very much afford to cut my own hair. I just enjoy cutting my own hair. Right. One thing, actually, I've just realised that might be helpful for this. If I can find it. Before we get started on anything, I can't remember if this is there. Waifu with the 5. Some people in Chuli's audience were being kind of soy over Lia's involvement, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, it's unsurprising. It's unsurprising. I'll be honest with you.
However, in chat.
Where is this Nezi call? That was a call to Nezi. I swear there was a call to Nezi. Wasn't there a call to Nezi? Didn't we go over a call to Nezi? So I swear, I could have sworn. Am I fucking hallucinating? 100 answers with a 5. Also, stop doing this while I'm at work. We're gonna catch and fire me for listening to this someday. Probably as they should. Thank you for the 5.
However, in chapter 4.
Was this it? I feel like this was it.
Hello, Nezi.
Okay. Okay. I think this was it. So, before we get started, now, people have been looking into Avi. And I vaguely remember something about this in this call. I thought it might be good to have a little refresher. So this was released about a month ago. Fuck, I barely remember what fucking content I've done, guys. What has my life become? So why don't we let's have a little reminder. Partly of Nezi's voice. Fucking kill me.
Just give me a moment here. So why the profile picture change?
I'm not going to be online for a while.
Is it because of everything that's been going on?
I'm not going to be around for a while. Lio, I'm not going to be around a while. You can check out my Blue Sky for my latest suicide status. Fuck me.
Yes. I'm mad at you, and I'm mad at...
I want to be very clear. One day that joke's going to come back and bite me in the ass, and I don't want to hear a fucking single moral flag about it. Do you understand me?
Ellie, and I'm mad at everyone.
And why are you mad at me?
When were you going to tell me all the things that Avi did?
Has the call with Avi been released or going to be released? The one Nezi got pissy she wasn't allowed to be in. So straight up, I've asked. I have asked. Obviously, I've asked. I kind of want the content. I've been told the answer is no. And that I'm not allowed it. So, you know, what can I do? What should we make it? Assault and... Jesus Christ. Thank you, liar. Q Hood with the 5. I've seen this man's hands so many times recently, and I'm starting to wonder when he's going to cut off circulation to his hands. It's very abusive. Call isn't getting released. You'll all be okay, I promise. No, Lio, listen. The next time Lio Convoy is in fucking controversy, I'm gonna be like, listen, let's negotiate how your coverage is gonna look. Give me the fucking happy call.
After I found out everything about it, like I did last night.
Most insane forms of bribery and blackmail are possible.
I don't really believe that.
Have I ever lied to you before?
I don't know. You went behind my back and told people about my breakdown, which I thought was in a confidential call.
I told people about the fact that you admitted to manipulating me. Because that was violating, Nezi.
And then you didn't say... And then you didn't say any of the context.
God, I mean, she's just such an insufferable asshole. She really is. She isn't, you know, like, it's interesting. Like I said years ago, you know, years ago now, I'm like, this Nezi person seems like an insufferable asshole, and everyone who knew it was like, no, Beckett, listen, I'm sure there's a rational explanation for all of this, Beckett. And look where we are now. look who was right all along.
I did tell them why.
And you didn't even correct it when I brought it back to you. When I came back to you about what my therapist said.
You mean the call we literally had last night? That one? Because if you're demanding that I correct a record after it had already been stated, before you told me anything about your therapist's alleged claim, I can't time travel.
Did we ever work out who this therapist was? Did we ever work out who this fucking therapist was? Like, for those who don't remember, their dad got them a therapist for their birthday. What a fucking insane gift to give somebody. Hey, happy birthday. Let's see if we can make you slightly less demented. The therapist is watching. I need to make some notes for our next session. Nezi, why are you such a bitch? What is the rate of all these ACC people either blaming their therapist or they're making their therapist watch exposed videos? I mean, listen, it's happened at least, I think, 3 times. I think it's 3 times. I think it's Nezi Doodles and someone else. I also bet it's BetterHelp, Jesus. Oh, fuck. Is it actually a BetterHelp therapist? Oh, God. Hey, they must make a fucking killing of this community, right?
If you want, I'll run you through the
I don't
timeline.
trust you.
Well, I can.
Okay, so we can hear that angry Nezi voice, okay? So we've got that. God, the new call should be interesting. Right. So this is Chuli's new video. Abby Holtman, the Predator, and the useless idiot Nezziemonster. It should be good. Now, okay. Straight up, for those of you who watch me a lot versus those of you who watch me just when I do ACC stuff, obviously, I tend to not like the kind of soyness of things, and I'm pretty on record as that. But Chuli is one of these people who I do make an exception for, because I like them, so fuck off. I think, listen, Chuli is from the more wokey side of the internet, but I would like to point out Chuli has always been pretty fair to me, despite the fact that I'm very much not, so I'm quite charitable towards Chuli, so expect that, okay? Live in expectation that I'm going to be nice to Chuli, because Chuli's good people. Platinum Ether with the 699. I got you a birthday present. It's therapy. Get better, you disappointment. So fucking true. Thank you, Platinum. Okay. Cool. Let's go.
Hello, everyone. At the end of my last video, I said that
Cryohazard with the 5. I don't think there is a therapist, and it's been built up as a lie for a while because no therapist would allow them to continue this. I mean, like, you'd section them at some point. Surely. Right?
that I would be making a video about Nezziemonster and their actions towards me. This is that video, but the situation after my last video's release developed extremely dramatically and has changed how I'll be going about things here. Though we will still be talking a lot about Nezi, this video will have a much stronger focus on someone by the name of Avi Haltman towards the end. His real name is Avraham Blumenfeld, and he is my abusive ex-boyfriend who preyed on me when I was a child, and covered this up by accusing me of being abusive behind the scenes to anyone who would listen to that claim.
I want to be really clear right off the bat, obviously. I am anti-doxing. But there are two things that have been brought to my attention about this that I'm going to basically just point out very quickly. Firstly, I did see this beginning bit. But firstly, Avi's face has already been public as is their name. I don't think this is doxing. They're known throughout the community. Fucking somebody else posted... I think it was fucking Akumu, posted another picture of them underneath the comment, so I don't think this actually comes under the rank of doxing. And secondly, from what I understand of some of this, it's like, do I really fucking care the call out like this, considering what's in some of this video? No, not really. So, I just want to address it right off the bat, because if I don't, I'll get fucking questions about it. But yeah. I'm also against doxing people. That's wrong, but predators aren't people. Jesus fucking Christ. Sure, listen, again, I'm not a sweet firm for freaks.
I have known of this claim about me since November of last year when Lio Convoy told me, which led to me handing over my complete DM logs between me and Avi to him. Recently, Lio, with my permission, was able to get a couple of mods from the Cat Slayer, specifically Ephraim and Hidden, to sift through my DMs with Avi.
Ephraim and Hidden. Can you imagine just being like, it's almost like he picks them up and he's like, you two, go check DMs. Fucking what I've heard behind the scenes that Ephraim's doing a lot of the digging because he's around and willing. So I don't know. Listen, it's nice to see Ephraim's autism put to some sort of use. I don't fucking know. And hell, even Hidden seems to have got better. Hidden seems to have chilled the fuck out, which, you know, I'll give the grace of that. I'll give the grace of that. Okay.
And all concluded that Avi was not only incredibly inappropriate with me when I was underage, but also emotionally abusive throughout the course of our time knowing each other. Initially, I wasn't going to talk about the private abuse claim from Avi and was simply going to talk about the inappropriate nature of our relationship, but since everything exploded when Avi was confronted by Lio on March 2nd of this year, I feel the need to go much more into detail. If at all possible, please watch through the entire video, as the parts where I go over what happened between me and Avi and the way things were handled in private between him and Nezi are truly sickening and something I really hope people will see. With that, into the actual video.
Oh my god, did people actually come in, spam, and get banned? Guys, fuck. I hate spam. It's like the lowest form of trolling. Come in and say some slurs or something. Fuck, like, do you know how hard it is to get fucking banned from here? The fuck is wrong with you? I know. I'll go to the chat of one of the most permissive streamers in the space, and actually manage to get banned. I mean, it's an achievement, I guess. The fuck is wrong with you? Idiots. Can you even controlling? It's mostly just asinine. It's just like it just breaks sharp and then you just like ban. I don't know. That's one of the few things mods will actually clap people for. I've seen mods send me a message going, "Should I ban someone for this?" And it's like the most insane statement ever. I'm like, nah, maybe just to remove the message and leave them alone. But spam me, it's like, bye, fuck off. Oh.
Hello, Nezi's therapist. If you're here watching this like Nezi said you would be, first of all, I'm sorry. I don't think this was in your job description, and I really hope this is during a session, or else you're counting the time you spend watching this video as one so you can at least get paid by insurance. Otherwise, I don't think it's fair to be making you sit through all this. And secondly, girl, strap in, you better find out some wild shit. Hello.
Hey, Nezzie's therapist. Have I got a fucking story for you? Okay, that's unironically pretty based. That's pretty funny. I was made a Cope Core mod strictly because of spammers. Yeah, that's actually true. Gilded can deal with the spammers. Fuck it. That's pretty fucking good.
Hello everyone, why am I here again? Well, since my video about Heaton, a lot has happened and has continued to happen after the follow-up stream I did a month later, including someone only briefly mentioned in my original video having the biggest crash out of everyone mentioned, so bad that it implicated me in a love triangle I didn't know even existed, with them doing so in both private and public, despite, again, originally—
Wait, hold on, what?
month later, including someone only briefly mentioned in my original video having the biggest crash out of everyone mentioned, so bad that it implicated me in a love triangle I didn't know even existed, with—
Okay, so, for those that don't know, and this is my understanding, and maybe Chuli will correct me while we're watching, but my understanding is this. So, Chuli was, basically broke up with Avi, and then Nezi, like, fucking hated Chuli, and Avi was, Nezi hated Chuli, and Avi was scared that Chuli was going to come out against them. So they spent, like, years, like, trying to, like, attack Chuli, which is, like, fucking crazy. So I don't know if this will be in here, but my understanding is that when a load of stuff was coming out, coming out about Chuli, like, people were attacking her, Nezi was just like doing this whole thing where it's like, well, you know, you're actually just mad. You're actually just mad because he chose me over you kind of shit. Real weird shit. So, I mean, I don't know. Nezi won the fucking lottery, right? I can't wait. Do you want a little prediction, chat? Do you want a little prediction? Here's my fucking prediction. At some point, there will be a return document from Nezi talking about how abusive Avi was. That'll be what it is. And it will be, guys, I was actually a victim. Guys. It wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. Hold on, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I need it. I know it's somewhere. Where's the I'm a victim thing? Fuck, I want it now. Because that's what it will be. Guys, actually, I'm the real victim. Guys. Help me. It was so difficult. It was such a difficult time in my life. And no one sided with me. Nobody was there for me. No one cared about me. No one loved me. Rain with the 2, give. Thank you very much. No one realized how difficult it was for me. And then I was really sad and no one cared. That arse is cooked with that, true. Was this one from you? Was this you or was this Rotting who did this? I can't remember which one of you it was. Rain with the 2 sticker. Unfortunately, it's teal and up. I missaid it. It'll always be teal and up if it's a 10. That's not even true. Unless it's late at night. It's me. I am the victim. It's me. Yeah. I think it was Rotting. Okay, yeah, I was wrong. Pledge of Limbo too. One SFX for Nezi. So true. Cryohazard with a 2. This is sounding like a Lifetime drama movie. I mean, fucking the state of anything to do with Nezi is just unreal. It's unreal. I don't know how you get up in the morning as someone like this. Do you know what? We'll leave them on the screen for a bit. Rain with the 5. Dang it. There we go. We're at 9, guys. We're at 9. Fuck, you're killing it today. You're actually killing it. You're only one step away from a sticker. Listen, let me be proud of you early in the night.
Them doing so in both private and public, despite, again, originally only being the focus for literally 60 seconds. That person, of course, being Nezziemonster. Today we'll be primarily talking about them and their now, as of recent, ex-boyfriend, Avi Haltman. And though Nezi and Avi will be the predominant focus, we will also be talking about some of the other people from the SCC/adjacent. Consider this an official follow-up to—
Lio, want a story about Nezi? Of course I do. Of course I do. Give me a story about Leslie. Nezi. There we go. Yes, I do. You can phone me or some shit. Waifu with the 5. Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang. Thank you very much. Rain with the 5. Sticker, much appreciated. Weakwill with the 2. Nezi did nothing wrong, I think. Of course you think that. Shocking. Fuck me. And with that, guys, you have absolutely fucking smashed it, as always. And I am very proud of you. Well done. See? Good job. Good job. Please accept this sticker. Please accept this sticker. Well done. Well done. It's gonna be a good night. It's gonna be a good night, I can already tell. Okay, let me get chat on screen.
To my Heaton video, and as such, I highly recommend that you watch that video if you haven't already. And for those who have watched that video, I would like to make it clear that several of the non-creators mentioned did reach out to me to apologize, as well as both Musha, Manga Common, and even Dolsmic Bummer Patrol. I'll go ahead and give them their flowers for that. Except Doll. His W will be fucking off forever and never returning to his platform again. You might be wondering what exactly I even have to say about Nezi at this point, since if you watched the follow-up stream I did in October, you might have thought that I talked about everything there is to talk about in regards to Nezi's actions. And in fairness, Nezi hadn't done anything super recent publicly prior to my video on them being announced, but dear God, is there a lot the public doesn't know about. That on top of the myriad of other things they've done, which includes but is not limited to calling a grooming victim a liar publicly as a means to cover their own ass for why they were so lax on calling out that groomer and general sex pest, telling an abuse, grooming, and child sexual abuse victim, me, to stay mad about everything that happened to them, having the audacity to say the things they did about me in public while never apologizing when called out, instead opting to block and or retaliate against anyone who calls them out, even if it means outing personal details about someone else's life, mine, for no reason other than to score a low dig, deleting their tweets and Twitter as if nothing happened.
God, this is such a fucking... This is a hell of a list, but I happen to know that quite a lot of it... I've just heard some of this before, I'm like... Yep. Yeah, I fucking hate this. I fucking hate this chick. Metal Man with the 2. I've seen you more than my family this weekend. I am your family now. That's how the cult works. Vehicle with the 2. Can we forgive Nezi, please? No. What on earth makes you think that this is the stream when Nezi gets forgiveness? It's all downhill from here, boys and girls. Okay, we're gonna go back. I want to hear this list.
Say the things they did, calling out that groomer and general sex pest, telling an abuse, grooming, and child sexual abuse victim, me, to stay mad.
Oh, we've got a comment from... We've got a message from Lio, which I think I might just play. He's typing though. I'm not whether it's sure. Okay. Okay, let's hear it.
All right. So here's what happened once. So in my video, I mentioned that I, called Japan to try to get Nezi some help.
Yeah.
Due to about under ideation.
I don't know why the fuck I answered him like he's phoning me. Clearly fucking broken. Jesus.
One day. And a couple days later, I was in call in the server we shared, and Nezi hopped in and just started angrily saying, "What do you want? What do you want?" I'm like, you talking to me? I'm like, yes, you. What do you want? Nothing right now. And they started going on about, why did you send people to me? Why do you have my address? Just losing it at me. And the culmination of that call was him being very angry that I tried to get him help. And then to tell me that if I ever did it again, he would... I'm not going to get graphic because he did, because I'm going to spare your audience that. Call it soy if it makes you feel better. Told me he would actively kill himself in front of the police and then left the call.
What? See, here's the problem. Here's the problem. Like, if that was me and somebody was like, I'll actively end myself in front of a police, in front of the police, I'll be screaming your name back. I'll be like, based, film it. I'll play it on stream. That's unironically actually kind of based. That's pretty funny. They didn't mean it to be. They were like, this is really serious, but I'm like, that's hilarious. That's just really funny. Fuck. And it's slightly more. Actually, I'm gonna break my screen up a little bit more. A little bit more screen breakup, I think. I'll bring me joy. Always the little things that bring me joy. There we go. Okay. So, Private Parts has sent you a rough trailer. We will watch that after this video, because Private Parts, for those who don't know, is doing a pixel kind of RPG Maker style game, and it's like about commentary. It looks really fucking good. I'm actually really looking forward to like when there's kind of like a slice of it that I can play on stream as well, and I will play it on stream when it comes out, because it has me in it. It has me in it. Would you like to play as Beckett and also Chud Logic? You can. Because that is coming out. Remember, it's with 2 T's for the night. So fucking true. So fucking true. Okay, let's go.
About everything that happened to them, having the audacity to say the things they did about me in public while never apologizing when called out, instead opting to block and or retaliate against anyone who calls them out, even if it means outing personal details about someone else's life, mine, for no reason other than to score a low dig, deleting their tweets and Twitter as if nothing happened and running away to Blue Sky where they still crashed out on a regular basis, and more.
Do you know what? In Chuli's previous video, and listen, I mean this in like, and I like Chuli way. In Chuli's previous video, it was pretty like, it was kind of soy. Okay, like I think we can admit that. I don't think Chuli would even be annoyed at me for saying that. But this is fucking biting. This is not what I expected. I like this side of Chuli. Where I need to see more of this side of Chuli, where she's just a little bit. She's just very good at like the needling. It's great. She has a great flow for it. It's like she got rid of her Twitter and then went to Blue Sky, continued to crash out like a total idiot. It's great. It's so true though. It's so true. Nezi did this whole thing like during the FCK stuff where it was like they were shutting everything down. I don't want to hear about it. Avi's going to control my Twitter. Do people remember this? This is Avi posting from Nezi's Twitter. I'm going to manage the media so she doesn't get too upset. Sorry, he doesn't get too upset. And then Nezi's just gone to Blue Sky and done exactly the same thing. It's like endless. It's not Nezi's fault that she's brain dead. I mean, fucking. Do you know, lots of people do this thing, and it's weird. It's weird with this one. It's not Nezi's fault that she's brain dead. But it's like, this isn't somebody who is anywhere near as mentally ill as they're claiming. Not to cause these kind of problems. So when you hear this thing in dramas, and I'm gonna talk about this until my channel fucking dies. Every time somebody is in drama, everyone's like, oh, well, they're autistic. Oh, no, that they're dyslexic. No, they've got a traumatic brain injury. Oh, no, they've got 2 legs, but 1 arm. And I'm like, I don't care. Do you have any idea how many people there are who are like severely disabled, both mentally and physically, who somehow managed to go their entire lives without pulling any of this fucking shit? They're absolutely fine. It's kind of crazy. Growing Hazard with a 5. Isn't Nezziemonster like one of the big 3 people that we're not safe for crap slide in the one FCK? Yes, she is. Yes, Nezi is. That's it. That shit slide completely. I saw somebody mention Ponder recently, by the way. Here's a Ponder update for you. So, I said that I'd speak to Ponder about the FCK stuff, and also about some general things as well. I have spoken to Ponder in DMs, and I've also spoken to Akumu about those DMs. Generally speaking, I don't want to go too far into it. I genuinely don't think Ponder knew as much, and I think Ponder was pretty defensive of their friends. Ponder just doesn't want to fucking deal with this drama shit anymore. I'm happy to accept that. But I will say this, Ponder was down to talk about it. They didn't run, they didn't get angry at me or anything else, and they were pretty honest. And we went through the timeline and everything else, and they were like, okay, this makes sense because of the way this happened. And I'm going to be honest, because I know that some people asked about it. I'm going to be honest with y'all. The only person I really care about and how they feel about that is Akumu. and I'm not planning to make content out of it, but I have spoken to Akuma about it. So there's your update for that. I did do that. I didn't just say it and then not do anything, but that's pretty much where we sat with that. We need to hold the disabled accountable. Thank you, Gilla. So true. So true. Pretty sure Nezi lied to Ponder about a timeline. Guy rides with the 5. Becky, you still haven't seen Nezi in the Cloak and Dagger stuff where they are super pissed at someone doing the same thing they did, have you? No, I haven't, but please send that to me, Rage. That sounds fucking great. Okay.
I should also point out that Avi was supportive of these actions and has even taken responsibility for blocking some of the aforementioned on Nezi's account. With that, I feel more than justified making a video documenting Nezi's actions so that they can be known comprehensively, much like I did with Kaden. Also, as far as I was concerned before the events of March 2nd, Nezi and Avi had more than enough time to retract or apologize.
UTTP is raiding my server. Why the fuck would you raid Vlad's server of all places? What the fuck are you gonna post in Vlad's server that's gonna like disturb anybody? Hey guys, look at all this gore. Every time somebody from Vlad's server DMs me, it's like, hey Beckett, we've actually started to like you now, but also have some gore. Just like, oh thanks guys. Awesome. Love a bit of gore in the morning. Wake up, check Discord. Oh, gore. Lovely. Lovely. Thanks, lads. Go Riders with 2. Check DMs. Already did. Okay, based. Thank you. I completely ignore that. I mean, you sent it to me when I was really out of things, I think. Go Riders with the 5. I don't think Ponna knew at all. If she knew, she would have snapped to everybody. Yeah, Ponna has a pretty good record of actually when they find out they've been sort of lied to or they see something that's going wrong, they tend to be quite good at like calling their friends. Potato with the 5. Hey now, I never send you gore. Have you never sent me gore? Is it just it's probably just Kane and it's just a disproportionate amount. Okay.
For these words, and yet the only things they had done is remove tweets from Nez's account without saying anything, as well as Nezi seemingly subtweeting responses to points brought up in my follow-up stream I did. I now have a better understanding on why Nezi was so apprehensive to apologize for their words or even believe that they were wrong, but we'll get into that much later. Also, the other dipshits I want to talk about poked the bear, me, before trying to run away to Blue Sky, as so many of the shit stains I've dealt with on Twitter seem to have done. So, you know what
You know who you are who just messaged me. Have a good night.
Call that fair game. So, a quick introduction for anyone who might be unaware. Who the fuck is Nezi? Well, Nezi is an apparent former member of the SCC, slideshow commentary community, dumbass fucking name I know. The main community I talked about in my Heaton video, and former home to several people you may have heard of like Susie Doodletones, V Omega, Musha, Heaton Mitsuru, Yoon, Avi Haltman, etc. They found their prominence in 2019 and pretty quickly made connections in both the SCC and older group of art commentators like Hopeless Peaches, Miss Zizi, Toby Majestic, etc. These are just incredibly cursed lineups.
This is just like a shit drinking game, isn't it? Ryan with the 5. I had to see rack taxidermy lingerie on your Discord. I'll invoice you my therapy bill. What the fuck? What do you mean? What? What is that supposed to mean? Do I need to check the art tab and occasionally be like, maybe I should delete some of this stuff? Guys, calm down. Occasionally one of the mods would DM me something and be like, is this okay? From the art server. It's like, this is morale being cuddled. Is that okay? I'm like, yeah, that one's fine. I think there's only one thing I've ever deleted in the art server, and it was like a fucking buff version of morale, and I was like, please don't post that in my server. What the fuck is wrong with you? Stop. Chill out. Beckett, it was on Beetle Pins and Jen. Fuck's sake. Oh, fuck. Okay. Jesus.
Recently, however, Nezi has found themselves in hot water for coming up on 2 years now, specifically over the exposure of an old Discord group from 2019 to
Jesus,
2020
killer.
that involved all of the aforementioned art commentators as well as doodle tones called the Fruitcake Club. Let's just get into it. Okay, so admittedly I will not be detailing the entire saga of this server's existence as it's not relevant to this video, but I do believe the information about what went down on there and who did what is extremely important. Thankfully, one of my best friends and fellow content creators, Thuman, is making an extensive video cataloging exactly what happened and what its members have done with the actions coming.
Thuman is still making the video. Thuman is still making the video. I was DMing with her today. She's still making the video. She's had some stuff going on. It is still coming. Chill. Beef and Mats with the 2 Nightmare Blunt rotation. Yes, so fucking true. God. Somebody asked me if I knew what Peaches was doing, like, today. Like, in the modern day. I was like, I've got no fucking idea. I'm actually surprised Peaches hasn't tried to make a comeback. There's no way there's not some quiet fucking channel somewhere. Thuman's video is never going to happen. It'll happen. Listen, I believe in her. I believe in Thuman. I believe in Thuman.
To light. I highly recommend you watch it. I'll have a card appear here in the video for everyone to go check out when it comes out. Girl, lock in. There's also Lyo's video on a call he had with Nezi about this whole thing, and some mentions of me because it was right after Avi was confronted. Do recommend giving that a watch. TLDR, the Fruitcake Club, called the FCK for the sake of brevity, was a server that had a lot of adult content in it, full of the old art commentator sphere and adjacent from 2019 to 2020. That included, but was not limited to, Doodle Tones, The Names Junkie, Lucifix, Mad Libs, Hopeless Peaches, Miss Zizi, Fuchsia Butters, Toby Majestic, Toasty Vanilla.
I'm sorry, wait.
That included, but was not limited to, Doodle Tones, The Names Junkie, Lucifix, Mad Libs, Hopeless Peaches, Miss Zizi, Fuchsia Butters.
Are we sparing Fuchsia Butters from the incredibly cringe, over-sexualized artwork? Is that what we're doing now? God, Fuchsia is one of these people who I actually really, really want to look into. Like, holy shit. If somebody can get me like a decent lore docket on Fuchsias, I will fucking deep dive Fuchsia Butters. Abso-fucking-lutely.
There's Toby Majestic, Toasty Vanilla, and Nezziemonster, as well as a bunch of fucking children, the youngest of whom was 12. Several of these children were children with online platforms like Slimmers, Mimi Diggs, It's Jamesy, and the most outspoken member, Teddy That Draws. These children were regularly subjected to, encouraged to share, and even create pornographic artwork, though real-life pornographic images were also shared by adults. There was also a chat dedicated to porn that Slimmers, a child, drew with others in the server interacting in there. I want to be clear, not every member was equally culpable or even participated in things as much as others. As far as I'm aware, Zizi, Fuchsia, Peaches, Toby, and especially Toasty, who groomed Teddy, were the worst offenders, while others served more as enablers.
Wait, that's an interesting statement. I want to listen to that. First thing, I just want to say also, I think this is Chuli's best video. This is fucking banging.
Zizi, Fuchsia, Peaches, Toby, and
Zizi, Fuchsia, Peaches. Really? Are we doing this now? Was that? So okay, I heard rumors on the grapevine that Peaches' involvement was more than perhaps people realized. And that's part of the reason, that's like an explanation why they, Peaches tried to throw Lyo under the bus. I'm so worried about this coming out. Now, I don't know if that is true. I don't know if that is true because no one's given me that information yet. Peaches was in the FCK. But I heard that their involvement might be more than kind of like... So the original narrative was this. Peaches knew about it and had been involved in like one conversation. But like I don't know if it was more than that. But I did hear that like it is more than that. And that more stuff may come out. Now, I don't want to jump the gun on that. But I don't know if those are conversations that are happening, and if they are, tell me, because that's fucking hilarious. She drew porn in there too, Becca. Did she draw porn of like her and Toasty? Am I getting that right? Because Peaches was horrible in VCs according to sources. Interesting. Chris, how you doing, bro? How you doing? What's up? Why is Chris messaging me? What? What the fuck? Okay. Thanks, buddy. Peaches didn't draw porn in there? Okay. I sent you something. Thanks.
Especially Toasty, who groomed Teddy, were the worst offenders, while others served more as enablers, like Junkie, Lucifix, though apparently he was the fucking admin, and Nezi, who knew about the minors' porn chat. Now, if you told Nezi that they were an enabler, they would vehemently deny that and say, "What do you mean enable? I called Toasty out multiple times about their inappropriate behavior with minors, and I got rid of the Slimmers NSFW chat." And I know that because that's how they responded to me calling them out for that. So, about that, Nezi shared screenshots of their DMs with Toasty with their old friend group, including Doodletones, who posted those screenshots publicly to prove basically the same point that Nezi was trying to. And to this day, I have no idea how the fuck Nezi thought those screenshots were going to make them look good in any fashion. I've been told that when Nezi did...
So I'm assuming these are the screenshots Nezi like put out saying that they'd confronted Toasty, but what they'd actually done essentially is go, "Hey, this is optically bad." Not hey, you're having sexual conversations with like what, a 14-year-old? This is optically bad. And to be clear about that, like Nezi would sort of ride this defense as best she could for a while, but the problem is that this wasn't even an altruistic action. Like, Nezi found out, and a load of them had found out, that somebody was looking into the server to try and go after them for hypocrisy back in, like, 2019. And when that occurred, they freaked the fuck out, and then they were like, "Oh, we need to do something about this." It wasn't because they suddenly realized it was bad. It wasn't because they suddenly went like, "Oh, no, it's the optics." Because they realized that maybe having a server that was full of like trying to gay up Akumu and like fucking porn conversations with minors might maybe make them look fucking degenerate. And I'm being nice. I'm being very charitable.
Did share these screenshots, they were sent with a story of what Nezi was apparently trying to accomplish, which clouded the views of people like Susie. However, when they were released to the...
Okay, I'm going to disagree with you there, and people can fight me later, but this idea that it clouded the views of the people like Susie, Doodletones, in my opinion, you can all fight me, believed what they wanted to believe to defend their friend. I'm sorry. There were so many conversations, apparently, by their own admission, in the conversation they had with Thuman, which we've played on stream. There was so many conversations between Nezi and Doodles over the years that either Nezi just lied consistently or Doodles just refused to like listen and hear what was being said. I don't know which it is. I frankly don't fucking care. Sorry, I just don't.
Public and viewed critically from people outside of Nezi's friend group, people saw that these DMs told a completely different story than the one Nezi and co were trying to feed everyone. Firstly, the calling out of Toasty in the DMs mostly had to do with their treatment of Mad Libs, though they do bring up Toasty's treatment of Teddy to a much lesser extent. And in this conversation, Toasty admits not once, but twice, that they have sent porn to Teddy and even discussed tolerance levels when it came to NSFW. However, Nezi puts way more effort into grilling Toasty on their treatment of Mad Libs than they ever do regarding Toasty's actions towards a literal child, despite correctly comparing Toasty's behavior to V Omega, a known child predator, and even calling what Toasty is doing grooming-esque behaviors. Instead, Nezi simply uses V as a cautionary tale of sorts and tells Toasty they don't want to see them go down the same road, to which I just have to say, if one of your friends is able to go down like V Omega, they need to? Now for the removal of the Slimmers NSFW chat, it reads as follows.
Toasty, you need to remove Slimmer's NSFW chat.
I'm not in charge of that. You'll have to ask the admin.
You're friends with the admin.
I wouldn't really call me and him friends, but sure, I'll ask him.
Just warning you guys that could become an issue.
And then after a period of 12 hours...
Hey, Nezi, tomorrow can you go over my OBS with me and make sure I got everything good?
Sure.
I really shouldn't have to point out how poorly this reads, but let's discuss anyways. So firstly, just warning you guys that could become an issue. Nezi, was it not already an issue? Was the fact that a child had their own...
Not for Nezi, because it might become an issue once again. It's about the fucking optics. These absolute fucking scumbags. Absolute fucking scumbags. And once again, this is a community that we're like openly in the general chats talking about Akumu's age, like in some of the like again open chats and gaming chats. They were posting pornography in when we're talking about their interaction in some of the like more closed or archived chats. You had people Zizi talking to someone they knew was 16 trying to fucking date them. People are freaks. And I should be clear as well. There seems to be this thing where Toasty Vanilla is still around. Toasty Vanilla is still around. And there seems to be some bull working around them. And they know. Ryan Brain with the 5. I'm at work right now, so hopefully I'll catch the stream later. Base rolling. Have a great evening at work. Catch you in a bit. There were several minors. Yeah, it was wild. Absolutely fucking wild.
Designated porn channel in a server full of adults and other minors.
Designated porn channel for one of the minors. Can I have one drama without kids getting hurt, please? Probably eventually, maybe. Gilded with a 5. Equal is not a coincidence. You came in this stream and UTT kids raiding here, and my server quickly followed. Find a tall bridge and leap retard. Thanks for the 5 flat. I'm not getting involved. I don't fucking care. It's fun to watch the war. Waifu with the 5. Have you seen Yen's video? Touch Finland returned, and their friends don't want you to know. Yen mentioned to me that it's out. I haven't yet. I probably will, but I'll probably combine it with something else. Maybe soon, actually. Maybe pretty soon. Cryohazard with the 10. I don't like that it takes one of them to get caught before they get in trouble instead of being called out instantly, because then it just gives them time to make excuses. Well, I mean, this is part of the problem with the whole FCK stuff, right? Like, this was so many years ago for so much of it, because people swept for it, they swept for their friends, and they swept from for themselves, as they tried to avoid any kind of fucking accountability. While trying to get other people to take accountability for things. It was fucking ridiculous. Slug with 2. Good evening, Slug. Commentary game needs a Slug DLC. God, fucking hell. That'd be a hell of a DLC. I think you're a side. I think you're a side quest, buddy. I need the lore.
Does not already make it an issue? I guess not. I guess the only way it could become an issue is if the public found out. I don't know about you guys, but if a friend of mine helped set up a porn chat for a child, they would be under the jail, first of all, but I would not be agreeing to help them with OBS software half a day later. Not a single part of this reads as Nezi actually...
I'd love to be like truly based there, but it's like, that's just the normal... That's just normal. That's what you'd expect. That's a normal person reaction. I can't even like, yeah, truly based, because like that's what any sane, normal, non-degenerate freak individual would do. I've talked about this quite a lot recently, but I'm just very much of the position of just these days, wood chipper. It just makes life easy. It just makes life easier. Just listen. Don't worry about the wider kind of nuances. Just like save yourself time. Wood chipper. Make your life easy.
Trying to get Toasty to face some kind of accountability. This feels like you trying to cover for Toasty and give them an out on things that they definitely should have been punished for. So, as you can tell, I already did not have a high perception of those DMs with Toasty that Nezi shared, and was inclined to believe that they were more so covering for Toasty than doing any calling out that would have led to Toasty facing consequences. And I was inclined to believe that because of their own involvement in the server. However, there was no real way to prove that or anything that could be seen as reasonable confirmation information until I found shit they said like a month later about the whole thing. So last year, I went back and found some messages in Ponder's old server of when a creator at the time by the name of Rin, known here by a different name, made a
Well, I don't care about the Toby parts, I only watch the Toasty segment, and yeah, I'm kind of angry.
Video calling out Toasty Vanilla for their actions, including accusing them of grooming as well as encouraging minors to engage with.
What happened in the Toasty segment? She called Toasty a predator and groomed without proper evidence. She basically siding with Akumu, saying he encouraged minors to look at not safe for work. She even brought up your name, Poldark. From what I remember, it was you and others were in the former friend group with Toasty. Oh, I haven't seen these before. This is interesting. I'm sorry. So wait, there was a video calling this shit out ages ago? How has no one mentioned this to me? Oh yeah, because the info was from Akumu. They immediately dismissed it. Dude, that's fucking damning, actually. Because, like, even in Akumu's own shit, like, they're talking about, like, a lot of the stuff that comes out through tweets. But the fact that, like, this info, like, 'cause, again, Akumu had been gathering stuff for a long time. He didn't have enough to kind of, like, do what happened recently until the, kind of, like, last, like, end of 2023. But this is, oof, that's not fucking good. Rin got dogpiled and ended up deleting it. Oh, was it Rin? Okay. It was a Rin video. Okay. I am aware, by the way, of Rin's video on this. I'm not going to cover it on stream. Partly because I think it's just a bit... from what I've seen of it, it's very, very heavy. And I'm a channel called Cope and Seethe that laughs at people. I don't know. I'll think about it, but I don't like to get too fucking dark with some of this shit. I remember a YouTuber named Minty also mentioned the FCK a while ago. God, what does that ring a bell?
With NSFW, both of which were true. Unfortunately, apparently the evidence was not readily available at the time, or sourced from Akumu, and so the video was poorly received, including by prominent members of the FCK like Junkie, who bashed it as slander. It's such fucking bullshit, but also totally expected from the community that evidence was primarily viewed from biased and self-serving standpoints. There was also our apparent favorite act of tone policing at play when it came to bashing Rin's video, because how dare Rin be angry and mean when talking about people in a space who are actively harming children. Something in these messages that I find annoying and very typical of Nezi is that they were upset that Toby was being criticized in the same video that
I'm frustrated with Jeff's lack of evidence and hateful attitude to the video. She straight calls him a groomer. I don't like the fact Toby is in a video with someone she believes is a groomer because it makes it look like she's involved. Exactly. Interesting. If there was a third member, would you be Cope C the Mold? I'd keep the name. Mold Comeric Set is actually our, like, the second channel where I post, like, random shit every now and again. Tone policing is the most asinine thing I've ever heard. I mean, like, look, don't get me wrong. I know that some people think that I'm, you know, a fascist gateway. But at the same time, like, this is what I say about language policing. I'd rather be blunt and have, like, an honest conversation, occasionally say offensive things, and actually, you know, not be like a fucking freak. Then I just don't care about the tone policing of it. This is the one of the ways that, like, people who do clearly obviously bad things try and get away with it. They go, you know, I know this is bad, but maybe you can just, like, say it in a nicer way. Maybe you shouldn't use, like, the R slur. I'm just like, dude, come on. Hey, Max, happy Boshata. Pasha. Fuck, I can't pronounce things today. Beckett. By the way, how are you feeling about the job script? I think it's really good, mate. I think it's really good. I have had a look through. I think the Carl Jobs video is going to be really, really fucking good. Max has been doing some fucking banging work lately. Worth his weight in gold, that boy. Worth his weight in fucking gold. I hope you're having a good Easter, bro.
called Toasty a groomer, which is really funny considering that Toby was a big participant in the inappropriate nature of that server. But the big thing I want to highlight here is that the creator here...
It's the same with pronouns. They'll derail or dismiss valid criticisms because someone isn't playing the pronouns game. I'm terrible. I'm terrible with people's pronouns, especially if I haven't spoken to them. I don't know what it is. I think it's like just something in my brain. I usually apologize when I fuck up. But yeah, it's this weird thing. Like, you'll be going through a drama and it's like, this person is a pedophile. And it's like, somebody will be like, oh yeah, he's a pedophile. It's like, excuse me, she's a pedophile. It's like, yeah, sure, she's a pedophile. Can we focus in for a second? Just a little bit? Dying.
Eternal Storyteller asked Nezi to confirm or deny if Toasty was sending sexually inappropriate content to minors or encouraging them to look at it. And Nezi, the good faith, well-intentioned, honest member of the FCK, the one who called Toasty out, said they had no idea on whether or not Toasty did that and that the friend group where they spammed poem was entirely made up of adults. Real quick, I've seen some people take this to mean that Ponder knew what was going on and was in on the lies, which makes no fucking sense to me and is not true. Why people act and assume that Ponder knew everything and actively allowed Nezi to lie, I don't fucking know. Ponder wasn't even in the FCK server? Bitches have a vendetta, or else are severely uninformed. Anyways, I decided to do what I felt was best and took the messages I found in that chat and gave them to people that I had contact with who were talking about the FCK. I gave them to Thuman and Lakamokalaka, who in turn gave them to Akumu, who then publicized the messages. Nezi is weirdly quiet about the whole thing publicly, though went into Ponder's
Can't imagine why. Wait, what?
DMs when it was publicized to ask how those messages made it out to the public.
Interesting.
Though went into...
Hey, what happened to your old server? I just noticed it's gone from my lineup. Oh, I scrapped it a while back in favor of something a lot smaller. Oh, okay. Did Thuman get permission to use screenshots from it? Did Thuman get permission to use screenshots? Fuck off, Nezi. Excuse me, did Thuman get permission from your old server to use screenshots? She didn't ask for permission, no. I don't know the specifics of whether she knew where it's from. She knows it's from the old server. I know you've been worried about leaks since a bunch of shit, so I thought you should be aware. Honestly, you know, just every time someone gives me new information about Nezziemonster, I'm just like, you're just such a dislikable bitch. You're so fucking dislikable. It's actually kind of impressive. I literally do not know how this is possible. It's crazy. It's crazy. Fucking hell. You need permission to gather evidence from guilty people? Yeah, like, it's... Excuse me, I'm being, like, called out for my, like, clearly incorrect actions. And this is, like, just not okay. Don't you guys know that I'm actually, like, a danger to myself? I've never seen somebody, like, you know, you get this thing where people get really, like, it's always a twofold thing. Like, Lio said this in, like, voice message. He, like, phoned to try and get some help for Nezi, in Japan. And it's like, I'm sorry, if you spend all your time talking about how you're a danger to yourself and you got mental health problems and someone does a wellness check on you, yeah, you can't blame them for that. That's the right thing to do. What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck are you talking about? Obviously. And then everyone does this, like, fucking, they're like, oh my god, I can't believe you checked in on me. You say insane shit, people are gonna check in on you. What the fuck are you talking about? It's crazy because she's just as unlikable as the Preds in the server. Well, yeah. Shocking, isn't it? Nezi was a token nothing. Jar was more of a token. The ACC is the token right-wing pet retard. True. Fucking ridiculous. Guys, did you know that you're one super chat away from a goal? How fucking crazy is that? Guys, that's fucking wild. Can't believe it. Can't believe it, guys.
to Ponder's DMs when it was publicized to ask how those messages made it out to the public. The one time they did respond publicly was fucking awful, where they refused to leave their platform before getting ass blasted into the sun by Akumu when he pointed out how full of shit they were, using the screenshots from Ponder's old server, to which Nezi responded with, and I quote, "Oh my god, I was 19, boo-hoo."
Oh my god, I was 19, boo-hoo. Hey, there we go. Guys. You're fucking smashing it today. That's incredible. Dude. Blaze the Lord, amen. Thank you, Max. How you doing, bro? Thank you for the 5. Let's go. Drafty with 2. Holy e-begging. On Sunday as well. Metal Man with 2. That is crazy. Yeah. It's wild. I don't know how you... Again, it's one of these things, like, I don't know how people like this get up in the morning. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, how do you get up in the morning and like just go, yeah, today's the day that I'm gonna go on Twitter, finally respond to this shit, and you're like, boo-hoo. 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 It's like, okay. Okay, bitch. Come on.
I should not have to point out how absolutely disgusting, infuriating, and horrendous this response is to someone pointing out the part you played in covering up children being harmed. But why should I be surprised? This is the same bitch who, when confronted on why they were so lax about Toasty in their DMs with them, said that they were hesitant about going in on Toasty and doing anything about the grooming claim because their victim, Teddy, is a liar. Are you fucking kidding me? Let me get this straight. Teddy could be the biggest liar in the world, and it still wouldn't make you calling them one in this context any better, because Toasty told you that they were fucking around with Teddy. You don't get to feign ignorance when you had direct confirmation from the accused party that they had conversations with Teddy about sending her NSFW and discussing her...
She's a 19-year-old minor. What's crazy as well is, and I want to dispel a myth. What's crazy is, like, they'll give this, I think they say this to Lio. It's like, well, we were 19, we didn't know what to do. Lio. We didn't know what to do. We were just a little 19-year-old. It's like, okay, but you did, that's a lie, isn't it? Because if you didn't know what to do, you wouldn't have messaged Toasty being like, this could be bad. If you didn't know that it was bad, why would you warn Toasty that it could look bad? Real fucking curious there, Nezi. It's almost like with the slightest inspection, the stuff that comes out of this woman's mouth is absolute fucking bullshit. Just piles upon piles upon piles of bullshit. Year after year, month after month, day after day. I hope that therapist has a linked up to a fucking lie detector. Just absolutely ridiculous. You have a tattoo? I have many tattoos. I used to work in a tattoo studio as a receptionist at one point in my life. That's why I'm covered in them. I hate that Nezi uses that, then drags Akumu when he was younger than her. Like she envies you so badly. It's not to do with that, Pudgy. It's to do with the fact that she just like whatever excuse Nezi can use, right? When she gets in the call with Lio, I'm angry. You had a call with Avi. When were you going to tell me? And like in that section of that call, and we didn't play all of it, Nezi's like, oh, well, you know, I wouldn't have told him. I wouldn't have told him. What would you have done? I would have stopped talking to him. Okay, well, then he would have known something's up, wouldn't he? You just admitted why you shouldn't be fucking told. And what Nezi is trying to do is find any angle where she has the upper hand. Because she, like, again, is just an insufferable... Like, you know, like, we do the Karen meme? And it's like, sometimes women who aren't Karens get, like, labeled with the Karen meme. Like, Nezi's an actual Karen. Nezi's a, can I speak to your manager kind of bitch? It's ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. He pointed that out to her, then she immediately tried saying, well, we don't know that. Yeah, it's God. Like, it's not, Nezi doesn't have, like, memory problems. Nezi has compulsive lying problems.
her tolerance levels. You knew what this was. You compared his behavior to V Omega. Fuck this fucking garbage, Nezi. You knew what was happening, and you helped cover it up. Whether intentionally or no, you did enable a groomer and helped hide evidence of children in an adult space. And I think you're really leaning on the fact that there's no way we can definitively prove that you intentionally lied in Ponder's old server when asked if you knew.
That's very charitable. So here's the thing. Lies by omission are still lies. And secondly, did you intentionally lie? Well, yeah, pretty much, because you clearly knew about it. So, yes, Nezi intentionally lied. There's this whole thing of like, well, did Nezi remember? Did anyone listen to these conversations with Nezi? Like, I know that I'm background noise for people drawing and making stuff, and that's fine, listen. But, like, do you ever listen to some of these calls when Nezi's talking about the history? Nezi will do this thing where when asked a question where they can answer to their, like, benefit, they're crystal fucking clear, just crystal clear. And then the minute it gets a little bit difficult, well, I don't remember, it's really, memory's really difficult, Okay, here's the DMs. I don't know what I was thinking. Well, seems from the DMs you're saying, so it's pretty fucking crystal what you're thinking. Unless you can give me a better explanation, which Nezi can't, because there's no way to twist it. Nezi never answers stuff that'll make him look bad. Yeah, true. I keep using her. I do apologize. It's not intentional. It's just so it's like I've been so used to referring to Nezi as her all the way through this, right up until recently. It just sticks in my brain. Bear with my terrible brain. Feel free to bitch at me about it. Question: does it still count as lying by omission if you simply forgot about something or don't think about a fact if it doesn't strike you as relevant to the question asked? No, that's not really that's not really lying by omission. Lying by omission is when you're like intentionally leaving stuff out. So when Nezi is having these conversations with people and she knows what information is public, and then suddenly flips and goes, well, like, people probably won't find out about this thing, so I won't mention it. That's lying by omission. And Nezi has done that for years. For years. To be clear. I'm trans, I'll give you the pass because I like you. I talked about, like, dead naming before and, like, pronouns, and they do actually matter to me. I don't think it's irrelevant. I'm just fucking terrible. So, I don't mind being bitched out over it, but thank you. Makes me better over time. You do not simply forget damning information towards him, his own, and the stories he has told, yeah.
To sour that read. But too bad, I don't buy the alternative.
I genuinely give you the Arslur pass back. I too am fairly retarded. I'm a drama streamer, okay? Listen, let's just be honest about what we are. I'm completely ridiculous.
I don't buy that someone magically forgets about the slew of children being victimized and conditioned by something that was certainly harming them
Julie.
And going to put them in even bigger.
God, Julie is fucking cooking. It's ridiculous. Why would you eat at a Down syndrome restaurant? Is this what we're doing now? You asking me that? Yes. Honesty is good. Making law simple. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Oh, I need to reach out to you as well. Listen, I messaged you on Twitter a while ago. We need to chat. We need to chat about the Rakita stuff. But I hope you're good. For those who are not following Making Law Simple, his Twitter is currently him posting lots of drinks he's having, and he's looking very relaxed. It's nice to see. Hope you're good, buddy.
Harm's way, and being able to forget that is not the more innocent alternative that you think
get back
it
on
is.
Discord,
it's
face.
Disturbing. Like, how much does children in front of you being in danger matter to you that you could forget so easily? Someone from the chat of my live stream actually posted what I think is a very concise counter to all of Nezi's nonsense that they've been pretending makes them look better. Like, if you knew Slimmers was a minor and they had an NSFW chat for them, then lied about you knowing about it, you're not calling them out. You're covering for them.
Thank you, Based MLS. Talk to you soon. It's fucking. It's been too long. We should do a Lego stream as well. It's been ages. Did you sleep any? I did. I had like 4 hours sleep. Isn't great, but I did have 4 hours sleep. Like, if you knew Slimmers was a minor and they had a not safe for work chat for them, then you lied about knowing about it. You're not calling them out, you're covering for them. So true. It's so simple. So much of this is so simple. I got asked recently about something, and like, it's something that like, I don't want to go into it too far, but it was something that like, I clearly thought was just a mistake on my part. And I was like, look, I just fucked this thing up, and there's reasons why I fucked it up. Like, I just like, there's a bit of information I'm missing, but also it's my fault for not going hunting for that information. And it's super easy just to go, yeah, I fucked that up. So much of this would have been avoided if Nezi right from the start had been like, yeah, this was a fuck up. Critical Shogun, happy Easter, Beckett. Chat, Christ is good. Happy Easter, Critical. Hope you're good, buddy. Lever is trying to cover their tracks from the uwu to me. Listen, we all know that Chris and Olivia are very adorable together, okay? Happy Easter to you both. So it's such a fun one. Artemis with a 5, you ever played Vampire the Masquerade? Bro, yes. Yeah, I've done tabletop and video game. I run Vampire the Masquerade games. Is it still Easter there? No, technically not. Technically not. But yes, I played a lot of Vampire the Masquerade. Okay, I'm going to pause and roll a cigarette, actually, just for 2 seconds. Need myself 2 seconds. Because I want time for this all to sink in. The shit that has come out about the FCK has been absolutely fucking devastating. Akumu's back from his break now, so I think he's going to be expanding his content, which makes me very happy, because you all know I love to support Akumu. But it's a really weird end of the fucking cycle, because this has taken with it so many people. For those who don't know, Fuchsia's Butters, like Lio mentioned it in chat, but Fuchsia Butter server's being dug through. When that digging is done, by the way, because it's fucking massive from what I understand. It's like so much that it like crashes if you try and open it. Once that's done, once that's ready, I will be going through it in detail, because I want to know what's in that fucking server. It's massive. It's ridiculous, yeah. Middleman with the 2. Beckett playing Vampire the Masquerade makes so much sense. Yeah, I tend to play, what's the name of the Egyptian vampires? Setites. I tend to play a Setite quite a lot. They're quite fun. I like playing a cult. It's pretty good. So I'm just reading some stuff in chat. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5, Rain. Becca, how to get into running Vampire the Masquerade? I want to get a group together, but fairly new to gaming, so any recommended pre-builds or way to start a campaign? I would recommend... I'm not a massive fan of 5th edition, but 5th edition is really accessible, because you're basically all playing as fledglings. So for those that don't know, 5th edition, like the current edition of Vampire the Masquerade, is during Gehenna. So all the old vampires are like kind of being called away, except for when it's plot convenient that they haven't. And you're all playing vampires kind of between the ages of anything from 20 years to around maybe 200. So it's a lot easier to get into. Vampire the Masquerade is not like Dungeons and Dragons. Vampire the Masquerade is a life sim. So a lot of it's like you can spend an entire session like just setting up your like your haven, like where you live. It's a lot about connections. It's not a combat based system. The combat system of it's something called scenes, where basically like you're rolling out a story and then everything happens at once and scene to scene to scene. It's very, very quick, and it's very, very heavy role play. So if you like want to do it, you need people who are not dungeon crawlers or murder hobos. You need people who are like really heavy role players. What do you like, make a character or choose a PC? I just make characters. I'll just make a character. Combat is more Werewolf the Apocalypse, yeah. Yeah. I also really like Call of Cthulhu as an RPG system. I use Call of Cthulhu as an RPG system to teach people how to play RPGs generally, because it's so easy to pick up and play. It's insane. Actually, like if you ever like want to get into tabletop and you want a really easy tabletop to learn to play, Call of Cthulhu is like the easiest tabletop to play because everything's a D100. Super simple. And their pre-built stories are really good. And also the best thing is, like, with Call of Cthulhu, your characters can die, and then you just pick up another character, because characters take about 2 seconds to make. Usually what happens is your character dies, and you'll, like, take control of one of the NPCs. And the DM will just give you the NPC sheet, and you'll play as them. So you like more roleplay heavy tabletops? Yeah, I'm a massive roleplay person. I don't like combat's fine, but if I've got an entire session that is just hours of combat, I just don't want to do it. I just get bored. I zone out. But like I can do like an 8-hour fucking RP session in a tavern really easily. God, I'm such a fucking loser. It's actually ridiculous. I prefer making my own for Call of Cthulhu, but my god, is it fun? Getting into the roleplay is so easy and fun. Yeah. I like making pre-made. I like making characters. I wrote a 20,000 word wedding vows for one of my characters. Could I play Vampire the Masquerade? Yes. Yeah, you'd be good at that. I need your take on this game. I can't stay long though. Let me have a quick look actually as we've paused. Okay. Do you know what? We've paused, so let's have a look at this trailer. Private. Oh, it's actually up. It's actually up as a trailer. Let's fucking go. Okay, so this is Private Parts' new trailer for it. I'm actually. Oh, dude, I'm pretty fucking excited for this. Very quickly, Cantaway with the 5. If Fuchsia was a fictional character in an 80s thriller, we would be getting BreadTube essays about how bigoted and harmful the character is towards trans people. Yes, you are so fucking right. They're like the worst stereotypes. It's fucking insane. Okay, we're gonna have a quick look. Dude. Pixel Chud, that's fucking... This is getting ARG levels, that's fucking great. We're going to be crazy. We got some Hassan Piker and Destiny drama to cover. So true. I don't know if he's that ginger. I don't know. Poor Chad. Your rape set time out for the day. Oh my god. What the fuck? This is great. Is that Destiny? That's Destiny from the beach picture? Welcome to the finding out timeline for Pirate. Pitster, wild tits are pit based. Sweepers, Diorio. Hey! Hey, look at that! I'm in the party that's based. Pixel Beckett, let's go. Dude, that's gonna be so fucking good. That's gonna be so fucking good. I actually can't wait. I think it's gonna be really fun to play on stream. Based. Thank you, Private. Listen, yes. When that comes out, I will be promoting it. It's a quick trailer. I just want something out for now. Yeah, I think it's really good. It's nice. I'll tweet it out after stream as well. Completely off topic and 15 minutes behind. Beckett, your beard looks amazing. Thank you. Thank you. So I did see this in Chud's chat today, and it did make me laugh. So Chud's chat tends to shit on me a lot, which I think is very funny. There are some people who really hate me, and it's great. But one person was like, Beckett looks very healthy, and I was like, that's really nice. What a lovely comment to get. Thanks for watching it, bro. Thanks for making it. I can't fucking wait. I think it's gonna be great. Don't forget to post updates to pixel art and stuff in the art section of my Discord. Should redheads be allowed to grow beard? That's the real question. Absolutely. Look at this fucking... Listen. Vikings are king of beards, okay? You are glowing, Beckett. I'm glad I gave up energy drinks. I'm feeling a lot better. It's it's taken a few weeks, but I'm starting to really get there where I'm like, yeah. I feel great now. Good. I'm starting to get over the caffeine stuff. It's nice. Pretty good. And I'm sleeping. Guys, do you know what's fucking crazy? Do you know what's fucking crazy? Okay, this is genuine. You want to base? I thought I had sleep apnea or something. I had this thing where I was like being like jolted awake. I was going to sleep and I'd be jolted awake, like it stopped, like almost stopped breathing. I was like, fuck, do I have sleep apnea? Am I like really unhealthy? Am I dying? And since I gave up energy drinks, completely stopped. Completely stopped. Like I sleep straight through. I sleep better. I feel healthier. Like my head's clearer. I can't stay awake for as long, but like, yeah, I feel like 1,000 times better since I quit energy drinks. It's actually fucking wild. It's actually wild.
I agree with this.
Your hair is actually kept. Yeah, I do. I need to cut it again, but we got that. Do you exercise? I go for walks and things, but I don't run or anything. I tend to have like a walk. Mostly like 5 times a week, and I'll go for a walk for an hour.
Statement 1,000,000,000%. And I stand by what I said your actions were in my video on Heaton. Should I have clarified that I could not prove you intentionally lied? Yes. But I believe that you did, and that...
Bro, Ethan is dropping another main channel video in a few minutes. This shit is never going to end. Fuck, I'm going to end up stream tomorrow, aren't I? I've actually like I've actually started to care now because it's kind of got funny again. Walks are better than nothing. No, good. I think I like just to get out in nature, have a walk around. It's nice. Is Beckett Discord open? It is. You can join the Discord, become a member of the channel. You can do all these things. You can press buttons. You can like the stream. You can dislike the stream. You can leave me a comment. Literally, I do not mind, but I do enjoy people pressing buttons. There's a little emote thing that if you press emotes, you get like a little love heart or some shit. He says, clicking them. See? See? How fun is that? Okay, let's go. Back in, lock in, we're good. I'm keeping the derails to a minimum tonight because we have a lot to get through.
all of these memory excuses are bullshit, for lack of a better word. Like what? You could remember that Toasty did things you didn't agree with and that they mistreated a friend and that you warned them about sending porn, but you can't remember that he groomed a child and sent that porn to minors? Be fucking for real.
Hey,
and now
Morale.
that we're done with that, it's time to talk about what I mentioned at the end of my last video. The time when Nezi buddied up with someone who abused me as a child. Knowing that. So for this section, I need to give a little context. If you've been around this channel before or seen my previous video about Heaton, then you will know that I was abused, gaslit, and threatened while I was a minor for years by a former content creator and my friend at the time named Faghost, whose real name is Liam Curry. I highly recommend you watch those videos if you haven't, but for those just getting here, I'll just quickly replay.
Okay. So again, I've only got sort of like the breakdown I've heard from Chuli and I think a little bit from Ponder on this. But the Fago stuff sounds absolutely fucking insane. At some point I might dive it as a lore stream.
My TLDR from the previous video. Starting in 2019 when I was 16 years old, and for 2 years after, I was emotionally abused, gaslit, threatened, and emotionally blackmailed through suicide by a former YouTuber and my friend at the time, Faghost, also known by their real name Liam, or by their current aliases Billy and Jelly Skelly. Faghost made me and 2 others by the names of Clownteeth and Pondersprocket believe that we helped get a mentally ill sexual assault victim arrested who would later kill herself in police custody. We did not know that she was a victim of sexual assault at the time we were trying to get her arrested, nor the extent of her apparent mental health issues. During that time, we antagonized her for the hurt she was causing and lies she was spreading about our friend. Of course, only for us to be told by Faghost themselves that one of those lies, that being that she and another girl who also committed suicide were sexually assaulted by Faghost at a house party, was true. After this period, Faghost regularly displayed suicidal ideations and would even threaten to kill themselves, as shown in my original video. They also decided to check in with...
Hey, have you told anyone else about the thing that I told you guys a while ago? Question mark from Chuli. You know, the thing involving a drunk me in a bedroom? No? Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Jesus.
Me regularly in private to make sure I wasn't telling anyone about the story. Being made to believe I had a hand in one person's suicide, I did not want to do anything that would upset them until over a year later in 2021 when I was freshly 18, when the memories of the story I was told made me so uneasy that I confided in Clownteeth about my feelings and how uncomfortable I was knowing what I knew about Faghost and how they continued to act. When they found out about this and confronting me did not go well, they relentlessly hounded Kylie for a month about my suspicions, made me out to be the villain, said that I was talking shit about her, and even tried to pit Ponder against.
Okay, I'm gonna read this and then I'm gonna give a thought here. We'll go serious Beckett for a minute. I know, rarity, very gay, but. Hey B, I don't know what's been going on, but on Friday I made a dumbass tweet that really worried some people. Big mistake, really dumb. I'm alright now, but I took a bunch of painkillers at work, and like an idiot I tweeted it out like right after I realized I took too much. I tried to explain it to Ice and didn't mean to worry anyone. I told her that I wasn't suicidal at all, just frustrated at work and took it out on myself. I don't know what my thought process was, but that seemed like it might have been. Then next day she started asking me about Whaley and if I had nudes from them when she was a minor. I had no fucking clue what spurred this on, and turns out because she was mad at me at the time, understandably, she vented to Jula about it, and Jula brought up how I supposedly had CP or something. I don't fucking know why they went to that conversation about me, but I'm scared that Jula might be planning something behind the scenes and out of my purview. You're like the only one I can trust with this, but I'm just so fucking confused as to why this is suddenly a problem when they knew about this for a long time. Okay, so. Ooh, seriousness? Yeah, I know. Yeah, okay. So. Julie was, like, young at the time. This was a really fucked thing. I joke a lot about the idea of somebody putting me in a suicide note. And I'm going to be honest with you. What's a good way to put this? Because I don't want to sound like a psychopath. What a great fucking start. I've lost people over the years. I'm older, and also I'm quite difficult to guilt trip, and that comes with experience. Because people have tried to do this to me over the years, sometimes succeeding, especially when I was younger, of being like, well, this thing happened and it's your fault, and then I, felt bad about it. It's a really strong manipulation tactic. Nowadays, like for instance, probably like, well, actually years ago, probably like half a decade now. Someone tried doing this to me, and I was just like, I literally don't care. I literally don't care. I have had friends. Here's an actual story for you. When I was, I think 18, I found myself in a hospital room with a girl who'd swallowed razor blades and a ton of paracetamol, getting their stomach pumped because the guy at the bar we all drunk at, had broken up with them. Like, I have watched this shit happen over and over and over again. So, and we talk about like kind of the Apollo stuff and the Carl Jobs stuff, and like I don't think Dark Viper is like personally responsible just because he's named in the note. But I'm older. I'm much harder to guilt trip. I do not give a shit, and it's why I get so annoyed when I see the suicide bank stuff, because I've lost friends to that. But when you are younger, and I want to kind of think back, when I was like this 18-year-old sat in this hospital room, I was like, oh my God, this is really serious and really bad. But do you know what? Do you know who didn't think it was really serious and really bad? The fucking nurses and doctors, because we heard them having a conversation outside. And one of the nurses straight up went, who the fuck swallows razor blades? And like, when I say razor blades, I don't mean long razor blades. I mean, they got this guy's disposable razor, broke the little fucking razor blades out of it, and like swallowed them. Completely fucking crazy shit. It's like super odd, so it's blunt. They were fine. They were fine. But like, yeah, it's a learning experience. So again, while it's really easy with like, well, it's very simple. Yeah, I thought I should clarify that, because like a proper fucking razor blade, like it's like a little bit harder. Well, I thought I should clarify that. But while with Nezi, it's like, I don't give a fuck about all this weird mental my mental health, my memory, I've got autism. At the same time, when you are 18 and somebody is trying to do this to you and blaming you and telling you that you're responsible for a suicide, that's going to fuck with you. I do not blame Julie for feeling that way. I think that's completely fucking rational. And the differences, and the key difference I want to locate, because I can hear the response. It's like, oh, well, Nezi was 19 and you're going after Nezi. Nobody was doing something like this to Nezi. Julie is unironically a victim of like some pretty fucking severe gaslighting, and this is crazy. So I just want to draw a divide before anyone in particular starts to do this whole kind of, well, why are you giving charity to Julie? Because it's obviously fucking different, and it's pretty well fucking documented what those kind of manipulation tactics work with. Also, when you're dealing with an area like the ACC where people are generally a bit more kind of soy and things, you only have to look at the Peaches stuff. And like, while I throw a lot of fucking shade at the people involved in the Burger King server with Hopeless Peaches, and like sitting on call with them, like sat there thinking they want to fucking kill themselves. They are young and they're dumb. But the important thing to take from the Peaches stuff, for example, is when someone's trying to guilt trip you over their fucking suicide, right? Like, that's what it looks like. Julie was also a kid, and Nezi was an adult during all of this. Yeah. Even if they weren't, I'll tell you what, if there's evidence that somebody was like fucking not just threatening suicide, but like somebody had made up a story that you were responsible, like Nezi was responsible for a suicide and was guilt tripping them with it. If I could see evidence, that might twist my opinion. Maybe not now, because so much has fucking happened, but like, yeah, like there are certain things where it's like, yes, this person is gaslit and manipulated to such an extent that is a reasonable, like, explainable reason why this thing happened. It's completely fine. Like, I'm a big believer and person in the area of like, explanations can sound like excuses, but sometimes an explanation is actually a fucking explanation. And you should accept that. Like, if somebody has a good explanation for their actions, and they can partly evidence that, but if they've got a good history of that, it's important just to go, okay, cool. Well, listen, this is a fuck situation, yada yada, but that is an explanation why you acted in that way. I get it, right? Does that make sense to everybody? What if the suicidal person was 26, turning 27, and tries that? I mean, again, suicidality isn't really an age thing, but like it's here's a good way to put this. People who try and weaponize suicidality are very rarely actually suicidal. Insanely rarely, actually. In fact, of all the people I've known in my life, and look, listen, I was a fucking goth, and like there was a lot of edgy people and all this shit. I don't think I've known any of the people who've done this I'm gonna kill myself thing. I've never actually fucking done it, okay? It's never actually happened. It's just not a thing, it's just never happened. Of course you were a goth. Yeah, unfortunately. Why am I allegedly pregnant? Because Slug is trying to go right at me. That's why. People who are don't fucking talk about it. Yes, and it's also one of these things where you really need to watch for the signs of this. It's turning to a PSA. You know, if you find somebody and they're giving away all their stuff and they're cutting off contact and they are like retreating into themselves, like you can't get a hold of them, those are the signs. Generally speaking, not, oh my god, guys, look at me, 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 I'm going to the bridge. Everyone, okay, this has been a heavy PSA, but we'll get back to laughing at shit. But I do want to get that fucking qualifier out because I do think it's important. I do think it's important.
Against me, saying that I might be plotting something. Wait for it. After finally leaving me and Clown alone after she essentially begged for them to calm down about me, I once again kept quiet until November, when I told another YouTuber that I was close friends with at the time what was happening. Everyone cut Fagost off, and on December 5th...
People who seem depressed and then all of a sudden are extroverted is a warning sign. Yeah. Fuck. Wish I could... Yeah. Rain with the 5. I've had someone actually attempting conversation. If you feel unwell, don't visit mental health chat groups. They'll pull you down with them. Yeah, there's a fucking meme where it's like somebody posts on Twitter like, oh, you know, I'm part of a suicide like group, and a suicide prevention group, and like 6 of its members have killed themselves, and the response was, how bad at this are you guys? Like, the fuck? Yeah. Last 2 attempts, the entire one. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's fucked. A lot of people let their mental health spiral rather than getting the proper help, and it's sad. People lose friends, people lose family, and it's really, really, really fucking difficult. If we keep going with this, I'll tell you more personal stories, and I don't think you want to know. And it makes me sad. You know, there are people I miss. Ladybug with a 2. Sign is talking about death, but not suicide. Yeah. Anyway. Okay, listen. We're locking back in.
2021, I posted my video, Fagost Needs to Leave. 2 days after the upload of my video, Fagost uploaded their own video proving that the story they told us about the assault, the one that they harassed me and my friend over and tried to pit my friends against me for believing, was a lie. The girl that we had antagonized and helped get arrested was a Fago sock puppet account, as was the Twitter account that tried exposing them. When I found this out, I was possibly more angry in my life than I ever had been. I had posted...
I don't fucking blame you. I don't blame you. What a fucking insane story to happen. This doesn't get talked about enough either. This just doesn't get talked about. Oh, dude. Hold on. We're gonna do a nice one. Ava drops with the fucking Easter Beckett. Dude, that's fucking adorable. See? Serious, heavy, fucked up conversation. And nice little Ava drops picture. I really like Ava drops' art. That's something it's really simple. It's really cute. Happy Easter all. I hope you guys are having a really good day.
Did a comment on Fago's...
Spend time with your families. Tell them you love them, okay?
Video telling them that I wanted their social media presence entirely removed, which included deleting their Twitter and YouTube. Fago started leaving...
Hold on, actually, fuck, I was going to read that. Dear Evan Hansen looking ass. So, are you going to actually address any of the ways you guilt trip Kaylee and I to try and make us feel like we're responsible for you? Are you going to address all the stuff you did to us that showed and talked about? Or are you just going to talk about all the stuff that you made up so you don't have to deal with the actual things you did? Like, imagine stalking me and my friend. You know who you told about bullying that person who'd off themselves on Discord while we were minors, but thinking that stalking me out of fear is better than stalking me out of malice. Lamal. So even though you claim to have hushed me for this fake situation, you still did it to her with something you admit in the beginning. Amazing. I don't believe for a second that all of this was entirely made up, especially when you invoke Jay's name to Kaylee to tell her that I reminded you of her when you were shitting your ass off about me being wary of your past relationships. Unless, of course, you were just faking the entire thing because you decided to say something that you could use to end the situation while you were screaming at Kaylee, in which case, you're just an emotional abuser. You still are, either way. It's just a game of seeing how bad it goes. Thanks, you're a horrible person. I want this channel and the rest of your socials gone ASAP, because it wouldn't even surprise me if you're dumb enough to think you have any right to any form of platform after what you've done with it. Please fuck off the internet. I hate you with all my heart. Based. But what I would say is, can we just make sure we're archiving shit? Just make sure we're archiving shit, guys. Mostly for me and my content, let's be honest. It's entirely self-serving.
Presence entirely removed, which included deleting their Twitter and YouTube. Figo started leaving old DM groups that we shared, which I continued to kick them out of and posted about, and
This message being mean was what the SCC zeroed in on Beckett, not the content. I fucking hate these people. It's just so oh my god, can we not be mean to the person who's like a complete fucking piece of shit? Can we not be mean to them? Guys, can we not have drama in the community? Fuck off and die in a ditch. Unfucking real. Do you know what the thing is as well? Like, I know people could do this thing of like, well, Beckett, you're not even verifying whether that's true. Do I need to? Does anyone doubt it? Fuck, at this point, when it comes down to anything the SCC does that's completely fucking retarded, I'm just like, you know, show me evidence it's not true, frankly. Like, you can't prove it. I don't care. I don't care. I've seen so much out of these fucking people that it's just like, isn't that a bit mean? No. Fucking absolutely completely reasonable. Frankly, it's nicer than I'd be. It's nicer than I'm being during this fucking stream. Then again, I am a fascist gateway.
I celebrated when they deleted their socials. The video continues to explain how when I came forward about this information and blew up after finding out I was lied to for so long for no reason, I was victim shamed to hell and back by my former communities, primarily the SCC, and primarily within the SCC by a common.
Shit you not, Heaton was the one who began attacking Chuli and Clown, mostly Chuli because she wasn't behaving like a perfect victim, finally getting justice. I really hate people, guys. You know, listen, I've said this before, I do feel like I'm less of an asshole as a drama streamer than some of the people that purport to be victim advocates. Do you know what I mean? Is this crazy? I know when I do streams like this, I get a lot of people in from the general ACC who don't watch my content most of the time. But I am a dick. I'll happily admit this. I use the bad words. I'm very mean to people. But I genuinely feel like I'm less of a fucking asshole to people than a lot of the people who are purportedly the good people who would call me out for the language I use and the way I talk about things. It's fucking ridiculous. It's just insane. And you've got like someone like me who is literally just like, I sit here and I make profit. I profit actively and admit to this of the suffering of others. And I have higher lines and tighter rate, like almost ethics around some of the shit I cover and the way I cover it than these fucking people do. Get your shit together. If a drama streamer can unironically say to you, I'm like less of a dick than you are, you're actually just fucking irredeemable. Irredeemable. I'm really trying to get this stream not to go yellow, but it is. It is actually ridiculous. Beckett, do they need to keep fucking up? So they need to keep fucking up so we can keep making money. True. At this point, the prize in the bag, yes. No chameleon language straight to niceties. This is one of the reasons I don't do the language policing things. I want you guys to know exactly who and where I sit, and I'm not going to pander to any particular demographic for views or anything else. I'm going to tell you exactly who I am and be honest with you. And I cannot stand some of these fucking people. It's ridiculous. They all talk down on drama channels for the jokes they make, then turn around and do shit to actual victims. It's funny. Yeah, it is. It's very depressing. Beckett can't read number 9,000. I can't read anything over 9,000. It's a weird dumb shit. Fucking Dragon Ball joke. Heaton is also a VTuber, I believe. It was VTubers in Blue Sky. So true, Deep Sea. Can't away with the two. Heaton is an unfunny Dennis Miller. Fuck, maybe I need to look into Heaton. Maybe fuck this shit. Pandering also can usually lead to them turning on you the second you slip up if you're not in it 100%. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I don't do it. It would kill my channel. Somebody would find some old clip of me somewhere saying retard, and they're like, isn't Beckett meant to be woke? Why wouldn't you play kindergarten teacher for the adults while you're covering drama? So true. It's like, look, we're talking about drama here. Let's just be honest about it. Good luck. She might rage the shit out on you too. What, Heaton? Based. Wait, are you telling me if I do content on Heaton will actually come after me and I can fight? Will finally somebody be actually prepared to come and fight with me? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. It's been ages. I think this is the problem. I don't think people realize that, like, I'm not worried about a call-out video. I actively want it. Let's go! Why did Becky and Evil Becky make the same weird noises? We're clones. Wait, Heaton wants to fight? Listen, let's... apparently they're that sort, Chris. Apparently that sort. Like, you can see me and Chris lining up in chat like, what's this? They rage out? That's, oh... Oh fuck, I'll show you what a monster looks like. I would suggest you look into Chuli's video about Heaton. I'll have a look. Based. Oh, fuck. And I'll do it while being morally smug about it as well.
Commentator named Heaton Mitsuru. Because of how much people who used to know me turned against me and no one had a problem with the disgusting things said about me, I really feel like I lost my voice from the tail end of 2021 all the way until the summer of 2023. It wasn't until that summer that I gained a little courage to speak up due to an incident involving just a robot victim shaming me and the other two for why it took so long to come forward about Liam that prompted YouTuber Lio Convoy to get into separate calls with
Rain with the 5. Heaton is a crybully. She won't fight you, Beckett. She'll run and cry. That's just as funny. Listen, as long as they do it publicly so I can laugh at them publicly, that's fine. It's fine with me. It's all good.
The victims to get a better understanding of the whole situation.
I remember Heaton calling Chuli a rat bitch. Dude. The more I find out about Chuli, the more I like Chuli. I really genuinely like this video. I didn't know what it would be like. I didn't know what the tone would be like. But this is actually banging. This is actually one of the best ACC videos I have watched. Genuinely. I'm really enjoying it. What a great fucking Easter treat.
Situation. I am well aware that Lio is a controversial figure, but I cannot deny that he has, since his involvement in my situations began, been extremely supportive and helpful in elevating my voice and what happened to me. If it weren't for his actions in both public and private making it clear that the way I was treated by both Liam and the community at large was wrong, I don't think I would have been able to find my voice and gumption as quickly as I did. Lio himself had actually
Beef Mats with the 5. People who are actively no mean words or woo are usually somehow worse than the people who say slurs. Yeah, I personally think so. So, okay, here's what I want to give Lio some fucking credit. Lio some credit. Somebody asked me recently why I give Lio time of day. And it's because, like, Lio is one of these people who I genuinely believe, for all the criticisms I have of him, actually does want to help people. Legitimately wants to help people. And I will defend that about Lio for all the insane shit that has happened. And it's one of the reasons that I am charitable towards him, because he's actually just not a dick. He's a fucking asshole at times. But he doesn't do this for clout. He's not, you know, I genuinely believe about Lio that he does it because he wants to help people. People can disagree with me, by the way. People can disagree with me. But, like, when there is, like, a push come to shove moment, he does actually try and help people. Helping people can get you into a lot of trouble. Certainly has with Lio. He's much better now. He has got better. He has got better. But yes, like, I am glad to hear that this has helped Shuli come forward with this shit. Partly because it gives me content, but also it's nice. I thought this about, like, including the girlies in the jar video. Like, it's nice to see them get a little fucking catharsis after the shit they had to deal with, frankly.
Been dealing with Feghost because of them giving him the infamous Spoctor call where Spoctor admitted to having CP on a hard drive past his 18th birthday, and when reaching out to me and the others to get the full story of Liam's actions became incredibly more hostile to them, cutting communication with them. Of course, because they're Liam, they reached out again, were shut down.
Lio, you made your bed, you chose to keep being a creep, and frankly, at this point, I don't even think the story you made about yourself is made up. If it were, you wouldn't have menaced a kid into keeping it from the public. It's also, I don't know about that, Lio, but sure. I also know you're back on Twitter and trying to come back. Stay gone, freak. I have no desire to speak to you.
Down while being called a freak and cut off again, only to then reach out again and ask for a call in the now defunct Senate server to plead their case and explain why they totally aren't a freak. This ultimately resulted in the Feghost Senate call that happened in December of 2023, and that leads us to what this section is about. As in the call, Lio confronted Liam about reaching out to
Am I going to hear a Senate call? Please help, my girlfriend watches you and she says I need to be nicer to you because you're British. She's right. That's how I'll help you, Slug. She's just right. Girlfriend sounds based.
my friend and another one of the victims, Ponder, via an email apology when none of us wanted Liam to reach out to us at all. Liam's response to this when interrogated by Lio is that they were told to send the email, to which Lio said that he knew who Liam was talking about and that that was a lie. Unfortunately, as someone else who knows who Liam was talking about, I regret to inform everyone that that statement is true, and the person in question was Nezi. In 2022, Nezi went out of their way to reach out to Liam via email, and from there got back in touch with them on Discord, where they then became friends. Nezi not only toyed with them.
How's therapy been doing all right? How's therapy been? You doing all right mentally? Gelly, therapy's been good. I've definitely got over a lot of things and kind of realized that I was really just broken from the start of things. And I think I like me better now versus a couple of years ago. Nezi, I'm glad to hear it. Do you think you'll ever come back or no? Gelly, that's a pretty fat maybe. Do whatever you feel's right. Also, I just want to highlight this. I really like the fact that Chuli shows screenshots and doesn't read them. Oh my god, it's so nice. Just gives me a chance to break stuff up. I know that, like, the story's insane, but I just think this is so well fucking put together.
On the idea of coming back to their platform, the one they used to lie to me about sexual assault and suicide while I was a minor and just generally abused me for years, but also directly encouraged Liam to reach out to us.
That's interesting. Maybe an apology to your friends will make you feel better, but it's up to you. I'll only do that if other people are ready to hear me. Ah, fuck off. Nezi, I'm sure they would. Gelly, well, while I do miss my friends, I understand why they wouldn't want to. Nezi, it's up to you. Like I said, do what feels right. You're going to be okay, you know that? I want you to know you're always going to be okay. Okay, so I think what Chuli's saying here, what I'm gleaning is the fact that Nezi knew what had gone on, and rather than, and like actively reached out to bring this person back in. And I'm going to preempt by assumption, just because I know the context here, that part of this is like just Nezi fucking hating Chuli because of Avi. Because, like, it's been, like, do you notice how quickly Nezi has turned on Avi in that call? I was so angry, I didn't know. But, like, you must have known a ton of this fucking shit, because you've been trying to fuck with Chuli for years. For years! This is fucking egregious, by the way. This is actually fucking egregious. Like, this is just undeniable. There's no, I was 19, there's no anything else. It's like, you have reached out to somebody who is a complete fucking psycho and tried to bring them back into the community despite knowing what they've done. How do you defend this? How do you defend this? Can't wait for the fucking... Listen. What fucking rationale is there for any of this? Completely fucking insane behavior. You're caught in 4K. The problem as well, when people go like 19, like, again, I was cringy as a teenager. But it was a significant period of time ago. And it's like, if you brought me stuff from like a decade and a half ago or something, I'm like, I'm a significantly different person. It's like, I'll accept that, like, when I was a teenager, I was a cringy fucking loser on the internet. Sure. But it's a very long time ago. Even with like when I started streaming, I talked about this in the video I just released, where it's like, I was really fucking soy when I first started streaming, because I've been really normified. And if people bring me like old cringe Beckett clips of me as a Twitch streamer, I'm like, yeah, I was really soy, but it was also years ago now. Which is crazy to think, like, fuck, that's so depressing. Occasionally I wake up and I remember how long I've been fucking doing this, and I'm like, oh, god damn.
Was, even at some point referring to us, their victims, as friends. So yeah, Liam was actually telling the truth there. How the fuck did you manage to make me have to confirm that the biggest liar I have ever known and probably ever will know was telling the truth? Well, the answer is that you're a giant liar too, and actually fucked up so bad that you ended up giving Liam a plausible out for an action they knew was wrong. They knew we didn't want to talk to them or hear anything from them. They even fucking voiced
Yeah, Falgi, you have become less soy. I'm legitimately proud of you. Becky, you never heard the Fagos Senate call? I haven't. If somebody wants to send it to me, we will listen to it. I am interested. I'm legitimately interested. I couldn't tell you. I think he just won favor. Okay. People got cozy with him. Around 26th Feb from the call. Okay. Fagos was an editor for most known ACC. Okay. I think it'll probably be better to let go at this point. Nezi, I would consider at least trying, maybe give peace of mind. Fagos, I don't think anyone's going to give me that luxury from what I've experienced so far. Nezi, well, remember, it's not about you, it's about them, and explaining your end and apologizing could give them some peace of mind. Maybe just send an email. I fucking hate Nezi. Fagos, maybe. I don't know. I know it's about them, and I empathize with their side of things. I've just had a lot of things happening IRL since, and it's been really piling on my head. Nezi, then do it when you're ready. At least try. Fagos, I sent an email. Nezi, nice. God damn it.
this to you, and you contested it. And even when you pushed them to send the one email, you then encouraged them to reach out to me and Clown Teeth as well, when if you actually had stepped back and bothered to talk to either of us about if we even wanted that, we would have told you immediately that we did not want to hear from Liam. Now you might be wondering how I even know about this and have these screenshots, and the answer is...
What are you on? Good evening, BX. We're watching through Chuli's video, going through some ACC stuff. So... It's wonderfully fucked. Some people need to understand that apologizing is just not needed. You've done too much. You cannot remedy that. Yeah. Jim murdered Terry, by the way.
Is actually quite simple. Nezi told us and gave them to us. So back in mid-2023, Ponder Clown and I were working on our Fagos video, as I mentioned in my last video. That video is high-key in limbo, and I don't know what the fuck is going on with it right now, but that's not important. One pattern of behavior we were, or are, again, I don't know, going to go over when it comes to Liam was how they tried to manipulate things behind the scenes constantly. Liam in particular was very focused on trying to pit people against me before everything came out, and would continue to do so after the fact for years. I discussed this lightly in my original videos about Liam, but during the time of 2023, when the three of us finally looked back on things together, we ended up finding a lot more. So wondering how far this pattern went, Ponder tagged everyone in her old server to ask if Liam had ever reached out to any of the people in there during or after the expose and tried to manipulate the situation like they had a pattern of doing. This is when Nezi reached out to
Nezi, I contacted Fagos forever ago because I was worried since they had a history of being suicidal. Sorry, I just need a second. I'm just like, guys, I was concerned about the suicidality. Can someone explain to me why anyone liked Nezi? Like, at all. At all. Nezi, you idiot. No, Nezi knew what she was doing. Nezi... CV. Nezi knew what she was fucking doing. I liked your video, Chud watch Beckett. Thank you, BX. It's nice to see Chud laugh. It's nice. I like the down the memory lane stuff. It was fun. I was confused about the whole situation and wanted to help encourage her to try and get help and be better. I talked to some friends and they encouraged me to officially cut them off a while ago. The last thing I did was make them write an apology and send it. I wanted her to buck up and give you all closure. Apparently, she only sent it to you, mentioning Chuli and Clown. She was remorseful in our conversations, and I thought she was getting better, but I guess not. I 100% understand if you're mad at me. I thought I was doing a good thing. I just don't fucking believe you. I just don't fucking believe you. I know too much about what you were doing behind the scenes to fucking believe you. Is this another jar? Nezi just wanted someone in their back pocket? No. No, it's actually not. What Nezi was trying to do, at least in my opinion, was manipulate the situation to fuck with Chuli. And got caught doing it and then did, oh no, guys, I was just trying to do the right thing. No. From everything I've seen, Nezi was trying to fuck with Chuli. That's why she did it. Nezi's biggest claim to fame was the Madame video and the Ponda collab on Akumu. Nezi could never build anything popular on their own. I'm not fucking surprised. Jobs just uploaded a video. Wait, really, Max? Fuck, it's gonna be a long week. If Chuli outing Fagos led to Dude. I'm actually really looking forward to doing the Carl video. I'm starting recording this week. If Chuli outing Fagos led to Fagos performing horrible Safaku, she should have been praised. Yeah. Listen, if I have one goal, it is to make things slightly less soy so people can at least, I don't know, be less perfect victims occasionally and not get fucking torn at. I'm still annoyed about hearing about this heat and shit. I need to see the evidence of it, but if that's pretty fucked.
To ponder in DMs and admitted to having befriended Liam long after them getting exposed and continued to be friends with them for over a year. Nezi never once reached out to us during the duration of this friendship with Liam to ask what we wanted or how we felt about them being in contact with them.
Yeah, because again, they were doing it to snipe at Chuli. Beckett's dyslexia gets worse with every comment. It really does. It's been a very long weekend. Good luck. I've been trying to get people to throw teeth for a while now. Hopefully you'll do better than I did. I don't know. Listen, again, I think some of it, and this is my genuine opinion, is that people weren't called out enough for, like, being kind of, like, moral and preachy at people in situations where it really wasn't, like, fucking just appropriate. It wasn't the core thing. I mean, there's this thing you get where, like, people will try and correct you on the minor things. And it's like, can we focus on the big picture here? Like, just the thing that's going on?
Proceeded was a recorded call between the three of us and Nezi, wherein we tried to get the absolute most info out of them that we could regarding this situation. One major thing is that Nezi admitted very early on to never having even watched my videos on the situation before deciding to reach out because they couldn't handle it because of their anxiety and just asked for a rundown from some friends, but also apparently were just fine to reach out to the abuser in the whole situation.
Drew.
So you hadn't seen the video, but you reached out because you saw that they were, like, pulling away from groups and whatnot.
I was aware of the whole situation through, like, a TLDR. I did not watch the video because I did not feel comfortable watching it because of my own anxiety.
Okay.
Oh, fuck off. I'm sorry. I needed to reach out to the person who was, like, abusing you and, you know, like, spreading insane lies about you and trying to convince you that you caused a suicide of a fucking sexual assault victim. I needed to reach out to that person, but I couldn't watch your video because of my anxiety. This person needs to be put in a fucking, like, padded cell. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. Like, just, like, can we bring back lobotomies? Like, this is insane. How did they get away with this? This is so insane. I know it was fine for me to reach out to the person, but I was really anxious, guys. Unbelievable. Unfucking real. Bro. Go in the fucking pain cube, Nezi. Yes. Unreal. It's so insane. Every single call with Nezi, there's always something else you're just like, I don't know how you got away with this. I literally, it makes me want to claw sections of my face out. I'm just like, this is not how anxiety works. Yeah. So I thought it'd make me really anxious. Maybe you should shut the fuck up then and not involve yourself. To be honest, this is token ACC behavior. Honestly, Nezi's pretty generic if you think about it like that. Yes, I don't disagree with you. And that's why all this shit is constantly fucking mocked on this channel. Because, like, again, I'm not here to hold anyone to account. I'm just here to laugh at you when you do really fucking dumb shit. Electrotherapy is still used. What, in a chair? So Nezi couldn't watch Chuli's video because of the anxiety, but it's okay reaching out to the creep? Yes. Yeah, insane.
I kind of avoided a lot of different commentary videos around that time because of certain drama made my heart rate really bad.
Mm-hmm. And according to Nezi, they reached out to several people within the SEC to ask for advice when it came to him being in contact with Liam, meaning several people knew Nezi was in contact with Faghost.
Okay. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't trust Nezi not to lie. Now, do I think Nezi would have told somebody like Doodle Tones from what Nezi's already been saying? Possibly. But even that, I'm actually gonna take a rare fucking moment. I'm not sure that Nezi would even tell Doodle Tones, and I'll explain to you why. Because, again, I don't think this was a charitable action of Nezi trying to help. I think this is Nezi trying to go for Chuli, and I think Nezi would have been as quiet as possible trying to get that done. Because again, chances are those DMs would never have leaked, right? So, like, Nezi could have done all that behind the scenes, stirred the pot and fucked with Chuli, and then clean hands. So why would Nezi tell anybody? So unless you can provide me evidence that other people knew, I'm not saying that they wouldn't have covered for Nezi. Unless there's like evidence of that, I think Nezi is like just being snaky. And I imagine going, oh, I actually told lots of other fucking people. It's like, well, you would say that because then it's like a defense, right? But I actually doubt that somewhat. Just my opinion. Have you seen Mormon Shaggy? Maybe. No, some confirmed they talked with Nezi. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Then she's just fucking dumb. If this is the Cloud Palace drama times, they absolutely would not have told Doodles. Because the SEC just had to clean house against people knowing still hanging out with the Palo. Okay. Cryohazard with 5. Can't wait for Nezziemonster to return for season 3 with their therapist on call, yelling at Lio with a voice changer just to be Nezi. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that.
The list given includes Kaden Monroe, Avi Haltman, Susie Doodletones, Ellie Welly Woo, formerly Ellie Momelli, Maybe Heaton. Both of you better fucking pray that maybe is a no, because I swear to God, if Miss Wildly Irresponsible knew that you were talking to Faghost after chewing out everyone in the Cloak and Dagger situation, there will be fire. Oh, and also Lio.
And just to reconfirm, can you relist the people who you...
I've just gone on this whole thing where I'm like, oh, I need to see some compensation. And I would like to see confirmation of that they were told. Because if that's true, that is actually fucking insane. That is actually fucking insane. Like, how? I don't understand how so many people knew about this. And again, this is part of the problem. Like, it just feels like Nezi was swept for by fucking everybody. And it's really difficult. Like a lot of the FCK drama is the drama of double standards. And I'm just like, you guys knew. And again, I think that there are like explanations of why people act the way they do. So I don't necessarily have like, you know, we're talking years ago as well. So I don't necessarily want to do the whole kind of like, well, people need to be held by account, because why the fuck would I? But it is one of those things when more and more stuff starts to come out about Nezi. Now it's like, is it unbelievable for you? Didn't you guys have like quite a few fucking hints about this over the years? It feels like you had a lot of fucking hints over the years. And I need to look into the cloak and dagger thing. It's on my list because I haven't looked into that. But it feels like there's lots of situations where like you've got one-to-one comparisons and like really one-to-one comparisons of shit happening. And then it's like, oh yeah, but it was fine in this case. And it's like, no, it's not. You're actually obviously sweeping. It's fine. People sweep for their friends. But like when we hit a point like this, it's like, well, I think at that point you have to just be honest about it. And like, what the fuck? These were fuck-ups. These were undeniable fuck-ups. It's so much worse. You're pausing too much. I hate using pause anti-criticism. Yeah, I am a commentator. Okay, let's let it play for a bit.
You think we're aware, or we're aware that you were in contact with Fake Ghost?
Kaden, Avi, Susie, Ellie, maybe Heaton, Lio, definitely.
Okay.
Lio, according to what I've talked with him about the situation, found out much later than everyone else and is the only one who really scolded Nezi for ever reaching out to Liam and condemned how gross it was for them to ever do so. Though Ellie also discouraged it and was apparently the one who convinced Nezi to cut contact with Liam. And actually, speaking of the cloak and dagger situation, Nezi apparently had the self-awareness that their actions may be treading closely to what they and everyone else had just got done railing people like Tippy and Dalsmic for doing, and when bringing this to Susie's attention, Susie apparently told Nezi not to worry because they're, quote, not the same.
And then I contacted Susie at one point because I was worried that the Key and Tippy situation was similar to this. And she said no, because there was a lot of different context to the relationship of what was going on.
I do not know how people keep coming to me and saying Doodle Tones didn't do as much wrong as you are saying they did Beckett. I don't know how we're gonna do this. Like, it is legitimately very, very fucking frustrating. It's legitimately starting to annoy me. Like, am I not meant to be pissed off about it? Because it feels like 4 years, Doodle Tones did everything they could to sweep for Nezi, right up until 2024, when they fucked off the internet. Over and over again, it feels like, from what I've heard from behind the scenes, people who've spoken to Doodle Tones, that Doodle Tones still doesn't fucking get it. And again, it wouldn't help with someone like me, but it's going to make it worse because it's like you don't seem to accept or understand or get or acknowledge why people are pissed at you. And it's like you did this. You took these actions consistently. The more that comes out over and over and over and over and over again is just more shit of you sweeping for Nezi. And it's like, you go through these situations where people morally grandstand over stuff. My computer's telling me to calm the fuck down. Right, okay. These are the standards that you have fucking set. These are the standards that you have set. I'm back. Might need a refresh. Okay, fuck. My computer's like, ugh, fuck. These are the standards that you have set. Over and over and over again. It's like, what am I meant to do? Because every time anyone digs a little deeper, anytime anyone has a little fucking scratch, it turns out there's another fucking layer of Doodle Tones doing something like this. And not just Doodle Tones either. Other people. It's actually just really fucking annoying. It grates at me because I feel like it's not, do you know, the thing is as well, I obviously dislike Doodle Tones. I obviously dislike this person. I'm honest about disliking this person. And yet, it's not me bringing the evidence to you. It is not me bringing the evidence to you. I am not breaking these stories. Other people are breaking these fucking stories to you. And then it's like, the criticism I have for Doodle Tones, along with a myriad of other fucking shit, is that Doodle Tones, for years, has swept and covered stuff up to do with the FCK. It's very specific to the FCK. And then it's very frustrating when people who I like, or people who I have a good relationship with, or even just an okay relationship with, come to me and say, well, Doodle Tones isn't that bad, they didn't do that bad. It's like, but you're doing literally what I'm criticizing Doodle Tones for. I'm trying to be really fair with my criticisms. I try and keep the doodle diapers memes to a minimum. I try and actually, like, legitimately fucking engage. And then it's like, well, what am I meant to do? When, like, is it like spills over to the criticism, like, of people who are doing this for it. I get it. I understand the arguments. In fact, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to tell you who's made these arguments, but I'll be honest about the arguments. It's like, well, what the fuck else is Doodle Tones going to do with their existence? And that's a big fucking part of it, I think, for some people. What the fuck else is Doodle Tones going to do with their existence other than this? And I get it. But in my opinion, that's not enough. Either it needs to be like an honest thing of Doodle Tones should be nowhere near any of these fucking situations ever again. And they can come back and make some fucking, like, I don't know, art, animation, fucking commentary shit I don't give a shit about. Or it's like, well, you know, this idea that Doodles just did nothing. If Doodle Tones had not swept for people like Nezi, then the shit that happened with the FCK would not have gone on so long. That's just the reality. That's just the reality. Doodle Tones was a community leader for a massive section of the community. If Doodle Tones had not swept for Nezi, this would not have gone on so long. Yeah, make a coffee. Does anyone disagree with me? Does anyone think that's an unfair assessment of the situation? Or why I'm, like, increasingly getting fucking frustrated with it? I just, it is annoying. It is annoying to me. And I try and, like, I just try and be chill about it, but, like, fucking... I think this is a really fair criticism. It's not Doodles did nothing. And, like, I've played the call between Doodles, Thuman, and Nezi. She is still fucking doing it. She is still doing it, and she still doesn't get why it's a fucking problem. Or why people are going to be critical of her. And, like, look, I'll be honest with you. Let's just be 5 by 5. Whatever fucking Doodle Tones does, if Doodle Tones comes back, I will still laugh at Doodle Tones. I will still take the piss out of Doodle Tones. At the same time, this is a legitimate criticism. This is me just being honest with my frustrations.
All right.
This was later confirmed with screenshots from their DMs showing that...
Am I wrong for staying in contact with Faghost? Well, Faghost wasn't a groomer, so I would say no. I sought her out via email to help I think Kea and Heaton know. Problem with Egil being in contact with V was that V did groom children and was an active danger to people in the community. Faghost is an active danger! Faghost gaslit 2 fucking minors into believing that they were responsible for a fucking suicide. And at the same time was claiming that they were sexually assaulting people. How is that not a danger? How fucking dumb are you? Pinker with a 5. Get a Starbucks, Becca. I do agree with you. Thank you. Thank you for the 5. Much appreciated. Oh, I don't think they're in active danger. You know, they just, you know, lied about a suicide and said that they were sexually assaulting people. It's completely normal behavior for the Cloud Palace. You don't need to be a groomer to be a danger. What the fuck? Yeah, exactly. Complete fucking insanity.
Because Liam didn't groom a child, Susie didn't consider them to be an active danger to the community. And... I'm just going to preface this with the fact that Susie has since apologized for what she...
Hey, it's been on my mind since the last time I talked to Laya, but I want to... When was this from? I want to apologize to you, Julian Clown. I knew of Nezi being in contact with Fagos towards the middle of 2023 and didn't tell you guys. My understanding of the situation was misinformed, and I thought it wasn't really a big deal that Nezi continued that contact. Of course, after that call with Lio and letting the Nezi call really sink in, I see now that damage my negligence had caused. I'm sorry. It appears I don't have contact with the other two, so if you could pass on this message too. If you knew that Nezi was doing this shit from late 2023, why are you then sweeping from Nezi in 2024? You knew, and you had examples of Nezi being a lying, manipulative bitch, and you did nothing about it. You continued on the same path. Kristen Ark, I want Nezi to come back and try to defend themselves somehow. It will go fine, Nezi, totally not a bait troll. Thanks for the time, buddy. So true. It's actually just fucking completely crazy.
Said about this and admitted to being misinformed. And while I personally don't want to hold any ill will towards her, it still miffs me that Susie didn't think once to redirect Nezi to maybe ask the actual victims of Liam. Just saying right now, as the person who was the youngest and most vulnerable victim of Liam, since, again, none of you bothered to ask, they're basically the same in my eyes. Vigil stayed friends with a predator while sharing spaces with his victims. You went out of your way to get back in contact with and befriend an abuser, which included lying to a minor about being a sexually violent deviant while you were sharing.
Are they talking about the one Lio had with Nezi? That is super recent. It's possible. I don't buy the misinformed thing. I think that's fucking bullshit.
Spaces.
I'm actually annoyed. I'm actually fucking annoyed.
With their victims. Fuck, you encouraged and are seemingly the biggest reason why they went through with contacting us when we did not want that, and even toyed with the idea with them about coming back to their platform. In a few ways, I would say you're worse than Vigil. Also, if the situation is how Nezi described it, which is anyone's guess because goddamn if Nezi doesn't put the bitch in habitual liar, then it sounds to me like no one told Nezi that they should actually, you know, talk to the victims they had a line of communication with and ask what they actually wanted out of the situation and how they felt about their friend or acquaintance bumping elbows with their literal abuser. It really makes me think because...
I should be clear as well. I don't know anything about Ellie Minnelli. I've heard things on both sides, but generally speaking, I think if their track record is actually trying to get sort shit out, then based, sure. And like, I did find out later, and I do believe that he probably would have called it out, what, like, just knowing him. Batman. I'm Batman. I'm Batman. How you doing? So Nezi wanted Fagos back to take down Chuli, while ignoring how bad optically aligning him would be. Well, Chuli didn't, Nezi didn't think they'd get caught, that's why. Because Nezi is a retard. So it's not complicated. The SCC is not beating the Luciferian Cabal allegations. Fuck. I noticed that people use them being misinformed as a get out of jail free. Like, do these people not have critical thinking skills? So I mentioned earlier that I fucked something up recently and like accepted it as a fuck up. And like, I was misinformed or like underinformed. But that's also like, again, I'm like, that's the reason this thing happened, because I was underinformed, but it's still kind of like my fault for remaining underinformed, right? Like there's something about that situation in particular that I don't want to get into. It's been resolved, but like I should have looked at that and wanted to be more informed, right? So it's like cool. So I'm not sweeping. I wasn't sweeping for anything, but at the same time, it's like I could have done more fucking digging and taken it more seriously, and that's a legitimate criticism of me. It's just like it doesn't fucking excuse anything, and at the same time, in that situation, I should be very clear. I didn't start giving opinions on the guilt or innocence of the person without knowing stuff. I didn't start being like, oh yeah, no, it doesn't really matter. I was just like, yeah, I'm just not really that interested in being involved.
Because again, Nezi
Where's my
didn't tell
boy
any
Timu
of us
Beckett
about this
Dickers?
until Ponder alerted her
was
old
around
server
earlier, I think.
asking if Liam had ever reached out so we could talk about that pattern of behavior in our video. And I just wonder that if that never happened, would we have ever known? Or would Nezi have kept that from us for way longer?
Yes.
Like the others kept quiet about knowing Vigil was talking to V Omega. Come to think of it, Nezi also lied about their knowledge of the FCK server and the minors in it being sent porn and being encouraged to make and post their own. It wasn't until Akumu talked to them while having access to the chat talking about it publicly that they admitted they knew
Well, I'm supposed to know these people now. It's very deep ACC stuff.
about Slimmers having their own NSFW chat despite being a minor.
And I have questions specifically because you've seen it, and you were in an interaction when they were sending porn, and the only thing that you sent was a little holy water meme. You didn't say anything about the fact that, well, Teddy at the time was like 16 or 17, Slimmers was 15 at the time, and then James was like 16. And those weren't the only minors in that Discord, but those are the three I can confirm at the time. And there was like just a fuck ton of porn sent in the server. Madlib sent porn, Lucy sent porn, Toasty sent a lot of porn. He sent most of it. What is with the porn spamming?
I don't know. He would do that in our conversations too.
Well, he wasn't the only one that did
It was
it.
just kind of.
I know.
It was just kind of the environment that
Oh, it's just kind of the environment, guys. It's kind of just the environment. You know, occasionally I do really feel like this, watching some of this shit. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is how I feel occasionally when I'm just like hearing the most fucking degenerate, broken stories.
Morning, and I saw something floating on the surface.
Ah. Was it Wilson the volleyball?
No, it was an arm.
Ah. Did he slap you 5?
No, it was a dead arm from a dead body.
Oh, that's terrible.
I'm a fucking
You seem
monster.
kind of
I really
psyched.
am.
No, I'm bummed. But I wasn't bummed. I was stoked.
The fuck is wrong with me? Ah! Okay, I want to go back on this call a little bit, actually. I want to hear some of this. Oh, okay.
They admitted they knew about Slimmers having their own NSFW chat despite being a minor.
And I have questions specifically because you've seen it, and you were in an interaction when they were sending porn, and the only thing that you sent was a little holy water meme. You didn't say anything about the fact that, well, Teddy at the time was like 16 or 17, Slimmers was 15 at the time, and then James was like 16. And those weren't the only minors in that Discord, but those are the three I can confirm at the time. And there was like just a fuck ton of porn sent in the server. Madlib sent porn, Lucy sent porn, Toasty sent a lot of porn. He sent most of it. What is with the porn spamming?
I don't know. He would do that in our conversations too.
Well, he wasn't the only one that did
it was
it.
just kind of.
I know.
It was just kind of the environment that Toasty built.
Yeah, it's just the environment that he built, you know, and we were all sort of like, yeah, you know, that's just Toasty. What can we do? But you did know, because you messaged him about it, and you knew what the optics looked like. And again, it wasn't like, oh, you know, this is fine. It's like, hey, people are gonna call you a fucking pedophile. If the environment is from a person, why not get rid of the said person? Because it's not just from Toasty. Look, Toasty's by far the worst offender. But there were plenty of other people in that server who were just as involved, just as happy to spam porn to minors, had no issue with it, saw no issues with it. Rain with the 2. Gib, thank you. Waifu with the 2 for the goal. Rain with the 2 for the sticker. Hydro Dancer for the 5. As someone who used to watch quite a few of these people, I feel like I'm getting flash grenades go off in my face every month. Yeah. Listen, happy to help. And do you know what else I'm happy to do? I'm happy to give you guys a sticker. Hell fucking yeah. Check you guys out. Check you guys out with a fucking sticker. You are smashing it today. And I'm super proud of you. I know that sometimes it can feel like the world's against you. That you don't know where to turn. You don't know where. Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. That's why you come and hang out in my chat. Come chill and watch things with me. Because we're all chilling here. It's nice. It's nice. Dude. This is a fucking killer video. Chile has actually outdone themselves. Sum that up. There you go. Based. Well done, guys. Super based. Okay. Didn't Doodles say they weren't in the server much? How the fuck would they know said environment? Ooh, an interesting point. An interesting point I hadn't caught, yeah. Well, that's because that Doodles activity in the server, from what I understand, is fairly low. But at the same time, it's also like, well, Doodles heard an awful lot from Nezi and then didn't do anything about it. Oh my fucking god, Doodle Diapers wasn't groomed into the diaper shit. She was already working around the kink before being found by her grandmother and went on to an alt account to continue the kinky roleplay. Yeah, the idea that Doodles was groomed into this is completely fucking retarded. It's insane. It's insane. Like, I never want to hear that fucking argument ever again, okay? There is no evidence anywhere that says Doodles was groomed into this. There's no groomer before the first sort of diaper shit posting. They could have been lurking in the server but not actually talking in it. That I kind of doubt, just from knowing the way Doodles acts and interacts, but it's possible, I suppose. But I also, with something like this, I don't want to throw, like, there's enough to throw at Doodles, in my opinion, without making shit up, you know? Again, I find it sus that Doodles had 2 accounts in that server, the FCK. Like, who does that? Didn't your hero Daddy Jim say never Discord, Beckett? He's right. He's right. And yet I have one. And he's right when he says it's gay. I mean, again, I think he finally installed Discord and then never used it when he was trying to get on a call over the boogie shit, which is legit funny. Anyway.
I do
yeah, and there
remember
were NSFW specific chats.
I do remember that. It's very interesting statement, Doodles.
I don't like the fact that he had an NSFW chat specifically for Slimmers for her art.
Well, yeah. But the NSFW
Which is one of the reasons why I left.
Led out of the NSFW.
That's one of the reasons I left. Well, that doesn't make any sense, does it? I left because I was uncomfortable about it. No. You called him out about it and then stayed in the server and then defended the existence of the server for like 2 years. That's what we call a bold-faced fucking lie. You fucking bitch. What the fuck? Platinum Ether with the $6.99. Only grooming I've seen is Beckett giving us gold stars every time we give him money. Diabolical. So, listen, we've got a good system going. I quite like the bunny goals as well. They're pretty fun. I like putting little moots in things. I'm gonna do more of those. It's gonna be great. We're getting Pavloved into giving Beckett money. Technically, you're getting Pavloved into playing Max, but yes. God, this is so fucking ridiculous. Nezi, I've done nothing and I'm all out of ideas. True, Bucci. With the 2. Follow closely with better go back to trying to fuck with Julie, I guess.
NSFW chats.
I seriously wonder if there's any correlation in the behavior displayed here, or if I'm looking too far into things and recognizing patterns where there aren't any. I don't know, it seems possible, especially since Nezi believed they're a victim in this situation for some goddamn reason. Yeah, not only did Nezi crash out in Heat Server about Liam and how they're so sick of being lied to and all that nonsense, but tried to do the same song and dance during the call to the victims of the abuser they were bumping elbows with. And it was just as awkward as you would imagine.
I really want to yell at her. I want to so bad.
What, at Faghost?
Yeah.
Who? Oh.
This is like the 5th time I've been lied to by someone, and I can't. I want to scream.
Oh my god, that's fucking crazy. That's actually fucking crazy. That's pretty based, actually. That's very funny, but that is insane.
Okay.
No, Nezi. In the words of your now ex-buddy Heaton, in a situation where they actually apply now, you don't get to play the weeping, tragic victim. You went out of your way to befriend someone who hurt people you knew. You chose the abuser over your friend and 2 other acquaintances who did nothing to harm you. You're not a victim except of your own stupidity, and no one here is going to let you play that.
Yeah. I disagree with Trudy. This isn't stupidity, this is malice. This is what malice looks like. I don't like, and again, I'm not really fucking doing this like, Trudy, you're wrong. It's okay. Trudy is kicking, she's being way more fucking charitable than I'm being, frankly. She is killing it. This is fucking banging. This video deserves to do a lot fucking better than like nearly 16k views. This video is fucking great.
That role, especially me. You don't get to pretend that you just didn't know about what they did and say that Liam lied to you when the only reason you didn't know is because you didn't care to know. You didn't do your due diligence and felt more empathy and compassion for the perpetrator of harm than you did the victims of it. And that's why we're here. You're not a victim of Liam. You're just a robot reaching out to Cinny Bear, not knowing what the fuck he's talking about and eating up everything Cinny says. To answer another question I'm sure you guys are asking, that being why it's taken this long for me to talk about this even though I've known since late 2023. Firstly, when this did happen, I still really hadn't found my voice yet, as this was just after I talked with Lyle for the first time, and still a while before the Faghost Senate call. I was just coming out of a period of over a year and a half where I had been gaslit into feeling bad about being angry at someone who hurt me like Liam did. And it wouldn't even be until October of 2023 that I even felt okay calling people out again. And at that point, it was specifically Liam that I was calling out. And granted, I did get much louder after that point, and am currently in a state where I will ether anyone with no regard, because I truly do not care anymore. Secondly, I was worried that if I did give Nezi the verbal beatdown that they deserved, they would clam up about the situation and or be less willing to give over the screenshots and information that they had. And after seeing how Nezi had been treating me after I did put the heat on them last year, which had been to block, badmouth, and out personal shit about me, largely because of false information about me that their boyfriend at the time had been feeding them, but that's besides the point. I think I made the right call here.
Hold on.
After seeing how Nezi had been treating me after I did put the heat on them last year, which had been to block, badmouth, and out personal shit about me, largely because of false information about me that their boyfriend at the time had been feeding them, but that's besides the point.
So okay, so here's the thing. So I'm saying malice for a lot of the shit that Nezi does. But like, generally speaking, I want, what was the timeline of this? Because like Avi and Nezi have been together for a significant amount of time, right? And this is why I'm calling it malice. Because I think a lot more of this is malice than some just gentle. Oh, it's not that bad. It's just an accident.
point, I think I made the right call here. I believe that even if you believe someone has done wrong or been a bad person, if you've done something legitimately condemnable to them, you should still apologize. And thirdly, this was when I still had faith in some of these people, and I really wanted to believe that Nezi was sincere about their remorse, despite how angry that call made me feel. But again, after how Nezi had treated me last year, fuck that. The switch up was insane. In that call, they were so pathetic and remorseful, even telling me, you can yell at me if you want, which, yeah, we'll get into how long that lasted. You can yell at me if you want. Whatever happened to that, Nezi, you fake fuck. I'm so tired of bitches feigning self-awareness and remorse, just to turn around and get all pissy when they're still catching smoke from me. Liam did it, Nezi and Avi have done it, Kaden has done it. Yeah, remember that guy who sexually harassed me when I was a minor? Who educated me about BDSM when I was 15 and spammed gifts of sex toys when I was underage? Well, apparently me talking about that is me.
Heads up, I'll be locking down my account for the coming week. I've been dealing with a harassment campaign since late September, and in the safety of my friends and my community, I need to lock down and spend the time to make a statement. Please be patient with me. Oh, interesting.
And spammed gifts of sex toys when I was underage? Well, apparently me talking about that is me leading a harassment campaign against him. Yeah, way to go, Kaden. And you too, Blaze. You know what? Let's talk about it. Blaze the weirdo, fitting fucking name, who I'll be calling Blaze, is Kaden's current girlfriend and has been such since long before the time these incidents were happening. And since the start of when Kaden was confronted about these past actions back in May last year, bordered ever closer and closer to straight up apologia for him before just fully committing. She's been subtweeting me and others talking about Kaden since everything became public, telling how I better watch my mouth about her creep of a boyfriend.
I have a temper as delicate as a landmine right now. I'm trying my best, but if anyone fucks with me and mine a little too heavily, they're going to find out. God, these people are fucking insufferable, aren't they? Guys, if you come after me, I've got a real temper. I've got a temper. These fucking people. Lio dropped a call with these two right now. Yeah, I know. We're going to watch it after this video. One of the reasons that I waited for this is because I did ask Lio when... I asked Lio when the Chili call video came out. I was like, well, can I have the Abby call? And he was like, no. But... So... You have no idea? Okay. Let's go.
To not set off her temper and saying, we're playing stupid games now? But when I talked more about her boyfriend's actions on my follow-up stream. Of course, only for this bad bitch energy to completely evaporate along with her tweets once I clapped back as they both ran away to blue sky. What the fuck's...
Every fucking time. Potato with a 5. Unrelated, but I just crushed a watermelon with my bicep. Congrats. GG07. Blue sky really is a fucking, like, pedo paradise, isn't it? Absolutely fucking ridiculous.
Good, Blaze. If you're gonna take this route, stand on business with your weirdo boyfriend and show everyone what freaks you are, or shut the fuck up. For a quick refresher, since I kind of just barreled full steam ahead into this topic, Kaden Monroe is a creator that I talked about in my video on Heaton when I was detailing a list of experiences I had being sexualized, groomed, and or sexually harassed by adult men in my online spheres when I was a minor. I'll go ahead and play the clip of what exactly I said about Kaden specifically. And on that day, I even got into a conversation with him about sexual preferences and innocently remarked how all of my friends in the SCC had a specific preference, except for one man that I knew. That man being Kaden, who is known online as Kaden Monroe, and he was 27 at the time. You might notice that it's a little weird that a 15-year-old would know the sexual preferences of a 27-year-old man, and that's because it is, and bad stuff was indeed happening behind the scenes. The
fucking wood chippers every time. Hey, waifu, how you doing? How we traveling? Good. This video is fucking incredible. I can't find... I know there's a group chat with Julian, but if you do me a favor, message Julian and just tell her how fucking... This is, like, unironically, probably one of the best ACC videos I've ever watched. Unironically, it is fucking great. Julie absolutely cooks in this. Do let her know. Holy shit. Like, what the fuck?
I'm just gonna lay it straight. When I was 14, 15, I was essentially groomed by several adult men in the SCC/adjacent into entertaining their sexualities, which we can see happening in my DMs with V Omega.
But, like, you understand why I'm so unsure, right? Yeah, I've seen worse on DA, though. You should be good. I think it's good fan service. True. Is there going to be Kale Ludes? Yes. I hope they heck each other. It's fucking so gross.
Where I was basically taught that being sent porn and having sexual conversations with adult men.
Well, I'm just curious if I should announce to people in the Luders chat in my server that there's not safe for work pick of seven finally. Spoil them. Bro. Like, how do you like, this is actually completely indefensible. There is literally no defense for this. You're talking to a 15-year-old, you fucking freak. Wood chipper. Lol, Via Mega. Oh, okay. I've run that freak off twice now. I'll still have a promise to keep to him. It's fucking ridiculous.
Was normal. I'm not saying it was a coordinated effort necessarily, but it was more than one man. It was several men, and I entertained them when I was 15 as I was taught to. That is until I was about halfway through 16 and I stopped and started pushing back. Now, I haven't been friends with Kaden or been close to him in any regard for a while now. And for a long time, I just had vague negative feelings about him with no true understanding of why. And
oh, as a separate thing, Malik, I didn't reach out to Julie because I didn't want to bother her. Like, she put out a 2-hour video, but fuck, if she ever wants to talk about this or like there's more, whatever, and I can lend a hand, let me know. But yeah, this is just fucking it's such a good breakdown.
And that little mention of him in V's DMs was my only breadcrumb, but nothing beyond that. That is until I searched through my DMs with a friend who I vented to a lot back in the day, and I found instances back in 2019 when I detailed a list of times I was sexually harassed by Kaden, wherein the gist is basically that he would push.
Kaden was making me real uncomfortable and stuff because I literally kept fucking saying stop when he would mention gross sexual stuff, and then he'd talk about it more. He's done that like 4 times now, and only one time he backed down because blank also got on him about it. Fucking. You've confirmed the lion head? Jesus Christ.
Sexual boundaries, often under the guise of comedy, either by comments directly crudely sexualizing me, or by posting and saying very inappropriate, often explicit things.
Because he kept saying I was sucking dick on stream, and I literally said, please stop insinuating that, and then he did it like 2 more times and wanted to act like a little cunt. When I pointed out to chat that he wasn't fucking stopping. Like, fuck off, you stupid cunt, and learn some fucking discipline. 28-year-old retard, I swear to fucking God. Based! Fucking 2019 Chuli is based.
Front of me. One of these instances happened publicly on a friend's live stream, who I don't blame because they were extremely high at the time and were barely listening. I have the audio from that incident, but I don't want to post it because I would be so uncomfortable with that being public because it's so humiliating and demoralizing. But just know that in every instance, I would ask him, beg him to stop, and to him it meant keep going and try to justify why it was okay for him to do that. And the one time he did stop is because another adult witnessing what was happening shut it down very sternly. But that didn't stop him from repeating the incident again when they weren't around. Now, evidently, I knew how to stand up for myself in the moment, but I didn't know how to ask for support or coordinate a confrontation at the time. When I basically rediscovered all of these locked memories in the middle of writing this script, I had a really bad few weeks, to say the least, and it's a big reason why this video is coming out as late as it is. I told my friends what happened, including the one who shut Kaden down initially, and they helped me set up a confrontation with him. In that call, I even played the audio to him when he did harass me on the stream, and he did profusely apologize for what he had done. And he did do what I asked of him, which was to take a break from his platform for a couple of weeks while he reflected on the knowledge of his actions. He knows that I'm talking about this publicly, and I expect him to address it publicly in his own words as well. Originally, I was going to say something here about how I'm not personally coming forward with this information because I want to destroy Kaden's career and whatever he's doing online, but I realize it shouldn't matter. I should be able to come forward about this for whatever reason I want. I don't want what happened to me as a minor in these communities to be a dirty little secret. And just like with Faghost, I don't think it's fair to make a victim cater to the person who victimized them just because the victimizer is afraid of consequences. In my follow-up stream, I had read out this apology and then stated...
That's really fucked. That's just really fucked. There's something about Chili that I quite like. And like it's this thing of like whenever I hear so like I don't want to fucking break anybody. Like I just want, you know, some reflection. They seem like pretty genuine about the way they approach things in a way that's not just give me sympathy, give me sympathy. I noticed this during the jar stuff. They don't do this, just give me sympathy. Like, I want to be a victim, put me front and center. They don't do this shit at all. And it is, like, fucking infuriating seeing some of this stuff just unfold. It's like, dude, what the fuck? You know, like, I when I was going over some of the stuff for the last video, I was looking through some of the kind of other streams that people had, and people were like, well, you know, I wouldn't say it was wrong to be on a panel with minors, you know, you could debate minors on lots of things. I'm like, no, I what the fuck are you talking about? No. There is no reason why you should be, like, fucking, there's no, like, reasonable reason why you should be regularly interacting with people below the age of 18. I think the one time I have had a debate with somebody online and they were under the age of 18, they were 17, and they were, like, interested in one particular topic that had come out of a debate I'd had, and they got on at me about it, and I was like, that's fair, and it's an interesting point. They came on and discussed it. We had a discussion for like an hour and a half, and I literally told chat, this person is 17, don't say anything fucking shitty about them, or I will ban you. It is the only time I've done that, and they have been the only fucking exception. Because they made very, very good persuasive points on Twitter, and I was like, it's unfair for that not to be heard, because you seem to care about it. It should be handled with the utmost delicacy when you are talking to somebody online who is under the age of 18. And there were very, very, very few instances where it is even necessary. And yet it seems to happen all the fucking time in these communities, and it seems to lead to some of the most fucked conversations. I do not get it. I do not get how you can defend this shit. And this isn't even somebody who's like fucking 19. This is somebody who's like 27, 28. I'm sorry for my actions and the precedents I set around you in the server. I'm sorry for the wordage I used when you were clearly uncomfortable that was being said, and I'm sorry for not acting my age. This has been tough for me to grasp over time. We last talked about this, and I feel like saying I've grown as a person is not enough, so I plan to make precedents to make sure that I take what you've talked about to heart and to work on what needs to be done. I'm like, I don't know what you like. I think this is one of those things where you call like having sexual conversations with a minor who's telling you to stop and you continue doing it. I think that's one of the situations, like, I don't know, maybe it's time to log off and go touch grass. I don't know. And it's kind of like the Destiny thing where it's like, well, how much time of self-reflection is reasonable before you just carry on? And again, a load of this stuff happened years ago. Kaden might be a completely different fucking person. I don't know. But it sounds entirely fucked, frankly.
that there were things I had heard from Kaden that made me disbelieve the authenticity of it, but I didn't go into detail on exactly why, as I wasn't entirely sure whether I had permission to speak on what I heard about. I have since, however, received such permission and now have no reservations on whether or not I should. So the day the video came out, there was a call in an SCC resolution server or something involving Kaden and Blaze. It was mainly to clear up what exactly was.
Sorry, PX. I'll use that. It's true. We can use your pronouns. Does anyone disagree with me here? Is anyone just like I don't mind a temperature check. I don't mind a temperature check. Does anyone don't be like streamer wants to burn someone to the fucking ground. Let them. Does anyone disagree with me here? And that's open to lurkers as well. I know you guys are chilling. Does anyone think I'm being unreasonable in that take? Because I'm actually, I don't know, I'm hearing this and I'm just like, this is fucking mental. This entire thing is just fucking mental. I knew this would be heavy, but like, and I've openly said I don't want to go through some of the Rin stuff because I know how heavy it is, and I'm just like, smoke break maybe. Do you guys want to pause for like 2 seconds? I don't want to pause. I'm just like, yeah, maybe it needs 2 minutes. Maybe it needs 2 minutes. Yada yada, staring at the boy. At the void, yeah. Oh, it gets worse? Oh, fantastic. Awesome. Great. Mate, amazing. We want a dino segment. We'll have a dino segment over the lyrical. We'll play dinosaurs for that. I won't even give you a chat goal for it. We'll just have dinosaurs. I think what really nails home the sitchiness is their reaction to Chuli talking about it. Did I miss that bit or is that coming up still? Oh, fucking fantastic. That's coming up still. Are you drinking Coke? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I replaced energy drinks with, because I still need some caffeine. There are parts of this that legitimately piss... Fuck. Oh, fuck. Legitimately piss me off. Palette cleanser. Oh, fuck. I'll pick one of the palette cleansers. I'm a nice bird for a second. Nice pelican. Oh. Oh, okay. I like some of this, I just don't know what to say about it. Pelicans are bastards, yeah, but they're funny about it. Off topic, but have you seen Gaslight District, Beckett? Yes, I have. It's really good. I hope it gets picked up for a full series. If you guys haven't seen Gaslight District yet, you should watch Gaslight District. Gaslight District is legitimately really fucking good. It's been a while since I've seen something like that. I'm like, oh, this is different, and the story's interesting, and it's like the rating's fun. The characters are interesting. The designs are great. Oof. I'm a strong believer in people getting better and being given the chance to grow and change. So it's almost always the volatile reaction people have that makes me pissed. Yeah, like, and I said this about kind of, it's like, you know, like, this was years ago. I don't know whether they've changed, but I'm just like, fuck. I don't know. There's a point. Okay, so here's kind of the line though, Mally. It's like, there is an age line to this. And once you're over the age of about 25, when you're doing certain things, it is kind of like, what the fuck are you doing? Where can you watch it? It's on YouTube. The pilot's on YouTube for Gaslight District. Why did you have on-demand pelicans ready to go? Oh, Beatles sent me a pelican. Yeah, no, it's just unreal. Just unreal. Okay, let's get back into it. We've still got a long way to go. We still got a long way to go and another call after this. It's going to be a very, very long stream.
Said in my video and get everyone on the same page, since that video was apparently a fucking nuke to the community. Anyways, the contents of this call are what led me to believe that this apology from Kaden was full of shit, because the public-facing reaction when being confronted with his actions versus how he talks and acts about what I said were two completely different things. For instance, the part of my video where I talked about Kaden was played in the call. His literal first words to hearing me say that I would not post a clip were "fuck you," followed by him and Blaze shitting their asses over how I was making him look worse by not posting the clip. I have the audio from that incident, but I don't want to post it because I would be so uncomfortable with that being public because it's so humiliating.
Fuck you.
Excuse me?
What was it?
I saw the footage. They shared it with me. The context was clear. And they removed it and are making me look worse.
Yeah, for some reason, they both felt really entitled to having the video clip of Kaden sexually harassing a minor that was repeatedly telling him to stop be public, which is really funny considering.
Okay, cool. Fuck this guy. Now it gets easy. Though I just lost a dinosaur. Fuck. Now it gets easy. Now it's fucking easy because now fuck this guy. Oh my god, I was worried for a second. I was worried that I'd have to give a complicated take. Oh, I hate having to do that as a drama streamer. I don't like thinking, guys. You know that. You know that. I'm just a retard who laughs at shit online. Let's get back into it. Fuck this person. So easy. So easy. Based. Okay, cool. Let me rescue a dinosaur from under my desk.
Considering that me not posting the clip was inadvertently doing him a favor, because everyone who's listened to it has been made extremely uncomfortable, with some saying that the clip actually makes him look worse than how I presented him in my video, especially because the piece of shit is giggling the entire time I'm fucking begging him to stop. The biggest gripe they had was that by not including the clip, I was removing context. What context? Well, the only thing I could gather in terms of context was that the sexual harassment was done as a joke that was not meant to be taken sexually, even though
guys, I was just joking with the 15-year-old. What are you talking about? Don't you regularly joke with 15-year-olds about sexual stuff? That's weird. It's totally new. Totally fucking normal. What an absolute spastic. Hey guys, I think we need the full context out of what a piece of shit I am. Fucking idiot.
the joke was repeatedly saying that I, as a 16-year-old, was sucking my adult friend 10 years my senior's dick. I don't give a fuck that it was a joke. That was unambiguous sexualization of a minor. And the fact that it was said in the manner of, haha, porn is my humor, doesn't matter? Also, I mentioned in my video that the things Kaden said to me and posted in front of me was often done as a joke. Wherein the gist is basically that he would push sexual boundaries, often under the guise of comedy, either by comments directly crudely sexualizing me, or by posting and saying very inappropriate, often explicit things in front of me. A quick question though, does that change the fact that those jokes were still A, sexual in nature, B, making the underage recipient uncomfortable, which they voiced, or C, just to repeat, directed at a minor 11 years your junior? If the answer is no, which it is, then
I'd like to once again take a moment to point out that I, the drama streamer, am significantly less of a shitty person than apparently the people who are meant to all care about this shit. I am fucking losing my mind again every time. I want one drama where I'm worse than the person. I just want one where I'm like, I'm actually worse than you. That's fine. That'd be nice. I'd enjoy that.
it's not ground-breaking, perception-altering context that is going to make you look any better. Let me explain something real quick. There were 2 reasons I did not show the clip. The first is that it's humiliating and I'm the victim of what happened. It's my story to tell, and if I don't want to publicize a clip of me being sexually harassed as a minor to the whole of YouTube, despite how much the guy who sexually harassed me wants me to because he thinks it'll make him look better, then that should be my decision. The second reason is that I did not want attention to shift to the host of the stream, who was incidentally revealed in my follow-up stream was Ponder Sprocket. I was nervous and pretty certain that if I said exactly who the other adult was in that stream, despite the fact that Liam was also there, didn't mention that part either, focus would have been taken off of Kaden and put onto Ponder. For a few reasons, I didn't want that, and I didn't want blame for what happened to suddenly be pushed onto her. Not only, as I mentioned, was Ponder intoxicated in that stream and wasn't even paying attention to what was going on, but even then, she still stepped in and stopped things. She was also the one who I mentioned made him take down his lewd sex toy gifts and told him that shit was not allowed. Ponder is the only adult that I had who, when she saw this shit happening, shut it down. She made an effort to protect me when she saw adults being irresponsible, and what Kaden did isn't about her. It wasn't her job to make sure that Kaden, someone she trusted, wasn't sexually harassing a minor and detailing BDSM to them. I'm sure she trusted her friends to fucking be adults and not do that. And again, when she did see shit slip, shut it down. Kaden was an adult. Kaden knew better. Anyways, guess what Kaden and Blaze tried to do that entire call?
Like, let's be frank. I'm very much on fucking edge around Ponder as of late.
Why?
Ever since the call, I cannot, I don't know. I cannot fucking trust her worth a damn. I just can't.
What did she do that made this massive breach of trust?
First of all, this was her server.
Yeah.
Okay? She did not do her due diligence in her own server before involving minors in it.
All right.
Okay? So we were associating with each other the way that we always had.
Mm-hmm.
We were making jokes.
Be a problem.
I'm gonna be upfront with you, Ponder. You are not blameless in this.
I'm aware. I've apologized to Julie countless times. Well, not countless times.
I know you've
multiple
apologized
times.
to her. I know you've apologized to her.
What the? Okay, fuck. Just to level here. Obviously, I've had good interactions with Ponder, okay? And I have chat with Ponder, I've DM with Ponder. Ponder, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, was actually very receptive to me asking questions and very open about the FCK stuff. I will actually defend Ponder, and I have spoken to Akumu about it. And I've had my criticisms of Ponder. I still have criticisms of the way Ponder has handled certain things. Whether it's with the FCK, or whether it's with Senate, or whatever. But some of this stuff is so fucking cut and dry around, like, how Ponder has acted, that it's just, like, it's very easy to kind of see that Ponder does not get, like, Ponder, like, is one of these people who, and you can see this in the fucking Rosa call, regardless of who, like, her friends are, she will step in to take a moral position. Like, she is very consistent. And it's annoying to watch this be pushed on Ponder when it seems very obvious from everything I know about Ponder that they would step in. It doesn't actually sound like they have huge amounts to, like, step into. Nothing that happened in the Senate was her fault. I'm not saying it was her fault. I'm saying, okay, what's a good way to put this? In the same way that Lio got kind of used as a cudgel, so did Ponder. This is actually annoying. It's actually fucking right. This is actually Ponder is a fool guy, yeah. You gotta remember, one of the first things I heard out of Ponder directly was the Sasu call, which, I mean, actually, do you know what? Even with the Sasu call, Ponder's mentioned the Sasu call to me. We've briefly discussed it, and Ponder is not defensive when, like, facing criticism. I can't really fault Ponder for this. Ponder legitimately just... Ponder is one of the few people who I have seen who looked at the Sasu call and right seems off the bat to have gone, yeah, this was fucked. It's because they know Ponder is A, the most respected voice in the room, and B, the easiest person to make the fall guy, yeah. The Sasu call was 100% my fault and no one else's? No, that's not true. That's actually not true, liar. I will tell you when something is 100% your fault, buddy. Believe me, I have no fucking issue doing that. The Sasu call is actually not 100% your fault, and weirdly, in the Sasu call, you're one of the people least at fucking fault, frankly. Why are you coming in here falling on a fucking sword? If the Sasu call was Lio just bitching out Sasu, it wouldn't be a fucking issue. Crystal, I think, is more responsible for shit that went wrong in that fucking Sasu call than you are, Lio. My server, my call, I bear the responsibility. Fight me IRL. Why? I can fight you online. Get on my fucking level.
I get that. But this situation is painted with a brush that conveniently omits you.
That's up to Chuli.
And puts other people under a light. I don't like that.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. This is from Chuli's perspective. And it's about who Chuli is concerned with. This isn't about whether or not all things are equal. If Chuli has decided that Ponder doesn't play that much of a role in their trauma, that's not something we can judge. We can complain about it maybe and talk about, you know, lack of consistency or lack of broad idea, but that's truly...
I understand that.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, that...
Can I have that call? Can someone send me that call, please? I don't know if the call that's come out from Lio is a new one. Can I have that call, please? I'd quite like that call, please.
The entire call was filled with Kaden and Blaze using methods, some discreet, some bold, to push blame onto Ponder or downplay and distance Kaden from his past actions. One of these included Kaden using our favorite line of, "I'm a completely different person
the one I
than
just released. Okay, based.
Was then."
Based.
I am in no way happy with my actions from back then. I am a completely different person than I was back then. Anybody who's been around me or anybody who's talked to me, I have a feeling, Autumn, you and I knew each other back then.
Yeah.
You can I bet you, and I'm saying this more of a just assumption, that you can tell that I'm a completely different person than I was back then right now.
It's been a while. I think we rarely spoke.
I can't fucking do this shit. Blaze went on to use this as grounds to make the claim that how I presented the situation versus what actually happened were two wildly different things, basically full on implying that I was being disingenuous, which, ironic.
I understand that, I do. But her perspective on it versus the truth of it are two wildly different things. She can keep that in the video, she can paint it however she wants in that video. But I know what happened. And I don't like what I'm seeing.
There was also Kaden vehemently repeating himself that he was never sexual towards me and only ever was around me, which is just fucking not true, as evident by the prime example in my original video. Even if you were never sexually attracted to me, as you've stated and as I believe, how the fuck is repeatedly telling me that I'm sucking off my adult friend, not sexualizing me, and being sexual towards me?
What the fuck am I meant to do with that? As a statement, don't worry, I made the sexual jokes, but I wasn't actually attracted to you. It's such a weird fucking cop-out. Also, congrats on the dirt bike. I'm glad it's finally come through. Oh my god. Fuck me!
You directly involved me in the sexually charged joke. There's also a lot of shit that you did that can be argued as being sexual towards, which is why I felt the need to speak out about more of the shit you did in my follow-up stream, which I'll be repeating here. Because I knew that Kaden was going behind the scenes trying to paint a wildly different picture than what actually happened, intentionally or no. The most egregious example that I can remember is when I made an uninformed comment about BDSM as an either 14 or 15-year-old when Kaden would have been 26. I don't remember the exact thing brought up, but it had to do with the lack of control in a sexual partner, probably through bondage, which Kaden is into. And when I heard him detailing said lack of control, I made the comment of either, "That's rape," or "That's rapey," because it weirded me the fuck out and I did not like the situation he was describing. And instead of realizing that he maybe shouldn't be talking about his BDSM fantasies in front of a freshman in high school, he flew off the handle and started screaming at me about how I was calling him a rapist, and decided that I needed to be educated on the topic. He then proceeded to show me this table, which I recall.
What the actual fuck? What? Are you fucking high? There's a point as well, like, the older you get, the less and less you kind of get the excuse of, like, I've changed. Because, like, usually, when you're, like, my age, you need something dramatic to happen for you to kind of, like, go, oh, that's the thing that changed me. Like, I'll give you just a personal example. Again, you know I love doing this. It's like, I changed after the death of my mother. Like, I significantly flipped up. I'd spent years as a lurker online, with a very, very, very small digital footprint, to being like, I should stream and do things and talk to people and put myself out there and do, like, make content and, like, stream because, like, I've watched that for years. It's something that interests me. Like, there's a thing that happens that's kind of traumatic or, like, a big event, and it changes your fucking behavior, right? And when I started streaming, I was very soy. I was very, like, I had a normal Twitch setup with subs and followers and all that shit and chat on screen all the time. And then the pedophile panel happened. And because of the outcome from that, it changed how my structures worked. It changed how I ran my streams. Like, you get, like, linchpin moments, and that's how being older works. But, like, when you've got something like this, where there's no linchpin moment, there's just, like, kind of it got swept under the rug. It's like, I don't believe you fucking changed. I don't believe you've changed. I can't see any, like, legitimate thing. When you're younger, it's a lot fucking easier. He's taking this coming out as a harassment campaign. He just tried to privacy complaint her video. Dude, the what panel? Go and watch my new video. Just go watch my new video. Just go watch my new video. Go watch my new video. I'm actually pretty pleased with that. I'm pretty pleased with that.
Him saying was one of his favorite images, explaining the difference between BDSM and abuse. Fucking awesome. Yeah, the other shit.
Also, by the way, listen, people are going to talk about this, and someone like Kaden can privacy complain all they fucking like, but I promise you, bro, I promise you, if you start privacy complaining, I'm not, like, for me, for example, I'm not going to be too fucking worried about that. I've got other platforms I can talk on. I can scream about it on Twitter. Don't be dumb. Shut the fuck up. Stay shut the fuck up. Or, like... either provide very strong evidence as to why this is not accurate, because it seems like going back to 2019, and here's usually a litmus test. If I don't have DMs of a thing happening, but I have DMs of someone like Trudy talking about it in 2019 happening, it probably fucking happened. Like, I've got a good litmus test for that, because Trudy's talking about it years ago. So, it's one of those where, like, hey, listen, you wanna fucking Streisand effect this? Be my fucking guest. But I don't know how that's gonna go for you, bro. Take it from a drama streamer. Listen. Ask the last person who fucking struck my channel, because that got them back into the zeitgeist for a little bit, frankly. I've no one talking about them for 4 years.
Like you spamming gifs of sex toys because haha porn and linking up pinup galleries right in front of me can be argued as you being sexual around instead of towards, which didn't fucking matter because I wasn't just a passive bystander. I told you these things made me uncomfortable, and I have proof from the time of me talking about how you always contested my discomfort and downplayed the sexual nature of things you were exposing me to. This, on top of the whole educating me about BDSM, are just more and more examples of you desensitizing me to sexual content as a child, which is a grooming behavior and really set me up for a great time with all of the other surrounding men I had to deal with. So while I don't believe that Kaden wanted to groom me into a sexual or romantic relationship, I do believe grooming tactics were at play and that I was groomed into being okay with and even entertaining sexual.
Here's what's insane about this as well. Like, here's what's actually fucking crazy. Like about this. And this is like at the start of this section, I was like, I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how much someone has to change. If it was the case where like this came out and Kaden was like, listen, I was just a fucking asshole. I was like talking shit on Twitter. And I understand that this like hurts some feelings. I probably need to reflect on that behavior. Trudy's not accusing me of grooming or anything. But obviously like this contributed to a discomfort. And that was like a really fucked thing to do. I should have paid attention. I shouldn't have been having the conversation around a minor in the first place. That was really fucking ridiculous. But like, listen, not grooming, not interested in it. But it's this basic thing of like, have some shame, you know? Like, maybe you shouldn't be like this whole thing of like not safe for work channels and discords. Why the fuck are you gooning with other people in the first fucking place? What the fuck are you doing? Like, what is wrong with you? And then to come out and be like, it's a harassment campaign. It's like, well, like, it kind of looks like you've been called out for doing something that was a little bit fucked. A little bit fucked. Like, in comparison to a lot of the other things that, like, are even in this video. That, like, it's not the worst thing that somebody involved in this situation has done. But your reaction to it's like, okay, cool, well, fucking wood chipper then. I don't fucking know. Seems pretty fucking simple, really, honestly, doesn't it? Genuinely develop shame and self-preservation. It's very, very, very simple. Very, very simple. And again, I'll defend people who do that. In the same way that Lyo has, like, worked on himself, and I will defend Lyo for working on himself, or the elements of him that are, like, worth defending. And then if somebody came out, to be clear... if somebody came out, to be clear, and was like, this guy's a pedophile, having done just all the things I outlined, I'd be like, he's not a fucking pedophile, though, is he? He wasn't actually grooming her. He's just a fucking idiot. Like, it's fucking gross that it's nods adjacent, and he's not a fucking pedophile. Like, I don't get weird. Later back at lock-in, boy. Have fun. Catch you in a bit. Not keep doing it. And not fucking attacking the person you've... Like, again, the problem is that I don't know, the fucking attacking ponder shit as well. Jesus.
Sexual behavior.
I am hungry. I may need to eat a donut. I'm fucking starving. All I've had today is a bacon sandwich.
Subjects and content when I was a child by him and many others. By the way, it was me coming forward about those other things on the stream that caused Blaze to accuse me of playing stupid games and Kaden to accuse me of leading a harassment campaign against him, because I guess he's the victim or some shit. So it looks like I was right to doubt his apology once I learned of what happened in that call, as well as this stupid fucking tweet that he posted. I can't fucking deal with this shit. To this day, Kaden has not said or even allowed any mention of what the fuck he actually did publicly on any of his platforms. That comment, which was on my video and had no connection to his platforms, is the only place he ever went into specifics, and that rubs me incredibly the wrong way. I'm a completely different person. Fuck you, Kaden. As a matter of fact, fuck you, Christopher Wensink, your real name, because that's who you are. You can make your online alias whatever you want it to be, be it Kaden Marks or Kaden Monroe, but at the end of the day, you're still Chris, a man who hurt me by violating my sexual boundaries and desensitizing me to sexual content like BDSM, all while I was a kid. I was waking up at 6 in the morning to get ready for first period class while you did this shit. So fuck you, Chris. You are and will always be that man. So be a better version of him off the internet. Fuck your voice acting career. Okay. I'm done talking about these two for now. I'm fully prepared for whatever reaction they have from this, and I'm ready to throw hands as always. Anyways, back to Nezi. So, let's talk about Nezi's actions following the release of my video on Heaton. Just for a refresher, here is what I actually said about Nezi in the video. There was also notable FCK member and...
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna level a bit. I get that Trudy is hurt. I understand that, and I understand why. We'll see the call, and especially because, like, Trudy has been through an awful lot of shit with these people. I do get it. I do strongly disavow doing things like this. You know. The issue around releasing people's names is always going to be the fact that, like, you know, there's a sort of like a reciprocal element to this shit. To be clear, Kaden made his name public a while ago. Oh, thank fuck. Okay, cool. I don't have to do this fucking speech. Cool, based. Don't care then. That is absolutely fine. Right, cool. Dropping real names, you mean? Yeah, that had me worried a little bit. I was like, this is a great fucking video. I was like, oh, shit. Okay, cool. Names public. Don't care. Cool. Fantastic. Whew. Yeah, absolutely fine. Don't care them. Cool. Brilliant. Based. Thank you, Lio. Really appreciate that. That is quite the save. I was literally sat there eating the donut and I just went, fuck. I was like, oh, fuck me. Oh my god, that's such a relief. Okay, that's such a fucking relief. Oddly enough, it was in his old YouTube IRL I found on the F and Jar video. Okay, cool. Thank fuck we don't need the soy out, Becca. Yeah, no, I mean, it's so difficult. It's so difficult, but doxing is objectively something that I am just... It's so bad, guys, and it's used so maliciously. So it's like, it really is no exception kind of rule. So, but yeah, no, based, cool, yeah, fuck this guy, fuck his voice acting career, fuck the privacy striking, don't give a fuck, do not give a fuck in the slightest. Becca had to go on a soy speech. You could see how fucking uncomfortable I was. I was like, oh dude, we were doing so well. We were doing so well. Thank you for teaching me how to handle things when someone's real name is dropped in a live chat. I mean, the best thing to do, if somebody's like, fucking names put in, here's the actual rules for this shit. If you're like, if someone's spamming someone's docs in a chat, just delete it, don't acknowledge it, don't mention it. It's one of those, but yeah, like stuff like this when it's in a video, yeah, it's a really rough one. There are certain situations as well when I'll defend it, where it's like, if you've tied your name publicly to the platform you're on, that's fine. That's fine. That's legitimate. It's bad. It's bad form. It is bad form, but it's, you know, not necessarily doxing. Okay, cool. Right, cool. Base section. Back on it. Back on it.
The groomer.
If they are proven to be terrible, they have no rights to privacy. Okay. Let's deal with that one for a second. We are not judge, jury, and executioner. Okay? And also, when we're talking about terrible, that's a specific line. You've got evidence somebody's actual, like, a groomer or a pedophile. Sure, I don't give a fuck. I don't fucking care. If someone's a bit weird and creepy, depends on their reaction and lines, but like it's like generally speaking, you have to take those very carefully on a case-by-case basis. And if somebody is just talking shit on the internet, dude, it's just you do not take this stuff to IRL, because it starts fucking with people in a way that's bad. It's twofold. Firstly, it starts fucking with people in a way that just transcends the shit talking on the internet. And secondly, it is a ecosystem thing. This is about ecosystem. If you start doing this stuff, people will do it to other people. They'll do it to you. They'll do it to people you care about. And importantly, people like me who are drama streamers, and I'm very clear about this. If you are somebody who doxes, I will never encourage people to dox you, but if and when it happens, I will laugh at you for it. I'm meant to care. This has happened so much. So many people come out in dramas and go, oh, I've been doxed. It's like, you're a doxer. I don't give a shit. I don't care. Like, don't do that stuff, but like, why would I give a shit? You made your bed. No sympathy. It's like if somebody made like a fucking hit piece video on me, it's like, who's gonna care? I'm a drama streamer. I'm a complete fucking asshole. Like, yeah, I laugh at people. If someone laughs at me online, I have reaped what I have sown. That's it. You get what you fucking deserve. Sorry. I don't like how sometimes people say it's publicly technically, but they had to dig through dead accounts or something for it. I do find that pushing it. I think it depends how many fucking degrees we're at, but sure. If it's really similar naming of the accounts, then I think it's fine. But I mean, yeah, it is malicious. But it's I would normally refer to that as spreading doxed information, Mally. But, yeah. Maverick. Yeah, listen, you're fine. You're fine. I'm just using you as a bouncing board. But, yeah. Sorry, I don't like one-guying chatters. You guys know me. Right, let's get back into it. Any kind words you have for Dickers? Apparently he passed away 4 hours ago of an aneurysm. I'll make another one. Don't worry. I'll boot up the cloning bats, it'll be fine. Also, you can get in jail for it because it's illegal in the first place and you get more shit than the person you doxed. Yes, very often. You probably won't get to jail with it, but you will get more shit for it. I love being one guy. Good.
Enabler Nezziemonster, who very, very discreetly, not really, tweeted that day insinuating that I was simply waiting for the opportunity to treat someone like garbage and didn't care about the safety of others, like I stated, despite me being arguably the most harmed and vulnerable subject of Liam's abuse. I love how—
Hold on, we'll go back. We'll go back.
Opportunity to treat someone—
When it comes to a lot of stuff online, I question a person's actions, even if they're good for good, because it has become clear to me that for too many people, being right is more important than the safety of others. People lie to themselves saying, I am good because I beat the bad guy. When they act aggressive and it becomes a question of how long did you wait for the next threat, for the right to treat someone like garbage. Isn't that fucking ironic? Isn't that fucking ironic? Fuck is this?
someone like garbage and didn't care about the safety of others, like I stated, despite me being arguably the most harmed and vulnerable subject of Liam's abuse. I love having to point that out because you fucks hated me so much. Which is also funny because now that Nezi has been in the hot seat for damn near a year for enabling a groomer and lying about that groomer's actions and their knowledge of them to others in the community, has switched to the defense that they were a stupid 19-year-old and obviously shouldn't be held to the same standard as today. So where was that compassion and understanding for me when I was 19 and had a single—
True! Fucking truly killing it. Truly fucking killing it. Based.
Outburst on Twitter, especially when I didn't even do anything actually wrong. I should note that I called Nezi out on this on Twitter recently.
Nezi, I was 19 boohoo is wild because I spent the first month of being 19 cutting off Fago, so letting everyone that what she did, what she said she did, and making a whole ass exposed video just for Nezi to subtweet me because I was too mean to Fago. So if she admitted she lied, fuck you. Oh, dude. Why can't people like truly make hit pieces on me? I'd actually have to do some fucking work then. All my detractors are fucking retarded. Where's my truly level detractors? I might have to start a fight with her just to see if she can take me down.
And instead of apologizing, they simply had another enabler of shit behavior in the community, Avi Haltman, block me. Bitches act like accountability shot their parents in front of them, I swear to God. So that's it. A bit scathing in the tone and presentation, but overall just talking about Nezi's actions, their switching up on their mentality and morals to conveniently benefit them, and their addiction to dodging accountability at every turn with the help of their at-the-time boyfriend, Avi. Yeah, didn't know about that last part until after my video, and
What do you mean Cope and see there's a fascist gateway? So fucking true. And if you would like to embrace fascism, then you can become a channel member at Molding level. You'll have your name read after every stream. At the Seething level, you'll get access to the members Discord section where you can talk to me in the members chat or leave me bits of content you want me to watch. And you become a Coping member, you get access to membership votes on the channel, which are things like me gaming, chatting to people like Rags or random call-ins. And, you know, just generally chilling out, doing the fun random streams, which I always like. But also don't forget, the biggest way you can help the channel is just subbing and liking and disliking and leaving a comment telling me I'm fucking terrible. And I think that was one of my smoothest shills. Let's fucking go. Thank you for the setup. Much appreciated.
Found out because Nezi had a complete crash out on their Twitter and took my brief coverage of their actions as a romantic attack? Attack on their romantic life? Let's just read the thread.
Calling me a groomer enabler while ignoring the multiple times I called them out and cut them off is fucking wild. Go fuck yourself. Take your A.
Whoa, what? What? Oh, dude. Oof. Nezi really is a useless piece of shit, isn't she? Fuck. This is actual fucking wild. Wild shit. When doesn't Nezi have a crash out? Crashes out when you hand her a napkin instead of a paper towel. It's fucking insane. You are terrible. Thank you for the 2 metal man. That's fair. That is fair. Because surely use an AI voice in their video. Oh, we talking about the voice. Listen, if Chuli ever needs anything voiced or anything, there are people they could ask. But also, I don't have an issue with AI voice work. I don't. Getting people to record things can be a pain in the ass. It really can. I get it. Especially reading a tweet. And also, here's another thing that does come up, and I do want to defend like people who use AI voices, particularly in the ACC for this, because I know you're going to get more shit for it. But every time somebody uses someone's voice, like let's say Trudy came to me and got me to read some of the tweets, just hypothetically, do you know what would happen? There'd be comments going, why'd you have Beckett reading out tweets in your video? So I do get it. It's just easier to use AI, right? Oh, fuck. Or like you had a... Fuck, could you imagine if she had a Kumu read the fucking tweets? Can you imagine what the fucking comment section would look like? So, like, I think it's just easier to just fucking have AI read them.
AI bullshit and go. Stay mad at fucking everything and everyone. Stay mad he chose me over you. Live your life as a vindictive person. Bye-bye. I hate the fact I contribute.
Stay mad he chose me over you. Live your life as a vindictive person. Honestly. AI voices could have saved the Jarbridge tragic. True, Mally.
Contributed to this community in any way. It brought out the worst in me, and I'm tired of BS like this.
In the words of Barbara Howard,
sweet baby Jesus and the grown one too.
What the hell was that? So, first order of business, telling me to stay mad about everything and everyone over the video that discussed how I was isolated over my abuser, abused and gaslit as a minor by my abuser, sexually taken advantage of and harassed by several adult men in my sphere, all while you are fully aware that you befriended my abuser? Do not pass go, do not collect $200. I'd say go directly to hell, but let's be honest, you'll be lucky if you make it to hell. I legitimately can't tell if you're just a fucking idiot or actually evil, or both. My money's on both, because in my opinion, you don't do and say the things that Nezi has done without some form of sinister intentions.
Yes! Fucking Cook. Yes, this is malice. This is actual malice. Don't let her fucking walk away with just a little person making mess. This is malice. This is what fucking malice looks like. Yes, truly. Fucking get him. Crypto with a 5. She would be told. Yours is a fascist gateway for using your. You're a fascist gateway for using your voice back. True. Trying to know why I struggled so much to read that one out. Fuck me. Sure. Now a voice of Heaton to voice the tweets and a Google Doc that Heaton herself wrote. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, listen, I know that people hate AI. I get it completely. So I am mostly just pointing out the reasons to use it, right?
And it seems more like Nezi's foil is that they're too stupid to refrain from going full cartoon villain mode in front of everyone. Anyways, I've already talked about how the calling out of Toasty that Nezi did was entirely bullshit and not at all how they wanted it to be perceived. So that leaves us with the elephant in the room. Stay mad, he chose me over you. So, this is about Avi, as I've been hinting at. Again, if that was news to you, don't worry, it was to me too. The only reason I found that out immediately is because I know who the he is. The context didn't make sense to me at the time, but Avi's the only one who would even remotely fit into it, which we'll get into in a second. How the fuck everyone else found out though, I have no idea. Because yeah, when I first became aware of the fact that this tweet existed, I already saw people speculating on who the he was, followed by people immediately figuring out that it was Avi. According to everyone I've spoken to...
Was this September of last year? Because I'm pretty sure I knew it was Avi when... Didn't Nezi name Avi? Because Nezi named Avi, didn't they? When they were doing the whole I'm taking a step away because of all the FCK stuff earlier in 2024.
Who knew about Avi and Nezi's relationship, they wanted to keep it private and only known to friends. So my best guess is that someone from the inner circle spilled that info into a slightly larger circle, and then that information got passed down into progressively larger circles until the info got to the public. So as I stated in the beginning of this video, yes, Avi and I dated for a short while in 2023, so I was an adult during that time. However, I do have a long history with that man, as previously mentioned, that I will be going into later in this video, but right now, since Nezi decided to out this fact as well as publicize the narrative that I somehow want this used Q-tip of a man back in my life and I'm mad he's involved in someone else's romantically, I feel it necessary to—
Used Q-tip of a man is a fucking brutal insult, that's great. Judy's just fucking cooking with these. They're just little twists. I like them. A tangent, but the AI voice controversy is a consent thing. Voice actors hate it since the models took samples of their voice without consent, and those models now compete with them. Yeah, like, again, it's one of those where, like, so for instance, like, I see a lot of like animation projects come out and they use AI voices because they just cannot afford to pay VAs, and then VAs complain at them, and then they're like, okay, cool, well, I'd love to use VAs for this project. And then they're like, well, that would be $500, please. And they're like, well, I don't have $500. That's why we're using AI voices. It's like, well, you have to sort of make up your mind. Either be like, AI voices are bad, but hey, I'm happy to do a little bit of work for you, or help you with something because I think it's important that we use real voices. It's like, just stand on something. Like, pick a fucking side, please. You know? Hey, Beckett, are you having fun? Listen, I think this video is fucking great. Good evening, Hornet. How you doing, bro? How you doing?
Detail a bit of how fucking stupid that narrative was, given how I was treated by Avi when I was in contact with him. To be frank, without going into too much detail yet, I was not treated well in that relationship. I was constantly ignored. It was pretty common for me to be left on red for 1 to 2 days without receiving any communication. Even in situations where he told me he was available to speak to, he would just disappear. I did not feel cherished or even liked by him during that time, and it really hurt being shown how much he didn't care about me despite us apparently dating. Things did not last, and though he showed apparent remorse when we stopped talking, I no longer trusted him. For good fucking reason.
True.
This was made even more so when I later found out after the relationship that there were things in the past Avi had said about not just me, but the abuse I dealt with at the hands of Feghost. Because of fucking course he did. Because everything leads back to my abuse situation. Because these people are fucking gross. The first has to do with the confrontation I had with him in February of 2022 over his
Not me sweating bullets using AI voices as an artist. Yeah, it's a really difficult one. It's a really difficult one. I am mostly defending people involved in it. Okay, you're fine. And listen, straight up, if anybody needs any voicing for anything, you can ask me, by the way. I'm very happy to voice stuff. I'm like recording some stuff for Vlad right now. Like literally after this stream is done, I will go and record for Vlad. So if anyone ever does need anything, that is an open offer to pretty much anyone. Just let me know.
Complete lack of condemning Heaton's blatant and grotesque victim shaming of me that happened only a couple months prior. You see, Avi knew exactly what Heaton said. He told me as much when I initially brought it up to him the day it happened, and he voiced his distaste of Heaton's words and why it made no sense for her to even go after me like she did. Of course, this didn't mean anything because Avi would continue on to act as though nothing happened and be best buddies with Heaton in the public eye, posting about how she, the person who just called me a gaslighting manipulative bitch and not a victim who'd be responsible for my abuser's suicide if I didn't shut the fuck up about them, was such a great friend. This fucking stung so bad, as Avi was actually someone I confided in a lot about what happened with Feghost after I cut them off. He was one of the people that I kept in the loop while I was working on my initial video. Liam actually reached out to him during this time, not knowing that Avi already knew what they had admitted.
Interesting. Interesting. A joke, but I really haven't fully figured out how I feel about it. I haven't seen an argument against it that's convinced me yet, but I'm open to changing my mind. I think the biggest thing against it, realistically speaking, is the way AI is trained. And just the blatant, like, yeah, fuck it, theft of it. That's the biggest. Like, I think one of the most, like, and it's easier to see with art, where you can see that, like, Pringle McDingus, for example, had all his artwork pulled as samples and people were just making AI versions, or the Studio Ghibli stuff. But the same is true of voices. The same is true of voices. And, like, well, I don't personally care if somebody makes, like, a AI voice Beckett. I don't give a fuck. It's still, like, if you're using it for legitimate things, like, dude, you just ask me. Like, I'd be happy to do it.
Admitted to me at the time, and Avi played stupid to, I guess, see how Liam would react and talk to someone who they thought had no idea what was going on. Avi even gave me permission to use the screenshots of their DM history in my video after I asked for it. Anyways, I confronted Avi about his refusal to stand up against Heaton's revolting behavior towards me when he was apparently—
I have such a hard time believing you. Like, how could you say that when you publicly show support for someone who treated me so horribly? You know, I had to unfollow you on Twitter because you kept putting Heaton on my feed after you know she called me a manipulative bitch for coming out about my abuser and telling me I didn't care about my friends. She never apologized for that or even showed any sign of remorse when she lied about me, and I proved that she was being untruthful on my profile even without mentioning her. She called me a stalker while her friends called me a piece of shit for leaking private messages, even though B told the person who came running to her when I posted them that she gave me permission to do so. I'd fucking hell. I know you read that thread she posted about me while she showed sympathy for Fagos because you were the first person I came to about it. I don't understand how you can tell someone you care about them while publicly being sweet to the person that basically said their abuse wasn't any big deal. Jesus. Roaring Brain with the 5. The Ghibli stuff made me personally rather agitated, so much so I did a 4-hour study to replicate the style. I'll post those soon. Oh, base. That should be really fucking good. True W rotting.
Apparently my friend who cared about me, and after a bit of back and forth, he apologized to me for his inaction and told me that he wouldn't stay silent anymore in the face of his friends being genuinely deplorable, and that he really did care about me. Come to find out after the relationship that during the back and forth and apology, Avi was begging for advice from a mutual friend of ours that I'm still friends with.
Hey, can I get some help with something kind of serious? I don't know how to make a good apology to Chile. I fucked up really bad with the Fago situation. I genuinely want to make a worthwhile apology. I just don't know how to say it without what sounds like it really means something. Because after reading how they felt, I can just say, oh, I'm sorry, and leave it at that. It wouldn't mean shit.
And when he did not get the expected reaction to his apology and was also confronted by Clown Teeth, he threw his hands up in the air and told my friend that I had planted and used him when I exposed Liam, as though he was not the person to tell me that Liam reached out to him, and as though he was not the one who made the decision to play dumb, instead painting me as some manipulative puppeteer. He also said to this friend that he would not throw his relationship with—
I'd fucking love nothing more than to give them space. I know it's probably shit advice, but what do you think is best thing to do? But they've both coming to me, and I'm sorry, but I'm not going to throw my relationship with Heaton in the trash because someone who wants nothing to do with me already was hurt by her. Potato with a 5. The best use case for AI voices is making Lio say slurs. My favorite is the one where Lio called Gilded Poo a big stinky N-word monkey. Jesus Christ.
With Heaton in the trash, despite how badly she hurt me. How sad, knowing that that happened anyway. The second and even more infuriating instance happened in October in 2022, after we met up in person earlier that year, where Avi walked into a group of people victim shaming me in Heaton's server. Yes, the fucking bitch who he said he'd defend me against.
Hold on a second, I want to read these. Their issue is probably when I told her I didn't feel bad for her, which I don't. Considering some of the moves she's made in that whole thing, yeah, she kind of treats the whole thing as if it were a drama in my opinion, especially when she was going to every group DM and server they were going into to bully Faye Ghost into leaving. I was so excited to make Faye fear for his life, which Ovs did something fucked, but like the gross glee Delu got from it was disgusting. People handle trauma differently, but what Dulu did was a lot. There are very few wrong ways to be a victim, but Dulu sure found one. Even if you're 100% the wrong, an asshole for saying it, it's whataboutism. It's nothing to do with Spots being a prick and nothing to do with anything about it.
Heaton's server, yes, the fucking bitch who he said he'd defend me against.
You don't see any of us on Twitter start parading around the Ray doc. Nobody cheered and crabbed rave when all that shit came out. Can I talk about how badly this community needed drama streamers to come into it? Like, unironically, what the fuck is this shit? Oh my god, guys, like, there was so much bullying, this person who's like a disgusting piece of shit. Like, I know that they came out and said that they were sexually abusing people and like that they like faked a suicide, but really, isn't this a bit much? No, it's not enough, frankly. Bullying early and fucking often. What the fuck is wrong with people? Get your shit together. I don't know who any of these fucking people are in this chat other than Avi, but you guys should be fucking ashamed of yourselves. From a drama streamer, you guys should be fucking ashamed of yourselves. They didn't need drama streamers, they needed people to act like adults. Yeah, drama streamers, what are you talking about? This is so fucking retarded. The ACC had Lio convoy, of course it needed change, true. That's what me and Chris are for. Oh, fuck me. This community breaks people. It was so nice when I first showed up. Unironically, a lot of drama streamers who have looked over this have been adults. Yeah, just like actual adults about things and just be like, what are you doing? Melly is still nice. That is very true. I was bullied as a child, to be honest, along with trauma. It gave me a sense of shame, and many of these people need that badly. Look, bullying is actually like an important part of life. Unironically. Some people do need to be bullied, okay? I needed to be bullied when I was a kid. It was a valuable experience for me. Okay? Just a little bit of bullying, and then you can kind of get your shit together and it's fine. It makes you tougher as well, frankly, especially if you're bullied properly. It makes you tougher, gives you a thicker skin, and that's very important.
And joined in on the shit talking about how he and everyone else were so much better victims than I was when they called out someone by the name of Ray Kohai. Yeah, apparently when Avi said he wouldn't keep silent anymore or refuse to take any action, he meant he would join in on shit talking me and my abuse situation. Keep in mind, he posted his message only a few messages down the line from Bubbling Brook, a real fucking piece of work in this situation, literally saying, "It's hard to be a bad victim, but Chuli sure found a way." And I'm supposed to believe that this guy ever cared about me? I actually confronted him about these actions through Ellie in December of 2023. Why? Because they were best friends. And Ellie actually believed in me getting to hash stuff out with or get apologies from people who treated me horrendously when I didn't act right after I came forward about being abused. Anyways, after relaying very genuine wrongs done to me by Avi, he did not apologize. This grown fuck instead decided to completely undermine every grievance I had with his behavior behind the scenes in relation to my abuse situation and accused me of just being there to start a fight, denying that this had anything.
He only answers, I don't want to answer. If this was actually about Phagos, then I would, but if we came here to start a fight, I'm not partaking in it. I mean, on the bright side, at least Avi and Nezi deserve each other, right? Like, why didn't you tell me, like, what bad person Avi is? Oh, yeah, well, the evidence was all over the fucking place, Nezi. It's just you're a retard. Absolute fucking retard. Dude, Lio uploaded a video of Kaden. Yeah, I know. Don't worry. We're going to be watching it after this. It's going to be a long fucking stream.
To do with the abuse I dealt with. This is the guy that Nezi was certain I'm jealous over. And I did not know why Nezi was so convinced that I had beef with them because...
I'm going to throw these people the smallest of bones and say that everyone shit talks in Discord groups. I've backed the girlies into their bitching with barely any idea what they're talking about. Okay, so. Sure. But I'm actually going to give a Beckett experience. Now, there is a criticism against me in my old relationship. Because a lot of people didn't like my ex-girlfriend. A lot of people didn't like my ex-girlfriend. Queeman, probably chiefly amongst them. And one of the criticisms given to me is that I am friendly with people who hated my ex. Which actually is a fair criticism. There's reasons for this. Largely because we're both sort of public in the online space. So it's sort of like, if I took her side, it wouldn't help her. No one would believe me anyway. And like, it's just easier to remain neutral. And I probably was, I'll happily admit the fault. I probably was a bit too friendly with people who hated her. Like, I think that's, I think, you know, I like certain people. Nature of a really weird relationship. But I was in a lot of fucking groups where people would shit talk my partner. And I'd never ever fucking engage in it. Never publicly. Even when I disagreed with her privately, I would never engage with it publicly. And one thing that became like a rule, and actually it's really interesting, you can go and watch back Queeman streams where I've come on. Like, Queeman will say before I come on, no Stardust talk. Because, like, we made that agreement pretty early on, actually, when he started, like, streaming and getting bigger. I was like, look, I obviously don't, I can deal with this stuff, but if there's one favor you can do me, can you just not do it in front of me when I'm on stream with you? It's just, it's something I don't want to deal with. It's really difficult. And he always fucking respected that. Always respected that. The problem here is, everyone shit talks, and that's fine. And I get it, but it's also like, firstly, everyone shit talks, but these are people who consider themselves the good people. And secondly, you got the fucking boyfriend in there, engaging in it. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. Yeah, Joe, it's your partner, your friend. Not defending that, more defending the random third parties. I see what you mean. Yeah, the third parties. Again, though, if this was a drama Discord, if you got DMs of me talking about somebody who's like a victim in a situation and they're like fucking crazy. And by the way, actually, there's one particular drama where those DMs exist, where a person who is actually a victim, and I recognize this, is like fucking crazy. And I'm just like, listen, this shit's insane. And I'm like, but do you know what? I'm a drama streamer. And I would say that to them publicly. I'd be like, the way you are fucking acting is completely fucking unhinged. And to a certain extent, especially when you're not talking about the person who fucking abused you, it makes it very, very difficult to defend what you're fucking doing. It makes it very, very fucking difficult. But like, I'm a drama streamer. I'm not like a victim advocate. I've said this for a year now. If you have a serious story about your abuse, I am not the fucking person to bring it to. I'm just not. It's fucking crazy. So you didn't break down and cry like Luke? Wait, is that a thing that happened? No, of course not. I never cried on a fucking call. You're crazy. I'd fucking leave. You kidding? Oof. Avi is playing chess of a game. chess of the game of deceit. True. Didn't know you dated Star. Yeah, I dated Star for a while. We broke up a while ago, though, to be fair. I'm referring to Prison Make Loot, I guessed. Bring it to you anyway, Mal. But yeah, it is. It's difficult. Difficult.
They were dating my ex-boyfriend. Because firstly, again, I didn't even know that was happening. And secondly, I didn't even understand how any of my actions regarding Nezi could even be read as hinting to me being upset about that. The problems I laid out very clearly and transparently with Nezi when I was putting them on blast specifically had to do with things they did to me or said about other people they've hurt, like Teddy and the other victims of the FCK. The only reason I ever brought up Avi is because he admitted to blocking me and other people hurt by Nezi from their Twitter account when he was given access, helping them dodge accountability and having to apologize. I have since learned, however, that the reason Nezi was so convinced of this was because of things Avi was saying behind the scenes. Hint, it has to do with that pesky abuse claim I mentioned at the beginning of the video. But Nezi, not only did you look and sound like a high school mean girl as well as just fucking goofy, but also the misogyny went crazy? Avi is a lying, unremorseful, backstabbing dickhead who double majored in being the most unresponsive and boring partner in the world to me. But I'm apparently so wrapped up in his romantic life after the fact and use that as my primary purpose for disliking other people because woman brain, I guess? Awesome. I'll be sure to let my girlfriend know since this will be news to her. Because yeah, I'm very happily taken, and very well taken care of at that, by a woman. I do not care about the romantic availability of my musty, dusty, crusty ass ex-boyfriend or who he's dating now.
It is so fucking crazy when people do this. You're actually just jealous. You're actually just jealous that they're with me. That's such a bitch thing to do. Fuck. Do you know... Do you know, unironically, like, I keep doing this Nezi, and I keep apologizing, because I do keep misgendering Nezi, but do you know one of the things that, and fuck, chat can get mad at me for this. Do you know one of the things that makes it so difficult in my head with Nezi? Nothing about Nezi is male-coded. Nothing about Nezi is male-coded. At all. And yes, these things can fall into stereotypes, but there are certain things that you just do as a guy. You just do as a guy. And like, ironically, if my male friends did the shit that Nezi did, I would call them a woman. I'd be like, this is fucking woman code. Like, you are a girl. Stop being a fucking girl about this. And it actually, the more I dig into Nezi, the more I think that's part of it. Just nothing about them at all is male-coded in any fucking way. They don't act like a guy, they don't talk like a guy, they don't have the emotional regulation of a man, they can't fucking take anything. It's so fucking like, and it's so annoying. Stop wearing my gender like a fucking cloak. Fuck off. Nezi goes by any gender pronouns, whatever, so it's whatever. Okay, that makes me feel better. But like, this is just the most girl Karen behavior. Cantaway with the 5. Did Nezi say that being around males gave them anxiety in the Thuman call? Then a year later, yes, and then a year later they come out as trans. Guys do behave differently. Women don't realize this. Women legitimately don't realize this. Men behave differently. Do you know, if one of your male friends starts talking to you like the way Nezi talked, you'd cut them off. You'd actually cut them off. Nezi used to go by any, but since the drama, they started getting mad at people for not using he, him. Listen, unironically, like, I have a lot of trans people in this fucking audience, and I gender many of you, like, especially if I know completely correctly, but, like, if you're gonna use fucking male pronouns, can you just, like, act like can you man the fuck up? Please. Please. I need to assert my Aussie pride more. This is unacceptable. Okay, that was Chris. See, my wife messing with me. My male behavior is ignoring people. Yeah. Just listen. You're all free to get annoyed at me over this, but it does like infuriate me, because also it feels to me like Nezi did this thing where it's like the drama kicked off and then suddenly they're trans, which is something that fucking Peaches did, by the way. Peaches went from gender fluid to like, oh, I'm a guy now. It's real fucking weird when you watch people get into drama and suddenly they're trans. It's like, it feels like you're using it as a shield. And I really don't like that. I have a lot of trans friends who don't want to be used as fucking shields. I'm yet to meet a man that hasn't told me, sadly, I don't care about his feelings enough. So where the hell are these men you speak of? Well, that's because you keep talking to people like Jar. Also, hold on. When have I said that to you, Mally? Mally, wife, what are you fucking talking about? My comments are you don't make me sandwiches enough. Okay? I'm very clear about this. Sat in chat lying about me. Brutal.
The only thing I have to say to any future partner of his committed to that path is good luck. Hope to God he does not treat you like he treated me, because he will, and in specific to you, Nezi, he already had talked shit about you. I don't want to blame or grill someone for being lied to and manipulated by someone they trust.
You send me crying emojis when I don't pay attention. Okay, that is true. That's just accurate.
When you use that to do
oh yeah, nah, don't sweat it, Becca. I get the vibe exactly. You get the past about Nezi 100%. Yeah, look. It's really interesting. Like, sometimes people will correct me and it will take like one correction, and sometimes it will take like 1,000. I'm just like, that's a bit inaccurate. Nezi has been trans for a few years now. In that case, they should know how to be a man better. I don't want to tell you, fucking tell you. I'm so sick of this shit.
Do harm to others publicly because you didn't get proof of what you were saying, that's on you. With that out of the way, now is unfortunately the time to discuss some much darker topics given recent events. I would like to preface by saying that something I've always said about Avi, even after the relationship ended and even after I realized what a piece of shit he was that he was at the very least careful with me when I was a minor. Something I'm sure everyone is aware was not a luxury I had very often, especially when dealing with adult men. Not even in the realm of just sexual topics, but heavy adult topics in general. I was 14 when I met him, and he was 17. And when looking back on that time as a new adult, I didn't have the same awful memories with him that I did with other men. In light of revelations made during the last year, I have to say that this perception was distorted by my feelings for him, and he was in fact quite harmful, especially as I learned earlier on when it came to how he treated others. Specifically, I would like to put a spotlight on the way someone by the name of Rin was treated by Avi on Twitter back in February 2022. Preemptively, I want to say a couple of things. One, that Rin was an adult during this event, 21 to be specific, which as you'll see doesn't make anything okay. And 2, that I had no idea any of this happened until April of last year, as this was during the time when I had Avi muted on Twitter due to his repeated friendly interactions with Heaton. I don't want any misconception about this, because I would go on to express romantic interest in him a year later. Anyways, Rin is someone who's had many public spats with people, especially on Twitter, and in this situation, someone by the name of Unlisted was defending him of his own volition against people beefing with them, including Avi. This person apparently made a Pearl Harbor joke that Avi, who is Jewish, read as anti-Semitic. Now, whether or not there was anti-Semitism, I can't say. I didn't see the joke, nor is there any remaining evidence of it, and also I don't really feel comfortable or as though it's my place to determine that kind of thing. Anti-Semitism is not okay, and neither is what Avi did following this, because in response, Avi brought up Rin's genitals.
Takeaway from all this shit is that it's 100% okay to be anti-Semitic as long as you don't know the person you were being anti-Semitic to was Jewish, and you were fighting to acquire legendary they/them pussy. Okay.
Rin is transmask, by the way, to run with the narrative that Unlisted was only defending Rin in order to sleep with him. Rin confronted him on this, saying,
I didn't condone this. Plus, please don't talk about my quote-unquote pussy as if I would fuck anybody. it makes me feel disgusting.
And Avi's response to this clear as day boundary was to tell Rin that they were self-reporting, as all he had said was that they wouldn't have sex with Unlisted, implying that Rin revealed his true desire to do so. Now, I can't say if the aforementioned person Unlisted was being anti-Semitic or not, but repeatedly bringing up an AFAB's genitals accompanied by their pronouns to highlight their trans identity reads to me as incredibly transphobic and misogynistic. Whether or not Avi would say this about a man or AMAB person, I can't say. But I will say that I have seen and even been subjected to this pattern of being sexualized and deemed a sexual reward whenever someone, typically a man, agrees with a woman or AFAB person. It happened to me because Akumu dared to interact with my Twitter post and was immediately accused of wanting to have sex with me, when we have never spoken. Can I say for certain that this was that? No, but treating an AFAB like the only reason their words would ever be taken seriously and defended, especially by a man, as if they were a sexual reward to be won, is a misogynistic trope. And it's also just a fucking weirdo thing to say, especially to the men who are often the accused party. Like, be fucking normal. To be clear, Avi did apologize to Rin through someone named Yoon, who's a whole bag of shit on their own in my opinion, about this incident in the infamous call they had in the Cat's Lair.
I have apologies. The first one is from Avi.
Okay. So. I'm gonna get big on judging people by their standards here. Because, like, one of the things that I am... Because I want to break this down a little bit. Because one of the things that I am sick of hearing, like, is stuff, like, from the purported caring side of this fucking community. Where it's like, well, you're talking about Akumu as a 16-year-old as like a fucking cum chalice. Knowing their age, you're making sexualized comments towards him. Comments like this, sure, are not okay. However, like, what is the claim being made here? Like, what's the actual claim we're doing here? Like, is this a claim of, like, sexual harassment, or is this a claim of just being a misogynistic dick? Because if it's the same claim of a misogynistic dick, it's like, sure, and you're an asshole, but, like, given, like, a load of other things, you know? A load of, like, other things that we're talking about in this video, I don't know how high I'd put that, right? Both most likely. I think, okay. I think that there is a world of difference between saying, like, jokingly going, like, you're fighting with someone who's like, yeah, suck my dick. There is a world of difference between a dismissive comment like that and, like, an actual, like, deep sexual harassment type comment. And we should be honest about that, because that bar is, like, blurring that bar can get real fucked. Like, that said, I'm happy to judge these people by their own fucking standards, quite frankly, and be like, well, they'd go after people for this, so why are you fucking sweeping for it? But I also don't want to start sitting here pretending like if I saw this fucking joke in commentary, I'd start fucking scolding people for it, because I wouldn't. So yeah, like, I don't know. I need to see more out of this, and I don't know the stuff involving Rin, right? I haven't like gone through all of it.
Avi, and he says, I legitimately apologize.
No, they go after people for less. True. And this is why I'm happy to judge them by their standards, but also I don't want to pretend like I'm going to fucking moral flag at you about this, okay? I just want to put a position.
Guys, for going back on my word, especially out of pure spite. No matter how I feel about Gal as a person, that goes against my morals as a person, and I recognize it's a mistake I won't make again. I apologize for making jokes about someone's genitalia in such a crude way and in an admittedly immature fashion. The point I was trying to make with that comment is relevant if the comment itself crosses a variety of boundaries that should be obvious to someone who knew Gal and has common sense. I recognize that the way I went about defending Yoon after the call was very aggressive, and I contributed to a group behavior that didn't.
Avi regularly used sexually charged language when speaking to AFABs. It's something I got onto him about more than once. Yeah, sure, that I can see. That I can see. And it is one of these where, like, I'll highlight the, like, pronoun stuff, and, like, because it is worth highlighting. I think if people get on me for not using correct pronouns, I don't have a problem for that. I think it's fair to criticize me for that. You know? But I do want to be, like, this is a very handle with care kind of thing. That's how I feel about it. So, but yeah, like, the sexualizing AFABs and things, here's where the line is, in my opinion. Here's where the line is, in my opinion, very simply. If you've got, like, if you're doing this to people because you know it is going to cause a dysphoric reaction, like, this is where dead naming comes in, by the way. And I've spoken about this before. For those who don't know, I've changed my name. Like, legally, I went through a name change. I'm pretty open about this because my old name was a trigger for my PTSD. It was one of my triggers. Long fucking story. But, like, when I was fighting with one of my ex-girlfriends in particular, she knew this. So when we were fighting, she'd say my old name to try and, like, rile me up and fuck with me. And, like, I get that as a point where it kind of crosses into a different line, where you're not just trying to say something as a general fuck you comment, you're trying to actually needle at somebody. In a way that's going to, like, get under their skin and actually fucking hurt them. I think that is very different. So, like, yeah, I want to treat this with care. I'm surprised Cope cares about misgendering. I didn't take you to be the time. I'm not going to get at people for it. It depends, like, but it's like, the way I'd put it is this. The difference is in the intent. It's like, it's kind of like if people use the N-word, in my opinion. If you're just somebody who's like a fucking edgy person who says the N-word all the time because you think it's funny, I don't care. If you're somebody regularly running around to black people and saying the N-word to them to try and cause harm, that's a different thing, right? And, like, because the intent fucking matters. It's important. So, like, I really want to nail down here where Avi's intent sits before I start condemning Avi for it. Do you know what I mean? I just want to be fair in what criticisms I'm presenting.
Take into account Gal's mental health, while I never wanted them to kill themselves, the way it came off could be seen as that from the eyes of someone like Gal. So I apologize for participating in what was deemed harassment by Gal multiple times.
Now, obviously, this is Rin's apology to accept.
I got into an argument with someone and that person dead named me. It was rather violating because that person was genuinely my best friend. Intent always matters. Yeah. That's why my ex-girlfriend did it to me. She knew it upset me. Doesn't matter what you say, Beckett. You will still be red in Shinigami eyes. No one's ever made me red in Shinigami eyes. It's very sad. Yeah, I see when someone uses that intent to get the reaction. It's very different. Reminds me of an ex that attacked my mental problems after the breakup to really make me feel bad. Yeah, this is what I'm driving at. And, like, don't get me wrong, this is one of those where, like, I know people. I know it is easier from the content side to sit here and go, oh yeah, fuck Avi, fuck Avi, fuck Avi, fuck Avi. And there are plenty of things that I will say that about with Avi. But I also, like, I'm not a random attack dog, and I am just trying to be honest with you. It's always why when someone misgenders me, I'm never aggressive and very polite because I know when someone is doing it by accident or when someone is doing it out of malice, yeah.
To no one else's, and apparently he does not accept it. But from where I stand, repeatedly bringing up someone's genitals and describing them in sexually explicit scenarios in a degrading, bigoted manner, even after the point where they have told you in no uncertain terms that they are entirely uncomfortable with you doing so, all at the ripe age of 22, is not crude and immature. It's disgusting and completely immoral sexual harassment, and I will not use any term lighter to describe it. Had I known of this behavior, I would have never dated him, and honestly, not even stayed friends with him. I have zero tolerance for this kind of thing. I recommend watching Rin's own videos talking about their experiences with this community, and especially with Avi, because as you'll see, this man was obsessed with making sexual jabs at Rin. Okay, now's the time where I have to talk about some stuff that makes me truly, unironically, extremely uncomfortable, which is probably funny to hear after everything I've talked about. I really struggled to talk about what happened between Kaden and I in my Heaton video, as I didn't really have the time that I did with the other instances to emotionally stomach what had happened. I've tried to take the same amount of time with this situation, but I'm gonna be honest, it hasn't given me the same ability to chill out, if that makes sense. Especially because I still struggle to reconcile with the fact that I became attracted to this person when I was a minor and when this stuff was happening. I've mentioned that Avi was 17 when I first met him, and that's true. But I didn't actually start really talking to him until he was in a...
Yeah, Beetle, I've got similar things with my family. And you sort of like, yeah, it's one of those. One of those. I know it really upset some of the members of my family when I changed my name.
Adult when he was 18, and we kept pretty consistent contact into my adulthood when he was turning 21. So let me just flashbang y'all with some information really quick. Avi has a sneezing fetish. For some reason, I remember this information being somewhat public knowledge in the later years I was in contact with him. I don't know if that's the case, but even if it wasn't, given what I'm about to discuss, I don't think privacy is a luxury I need to afford him. How do I know this? Because he told me. In detail. I remember how I found out. I could have only been 15 and he was 18, but it was just him and I in a call, and he basically made a guessing game out of it, and if I could guess, he would tell me. I did guess, and so he did tell me. It kind of became a joke between us how I found out based on the clue I had because it was pretty weird, and if that's where things ended, I wouldn't have even brought this up. But it went far beyond that. For a long time. I learned that Avi commissioned not just fetish art porn, but also commissioned pornographic videos of real...
No, I don't mean you paid someone to get naked and sneeze. I mean you paid someone to make art of someone naked sneezing. Yes, astonishing. There's a lot out there, but by porn standards, it's pretty tame. What the fuck?
People partaking in the...
Why are all these people having these conversations with fucking, like 15-year-olds? The fuck? The fuck is wrong with you?
Fetish, and had it described to me in detail what exactly about it got him off. I think the most disturbing thing I can remember, which I have no evidence for because it happened in a voice call when I was 16, was that he was bragging about how he got the last laugh with an ex that had cheated on him because he got her hooked on the fetish to the point where she couldn't finish without implementing it. I don't even remember how that conversation came about, but it did. I know I've been showing screenshots of this, and I'm not sure if anyone will see that I was asking about these things in the DMs and dismissing how weird this is, but if that's the case, then...
I'm literally like, I curse my imagination, because I'm somebody who like can very easily visualize things in quite a lot of detail. And now I've just got sort of images in my head of what the fuck that would even look like. Hold on, let's Google it. What the fuck? Why are there so many fucking pony pictures? Why are there so many fucking pony pictures? All I typed in was sneezing fetish. Why are there so many of these that are fucking ponies? What the fuck? Why? What is fucking wrong with you? The vast majority of these are My Little Pony characters. The fuck? This is on a private tab. There's no fucking history to it. Why are you just like, yeah, no, fucking sneezing fetish, you must be a My Little Pony fan? The fuck? You did this to yourself, thank you for the vibe. True. It's true. What the fuck? Bro, what the fuck?
Firstly, I think it's actually more concerning that someone talked about their fetish enough and for long enough that the minor became interested in knowing more details about it. And secondly, are you fucking kidding me? I don't know who needs to hear this, my ex-boyfriend apparently, but if a minor asks you about your sexual fetish, don't fucking detail it to them. Although, even in this situation, Avi was the one who brought the topic to me, which then prompted me to ask. That, and also I was 17. So yeah, maybe just don't talk about your fetish and how it gets you off to a 17-year-old while you are literally 20, and tell them how you've apparently paid people to get naked and sneeze, or how your ex couldn't come without sneezing after—
Rain, you missed my amazing nickname for Avi Super Chat. Oh, did I? Fuck, sorry. Hold on. Let me go and find it. Where is it? Rain. Avi the buggerer? Jesus. On it with 2. You get money for suffering for this guy's sins? This is fucking ridiculous.
You got her hooked on it. No one cares if the minor asked you about it first. Now, to address whether or not—
Rocky with 2. I'm guessing it's the sneeze of a sneeze. What the fuck does that mean? What is going on? What is this? Like, Okay, firstly, let's break this down. Sharing your fucking fetishes with a 15-year-old is bad. It's bad. I get really annoyed with the high school context age. Sure, fuck it. It's a 3-year age gap, whatever. I don't think he's a fucking pedophile. But, like, this is bad. It's very, very fucking creepy. They weren't in a relationship at the time. What the fuck are you doing? Secondly, why the fuck is your fetish sneezing? Like, what the fuck are you Dude, have some shame. Take it to the fucking grave. Like, this is the sort of thing you could not waterboard out of me. Sneeze, and feed? Oh, Jesus. Good fucking meme, Artemis. Thank you for the 5. This is, dude, Archer with the 2. Be gone, booger boy. This is, dude, I'm in shock. This is somehow worse than the fart fetish thing. It's actually worse. It's actually somehow just weirder. It's not what I expected when I googled it, I'll admit, and it's somehow worse. It's somehow actually worse. Like, it's just so bizarre that it's the sort of thing that's like, please just fucking stop. Can't even sneeze in public anymore, so shaking my head. What? Oh, dude.
I think this all counts as the big G word. To be frank, yes, I do. And the revelation that I had a romantic attraction from a young age—
I'll record myself sneezing for you, Beckett, weirdo. Thank you, Slug. Do it on stream.
To someone who talked to me like this while I was a minor for years makes me levels of uncomfortable I don't know how to describe. I feel like that is a conversation for me to have with a licensed professional and not my
Thank you,
YouTube
Meow.
audience,
True.
But just know I'm extremely not okay with the discoveries I've made about my history with Avi, and I feel a not—
Rocky with the 5. Of course, sharing it with a minor is bad. I was explaining the anatomy that popped into my head. He was overall fond of large noses. Also, he's Jewish. Fuck, you probably shouldn't put that in the same sentence, bro, but what the fuck? Yen with the 5. I've heard of playing the game, boogers, but this is too far. This is just fucking ridiculous. Wait, does that mean they can sneeze on command? Forget the fetish. This is life quality changer. So fucking broken. Writing with the 5. Never forget when I wore flip-flops to school, and that was the day I was told I was sat next to a guy with a foot fetish. Oof, okay. That's fucked, bro. Today with the 2. Real quick, can you snap? Yeah. Of course I can. Do it a lot. You'll just sit here and... You happy now? That was probably for something. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna get like 5 seconds later with Potato being like, that's my fetish. Great. Can't away with the 2. Had ginger snap. Oh, okay, that's actually better than I expected it to be. Can't away with the 2. So you'll think Nezi entertained the nose fetish? Yes! Yes, of course they fucking did.
knot in my stomach every time I have to think about it. I used to sit here agonizing over the idea and think, it's only 3 years. It's not that bad. Because I was used to men much older doing worse in an obviously malicious manner. And I don't want to execute someone for stuff they did as an 18-year-old. And then it dawned on me that that's how this happened. It's why I told myself it was okay and didn't tell him to stop, even though I shouldn't have had to. And then I became attracted to him, knowing this stuff, and then obviously was curious and knowing more, and he told me more. I'm saying this more for myself than anyone else, but this was wrong of him. I know I mentioned not wanting to execute someone at 18 for this shit, but as a 20-year-old, what the fuck are you doing? What business does a 20-year-old have detailing his sex life and fetish to someone who isn't even in their senior year of high school? And he even argued with me when I voiced his
and then Charlie got fucked, and then V. George got done so dirty, honestly. Man's not a pedophile, and that document didn't prove he was. Didn't he talk to a minor about his kink a lot, though? The kink wasn't inherently sexual. What? What the fuck do you think a kink is? Listen, I don't know whether to be like, well, this is just a bad lie, or he's a fucking retard. Because, I mean, I certainly think Avi is retarded. What? Do you know, again, like, here's the thing. Here's the thing with Chuli, and I think it's what inspires me to, like, keep pausing and breaking down certain bits of this. Because Chuli doesn't come across as malicious in any of my fucking interactions with them. They come across as well-reasoned, they come across as quite reflective, and frankly, like, looking over the timeline of this stuff, generally they come across as somebody who doesn't want to cause damage, but is so pissed off with the way that they've been treated, they're kind of just fucking done with it. And I can't say I blame them. Now, is fucking Chuli much more woke than I am? Yes. But actually, as much as I think Chuli probably would have some strong opinions about, like, where I, like, stand on certain things and say certain things, do you know what? I've never got the impression from Chuli that they'd, like, fucking horrifically judgmental of me or anything else. I don't feel woke scolded in any of the general interactions. And I'm going to be honest with you, I think if Chuli was this woke scoldy person, I think they'd probably just do that. Because that's been my experience. They're not. So, like, I believe them when they're like, I don't want to break this person. But the shit that's come out with, like, especially with the way Nezi has kind of, like, been weaponized by Avi. And also, I mean, like, the shit that Avi was spreading behind the fucking scenes. I don't fucking blame them. And even then, they're like, oh, I didn't want to burn them. I'm like, I don't know, I would have. Like, I would have fucking done it. Are you kidding? I'm extremely woke, or I used to be. Look, I have left-wing and right-wing people in this chat. It's fine. I'm much more center, and there's certain things I care about and some things I don't. Dude.
Comfort over someone else effectively doing to another minor what he had done to me. And I didn't even realize until he tried to guilt me by asking, does that make me a pedophile? It really disturbs me that once...
I don't know, man. If you ever type in a chat asking somebody if you're a pedophile, I feel like it might be Jova. I feel like it might be Jova. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you have to ask that question, maybe, you know... maybe that's one of those things you type out and you delete, and then you, like, be like, hey, look, maybe we shouldn't talk anymore.
Avi saw his grip slipping in that regard, he immediately used everything that he was doing to me to reestablish it. I'll be honest, a lot of this doesn't make sense to me. The fact that we had these conversations when I was so young and I learned so much about what got him off and his sex life, but in our actual relationship, he couldn't have cared less about me. All I really know is that I'm always the one who was hurt and then was being painted as jealous and obsessive over this guy's new partner who has no idea what the fuck they're talking about. And before anyone asks, no, I didn't engage in his fetish in our relationship. Not that it's anyone's business what I would or would not have been willing to do in our relationship, but I think I will actually die if that becomes a believed rumor. He complimented my nose in the beginning and asked if he could touch it, but we never met up once in the actual relationship, though he tried at a couple of points. Unfortunately, that's not where things...
He asked whether he could touch it. So fucking weird, man. That's so fucking weird. I'm gonna start doing that to people. Can I touch your nose? Don't worry, it's just a thing. It's really bad. My nose itches really badly right now as well, and I'm like, I don't want to scratch my nose.
End, as now it's time to talk about everything Avi has been doing behind the scenes since we
Let's
broke
go.
up, and what ultimately led to Nezi publicizing our relationship in the first place. As I mentioned at the beginning of this video, I had known of the abuse claim from Avi since November, and I had given my DMs with Avi over to Lio to have him parse through them. This was going to culminate in Avi being confronted eventually no matter what, but something happened that catalyzed everything. I was alerted by a friend that Liam had returned to Twitter under a new burner account. I immediately archived everything said on that account, and one thing that stuck out to me in particular was a thread that they made that reads as follows.
I just wanted to say something about Nezziemonster and Avi and Heaton and all the rest of them. I understand what y'all did was out of concern or came from a place of genuine interest in my betterment or whatever. But genuinely, what you did to me was 10 times worse than anything anyone else could have ever done or will do. You are not handing out pamphlets. You are actively trying and failing to nurse someone back into a community that wants nothing to do with them. For the future, just let the disgraced person, in this case me, figure shit out on their own. You're not helping me by coming to me and saying, these people will be in the call, by the way, Avi. And you daff aren't helping by pitching a fit over my behalf after I already took my leave, Heaton. You were giving me an out to stick around when I should have rightfully left for good. Play pretend therapist all you want. You aren't gonna get to the bottom of what's wrong with me by filling my DMs with weird psychology bullshit, Nezi. I'm a grown-ass person. I'll be fine. That's it. I'm done complaining. Back to work.
This thread...
Weren't they still dating at this point? When was the fucking Nezi call? Has that been, has it what do you mean? I don't understand. Why is Nezi sending all these fucking DMs to them apparently? Fuck me. Oh, that was Faghost. Oh, okay, cool. Sorry. They said Liam and I was like, oh, okay, cool. Oh, fuck. Oh. You'll be happy to know that whatever you're doing to keep monetization is working. Oh, I can't believe the fucking Sappho video is monetized. I actually can't believe it. It's fucking wild.
Caught my attention in particular, as it's basically Liam calling out people who in some way defended or tried to help them after the expose, two of which I already knew about, that being Heaton and Nezi, but I had never known of any kind of interaction between Avi and Liam after they were exposed. However, there was only one call I could think of where the context of them needing to be warned of who was in call would even be remotely applicable, and that was the call that me and the other victims of Liam had with them in the old Senate server, where we basically planned to ambush them under different server nicknames. However, if there's one thing we should all know at this point, it's that Liam cannot be trusted for shit at their word. But then Lio was able to get into contact with them on their Discord account and retrieved proof that Avi did in fact warn them that we were going to...
Hey, it's Avi, yep. Sorry for just showing up super short notice, but I gotta let you know something, okay? I got told there's going to be a call with you in Senate. I also got told Truly and Clown are going to be there and change their username so they can basically ambush you in the call. Thanks for the heads up. When I heard that, I was about to scream, so please be careful into going into that. That's fucking crazy. This is in 2023? That's fucking insane.
To be disguised in the call. To anyone wondering why Liam would out this information and hand it over so readily, from how I see it, there are two possibilities. One is that Liam called out people who they know I don't like for their actions regarding how they defended them, which would make sense considering this was right after I uploaded my video on Jar where I mentioned for the first time publicly that Nezi befriended them, and did this in order to get back into the good graces of either the public, their victims, or both. The second is that Liam could genuinely have reflected on their actions over time and spoke out against the shit that we had to deal with because of people like Heaton and Nezi in order to quash any remaining belief that they should be defended over their actions and help us. If you know me, you know that I would never trust Liam's actions or intentions again in my life. But also, if it is somehow the case that they're being genuine, then how I feel.
That actually makes sense now. That explains why Phagos was tight-lipped throughout the call with Lio and everyone else. It's because he was fucking warned ahead of time.
Should have no effect on their want to make right. Anyways, this as well as something else regarding things Avi was saying in private is what catalyzed the confrontation. And on March 2nd, Lio, along with Ellie, had a call interrogating Avi. I actually wasn't allowed in that call, something that Lio now regrets, but was allowed to relay questions to him to ask Avi, as well as leave a send-off message for him. I don't really care that I wasn't allowed in, because that decision had nothing to do with bias or a want to hold me back. And unlike Nezi, who threw a temper tantrum about not being able to be in that call, despite informing them being a huge possible liability, I understand that there are things in this world bigger than my fucking feelings. And we knew getting me into that call would pose way too big of a risk of Avi just bouncing. In that call, Lio was able to get Avi to admit to God so much, but the most important things are that he admitted to warning Liam, and doing so because he was still mad at me over, quote, how I treated him, alluding to the aforementioned claim that I was abusive to him.
I let her know that it was Manhurt's call.
Oh, good. You're honest. Awesome. That's so fucking great, Avi.
Why? You know what Phagos is like, you know the harm they've done, the objective wrong, and you even told Ponder in a DM that you hope they get closure, but then you turn around and warn them. I want to know why.
I did it because I was still angry, and because, to a much lesser extent, I thought that it would be way less productive if they just got jumped.
Dude. Dude, this guy is such a fucking scumbag. That's actually fucking insane. That's actually fucking... Do you guys see why I want this call? Because I do vaguely know some of the stuff that's in it. Well, this person is clenching their teeth at the audacity of having to respond to what they've done. It's fucking crazy.
And
that is just to make Avi.
So instead,
that was not your call.
So instead, we wound up having a call where Phagos just shut down because you decided to tell them that they were being discussed. What is it that made you so upset that you went to warn somebody that you know objectively is awful and has abused multiple people?
I was still upset at Shuli.
For what?
Fucking knew it.
Over how that they treated me.
And it's at this point that Lio confronts the abuse claim from Avi head on and reveals that he's had access to Avi and I's DMs, as well as what he actually found in those DMs.
Let me go ahead. Let me go ahead real quick. Let me pull the rug out from under you on that one, too. Me looking into this hasn't just been me getting DMs from Phagos to verify, because Phagos outed you on that publicly on Twitter.
Lol.
About a week ago. I also have had unfettered access to your DMs with Chuli. Now, we can either be honest here or you can play games. Whichever one's going to depend on you. You have been running in the background.
I was in the wrong.
Yeah, and you were.
No, I've been in the wrong.
Yeah, you've been
Absolutely.
in the wrong. You've been in the wrong for more than that too, because you have been running in the background, trying to convince other people that Chuli is abusive. I haven't seen an ounce of abuse from Chuli in those DMs, and I think we both know why. So I'm going to tell you right now what I have. I have DMs of you being sexual with them before and after they were a minor. I have you sending things that even a relationship does not excuse. I have you being pretty emotionally abusive to them. I have you doing something else, not related, oddly enough, to Chuli, but to Heaton, a person you claim is your friend, and you know has trauma about people talking trash about them, where you are literally talking about how you are discouraging other people from commissioning them, something you know is how they make money. And on top of that, throughout your entire DMs, and we had this logged, you talk more trash about Heaton than Chuli does, which I shouldn't have to tell you is embarrassing.
And it takes a minute, but Avi admits that he lied about me being abusive and says that it's because he's a compulsive liar.
You have spent no shortage of time. And I'm well aware that Chuli's not liked in general in these circles, but you've actively made it a point to poison people against Chuli. I want to know why.
No, I'm not going to sit here and I'm saying that it was probably...
That's not cool. I'm going to ask you. You know what you've done here, Avi? You already taken out Chuli. I'm not. You're something that alone. You're under. If you had taken out nothing. You specifically had legs of problems dealing with the stress and anxiety because you knew when he hit that she was wrong.
Why is this sped up?
And you didn't tell her. Instead, you decided to gossip Chuli's DMs. That alone should make you right. I want to know why.
Yeah, and I'm
okay.
Fine with leaving any space with these people. I'm fine with with doing anything that needs to be done at this point.
Okay, what needs to be done right now is I need an answer. Why?
The only answer I can give you to that is that I am a compulsive liar.
Well, that's the most honest thing you've said in a while.
We're going to get into how that's very much not the full story in a minute, but I want to touch more in depth on Avi admitting to sabotaging 3 victims' attempt at closure because he wanted to retaliate against the one who he had victimized as well. Let me say something that is absolutely not going to sound good or healthy, because it isn't, but it's true. I can handle a lot. I've been subjected to so much in my life before I even became a content creator, and we're all aware of how horribly I've been treated and talked about since I did become a creator. It might sound sad, but I'm, in a way, used to the dehumanization and the things people say about me. But when people use how they feel...
I want to know why people don't like Chuli. This seems fucking wild to me. Like, actually, what the fuck has Chuli done? Because, like, is this an Akumu-like situation? Like, I keep coming back to this. Like, they're a bit woke, Scotty, at times. Like, and I'm using that lightly, do you know what I mean? Where I'm like, sure, they're on that woke side, and I could see why, like, that might annoy some people, but in this fucking community, why would anyone care? Why would anyone care? That's, like, the fucking culture. I'm so fucking confused by this. It's like Chuli because she wasn't kissing ass like others were? Is that it? Like, this is fucking bizarre. No, it isn't. Chuli has the right politics of the ACC, but I'm honestly confused why Chuli is like, yeah, this is the thing. Like, if somebody was like, dislikes me or Akumu, it's like, I can understand that just based on, like, the way that we are, or like Chris, or like Vlad or something. Like, sure, that's completely understandable. But I do not understand why anybody would dislike Chuli. I think it's an Akumu situation, plus Avi is such a personable snake, plus she's black. I don't know about the black thing, but Beckett, it's because Avi constantly claimed abuse behind her back and those rumors spread around. God, that's fucking crazy. This is actually fucking just ridiculous. This community just picks people they like and hate based on a whim of a hat. It's just, what the fuck? You start from the beginning. God, no. We're going for like 5 hours. Genuinely, it's because she didn't respond correctly to a lot of the dramas, and Abby likely spread a lot of shit about her too. Dude, I have so much sympathy for Chuli. It's actually wild. It really is. Because they knew she wouldn't hesitate to say anything that would make them look bad. Because black, yeah, where that comes from. That's what I thought. I was like, what the fuck? The black racism has been claimed because the FCC also based with Kai and Omnia. Chuli pointed this out even in a Heaton video. Sure, I mean, the ACC is very white, sure. A lot of these leftists use woke language to cover up their own racism, so that wouldn't discriminate. Yeah, again, this is my point with the language policing thing, right? Like you can see in conversations earlier about the misgendering stuff. I'll use shitty language, but there are clearly things where I'm quite left wing on, right? But like you can kind of see it. Like I think it's much more important how you act. Also, Kumi's black, yeah, there's one. Interesting. I've been given a reason, but yeah, it is. It's fucking weird. The ACC didn't like Thuman because she gender swapped, making Kiki Thuman herself. This is so fucking dumb.
About me to hurt my friends in a very vulnerable and sensitive way, that gets to me, and it makes me feel like I should go away in order to keep that from happening. Now, to be clear, I'm not going away, but the fact that you ever did something fucked up enough to even make me consider that, with how brazen I've been this past year and some change, it speaks for itself. A lot of people, me included, wanted to know how Avi even knew about the call happening and that we were going to be in it. The answer, according to Avi, is Heaton.
I mean, if you want the truest, honest answer, the reason I didn't tell you was because I was in a room with people who already knew. I was in Heaton and Brooke's house. I talked to them about it. They were the ones who told me.
Told you what?
Told you what?
That it was going to be, Heaton, not Heaton. It was going to be Ponder and Chuli in the call.
The story goes that Avi was visiting Heaton at her and Bubbling Brooke's house. Yes, the piece of shit who said I sure found a way to be a bad victim. And Heaton openly discussed that the Faghost call was going to happen and that Clown and I were going to be in it. Now there's no evidence of this as it was an apparent real-life conversation, but I will point out the day that Avi warned Liam was the same day that Heaton found out through Lio.
Heaton's in my DMs asking why I told Lio to ban her from that call. What the fuck?
When relayed by Ponder, that Clown and I had asked that she not be allowed in the call and demanded to know why we were trying to go above her. And taking time zones into account, Avi warned Liam only an hour after Heaton pulled up in Ponder's DMs to start being a bitch. Avi also claims he told Heaton that he messaged Liam and that Heaton said she wouldn't have done that.
You can
About
ask
lies.
Heaton. She was there in the room.
The room when they talked about the call happening, not when you were messaging Faghost. Do not try that. You just tried it.
I said to Heaton that I told Faghost.
And the response to that, and again, I'm saying that this is possibly you're lying, all right? I don't believe you, but let's go ahead and explore that. What was Heaton's response?
You have no reason to believe me, but you can ask her.
You just said you're a compulsive liar, Avi. Do not give me that shit.
What was her alleged reaction? Let's see if you can make things up in real time.
She said she wouldn't have done it.
She wouldn't have done it, or that you shouldn't do it? Did you push this?
No, it's just my second. Just my second. Listen, we're going for 5 hours. I get thirsty. It's the judgment. It's very hard. It's very hard doing the streaming thing. Just buy a monster at this point. What the fuck are you doing? No, it's the additional chemicals. Like a little bit. Like Cokes are fine. Cokes are fine.
Alleged fantasy that I'm gonna assume happened. Were you saying you wanted to, you planned to, you were thinking to, or that you did?
That I did.
Heaton, however, claims this is false as far as I'm aware, and that she never knew of that
Bro,
happening.
get some water. I don't know whether you guys are just bullying me or you're actually concerned for my health. Look, I'm looking much healthier. It's going well. I'm losing weight as well, which is nice. Of course, blame someone else and being mad at Julie. Yeah.
Happening. So now I'm stuck with two people who have lied about me and my abuse publicly, calling each other liars. I don't know who to believe, and I never will. I will say, though, even if Heaton didn't know what Avi did, I think it's fucking despicable to be so frequently talking about sensitive information regarding a victim of abuse's situation to people who you know hate them, especially when the reason you were confronted is because the victim in question wanted to make sure you were not around when that call happened, because you hurt them. I also want to note that I relayed my questions asking for him to take some fucking accountability or explain himself on December 17th. It had only been 2 days since he did something regarding my abuse situation with Liam to hurt me, and yet when Ellie relayed those questions, he gave her lip and told her that his actions were the fault of me emotionally abusing him. I've already discussed how the thing with making me out to be some manipulative puppeteer is bullshit, but can you please explain to me how talking shit about the way I lashed out at the person who abused me after I let you into that abuse story and trusted you with it and met you in person? Can you explain to me how tone policing a victim, period, is the direct result of me emotionally abusing you? I'm really curious because personally, no matter how much I hate someone, I would never police how a victim talks about the abuse they dealt with and the person who did it. Even in my video on Heaton, I never went that far. And we all know that I hate Heaton. Not only that, but Avi went on to discourage Ella.
I don't fucking blame you. I genuinely believe everyone in this community shit-talked everyone. I would not put it past Heaton to be shit-talking Julie. Avi overheard, and that's when he went to Faghost. Yeah, I think that's a genuine possibility. I also think it doesn't matter. I think we just call people shit. The fact that he went to Faghost and actually made that choice is the issue, though. Victim complexes are fucking wild in the ACC because Julie is clearly a victim, but somehow Avi is trying to make themselves the victim. Yes, because victim complexes are currency. Victimhood is currency. And okay, so again, just draw from my experience. If I tell you guys like a fucked up story about me, or I like mention my mother's death or some shit, do you ever notice that like quite often like the chat will be like, oh Beckett, that's really sad, and I'll be like, it's not a sympathy thing. I'm fine. I'm good, guys. I'm good. Because like again, I'm kind of giving you what I'm doing when I tell those stories. I'm giving like personal anecdotes or experiences to kind of inform you, bring you into like how I'm forming my views, why I think certain things, to give you other practical examples, all those kind of like narrative building things. It's not because I'm a victim of these things, even if some of those things were traumatic at the time. I'm fine. And it's like, people who do this, and this is why I keep saying through this stream, it is wild that I am less of a fucking asshole than some of these people, because none of these things, not one, excuses the way I behave. If I am a complete dick to somebody, or like the content I make, which I regularly am a complete fucking dick, it's not because I went through a traumatic experience, it's because I'm an asshole. But for other people, what they do is they go, oh my god, I've been through this really traumatic thing, guys. I've been through this really traumatic thing, where it's like, and that's why I acted the way. Even in watching this video, do you remember earlier when Heaton, sorry, not Heaton, Chuli names Kaden, whatever the fuck that name is? And like, I pause, I'm like, fuck, we have to talk about this. And I'm like, I was about to go on a whole thing about doxing and why not to use people's names. Even in this case, where I'm like, Julie is clearly a victim. If Julie was doxing somebody, that wouldn't excuse doing that. Do you see what I mean? Because this isn't, in my view, you don't get currency. Lots of us go through very fucked shit. Some of us really fucked shit. It doesn't excuse any of it. You have to grow the fuck up and be a person. It's not optional. And one of the things that has always frustrated me and continues to frustrate me is the idea that somehow people can go, oh, I've been through this thing. Here's my reasons. You have to have sympathy for me. No, unless your thing has literally broken you as a person, at which point I'm going to treat you like a broken person, by the way. It's not an excuse. Not even the Buddha was born enlightened, you know. Yeah. How long is left of the video? About 30 minutes, and then we got a call after this. Listen, I told you this would be a long one. We do transformative content here, okay?
Even trying to help me get into talks with some of the people who treated me horribly, and basically implied that I didn't deserve closure on that front, or else I was talking out of my ass when I said I wanted closure. He also told Ellie that if I decided to speak up about anything publicly, as was speculated to be the alternative to privately hashing things out, that everyone who's been victimized by me would come forward about how I abused not only Avi, but also apparently Susie and the SEC at large. I want to go ahead and interrogate that attitude right now because it did a complete 180 in 2024. So at the end of 2023, when he had that conversation with Ellie, he seemed very confident that if I said anything publicly, that I was going to be bashed and torn to shreds by the SEC. However, when I obliterated Heaton in April of last year on Twitter with tons of support, his tune completely changed.
How evil is this on a scale of 1 to 10, Becca? I'd probably say about, like, and again, I know I'm trying not to be hyperbolic. The shit that's been done to Chuli over the years, and actually finding out, I've been asking around over the last little bit as to why people fucking hate Chuli, and getting some of the responses I'm getting of people going, I literally do not know. It is literally just shittiness. I'm gonna be honest. I am now a stan for Chuli because this shit is actually fucking absurd. I'm annoyed for her. Can you pull the stream over? I copy. Sure, we can take 2 seconds. I'd say it's probably about a 7. Like, and again, like I say that dealing with like fucking shit around like fucking pedophiles and zoophiles and shit. Like, this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Fuck some of these people. We are doing Heaton, by the way. We are going over Heaton. I want to know this shit now. I want an actual deep dive on this, but I do not understand why some of this shit has happened. And I feel like Heaton has got glossed over an awful fucking lot. I am very fucking interested into what Heaton's reasoning in all of this is. That's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. What the fuck? Not change the topic, but have you played Baldur's Gate 3? Yes, but I'm waiting until the final patch release to like play it through fully. I am just annoyed for Chuli. This is absolutely fucking This is retarded. This is retarded. This is somebody who since the age of like 15 has been in the community getting a rough fucking deal, and then anytime somebody like fucking like they say anything, they get dragged for it. It's Outplay It. It's gonna get its own stream. It's not gonna be tonight because we're gonna listen to the Lio's new call after this. But we are going to do the Heaton video. Actually, how long is it? How long is the Heaton video? How Heaton and the SEC were in YouTube and more for me. Yeah, it's 2 hours long. I will do Heaton this week. Okay? I will do Heaton this week. Axe, if you're still in the chat. Do you want to do another thumbnail? Because fuck this shit. We'll do a part 2 involving Heaton. I want to know exactly why Chuli has been fucked over by everyone around it. Again, not a victim advocacy channel at all, but I feel like some of these people might deserve a little bit of fucking mockery, because I think we need some fucking karmic balancing from the fucking drama streamer, don't we? That's just fucking ridiculous. And also, let's not gloss over the fact that it seems pretty likely that Heaton knew what was going on from this. I would be shocked if they didn't. As far as why I truly think cruelty was the point, I like to pride myself on the fact that generally the people I go after deserve it to some extent. Maybe it's not proportional. I'll admit, I will be the first to admit that I get very out of hand every now and again, and some of the shit that I say is not proportional. And I'll even admit right now, you can tell them I've said this. I went harder on Hidden than they deserved for the portionality of what they were doing. Because I did multiple fucking streams on Hidden. But again, Hidden was doing shit that was like, you know, you're pulling shit. Let's laugh about it. You know, and they, to be fair to Hidden, they took their fucking licks and they've kept going and they've not bitched about it endlessly. But fuck me, like when I come across shit like this, it annoys me because Chuli seems to have done literally nothing. They don't even want to do the fucking call out videos. You doing a part 2 gives me an excuse to make mock art of this Kaden bitch. I look forward to it. Well, we'll do the Kaden video tonight. I think we'll tie that in because it makes... Listen, I don't mind going for another couple of hours. I don't mind going to another couple of hours, but we're doing Heaton this week. We'll do Heaton this week. Because it's 2 hours. It'll take me time to get through. Come on, Becca. Honor mode playthrough. Let's get these golden dice. We shall free through power of jihad. Dude, I do like being a dragon board. It is fun. I might mod in a changeling, do a changeling run. That'd be fun. This is fucking absurd.
Changed, and when he found out that people were planning on making a cloud comm on my video on Heaton the second that I announced it, he vehemently advised against anyone making a public response to my video. These messages are from a Discord thread that was made in the Cloud Palace SCC group before it disbanded because of Doodletone's departure, and it is its own can of worms, but saving it for another time. So, what is the actual reason why Avi felt such a need to discourage...
Oh, Kaden makes an appearance in the Heaton video? Base, let's fucking go.
Anyone speaking out publicly against me once it was clear that I had...
What's my playtime? My playtime on Monster Hunter. Sorry, it's a Monster Hunter question. I have to pause. My playtime's like a couple of 100 hours, but I haven't been playing as much because I've been playing a lot of Star Citizen. And more people, and people from the community are apparently going to join me in Star Citizen. I'm quite excited. I will start an organization soon, I think. I think we're going to be playing some Star Citizen.
A lot of support from the public. The actual reason was that Avi was terrified of the thought of me coming forward about the things he did with me while I was underage.
I'm not
and
surprised.
Was worried that the community poking the bear, me, as I announced that I'd be making a video on Heaton, would push me to speak out. Now, how I know that this weighed on Avi and kept him up at night, I'm gonna get into later. But right now, I want to talk about how Avi went about dealing with this fear. Avi's way of protecting himself, as stated at the very beginning of this video, was to make me sound as horrible as possible with very serious allegations against me, because he wanted to make sure that no one would ever listen to me if I spoke up about the things he did. He did this by spreading the narrative that I, of course, abused him, but more specifically that I forced him into our relationship and threatened him, as stated by both Ellie and another SCC member by the name of Fractured Light.
You told me that Julie forced you into a relationship, emotionally forced you into a relationship. You told me that you didn't feel comfortable being in a relationship with them weeks after you agreed to be in a relationship with them. And what did I tell you? What was the first thing I said to you?
It wasn't healthy.
I told you not to lead them on, Avi. I told you that if you did not want to be in a relationship with somebody, you didn't have to be. And you
How do you force someone into a relationship?
kept making excuses as to why you had to stay. You actively were making shit up because you were wanting me to think that you were being abused. You made me dislike Julie off of lies, Avi.
So the stuff that I got told by Avi about Julie was essentially, you remember the situation in Pizza Time, like a bunch of people talked mad shit about Heaton, and like we were pretty pissed about it because it was like,
oh, I got it wrong. I was tired when I typed it to you. It's that's Phagos. It's even worse. It's even worse, Gamma. Gamma needs to watch this video.
we just got done with a situation involving people talking shit about associates instead of talking to them directly. So, that situation.
We're in a relationship now?
I was mentioning it in a call in Donnie's media server, and Avi joined the call. I don't remember the full roster. I believe Airb was there, Temp was there, Waper was there, and I was there. However, I do think the Airb was deafened, and I just don't remember if Temp was there or not. I'm just guessing he was, because he's usually in call if Airb is. But essentially, we were talking about it, and Avi started going off about Sparrow, calling him all sorts of shit just because, of that. And then the topic switched to Ponder, to which Ponder was accused of doing a very similar thing to me, that he accused Ponder.
Malik comes back in. No. Beckett's mine. It's adorable when she does that. Love it.
Up to you. And then following that, he said that Julie posted his house and tried to force him into a relationship with them, and then got mad when he chose Nezi. So, that's what I was told in that call. The following day, I hear about the Nezi video.
Look, people have messaged me about this. Other people have confirmed this to me. They poisoned the well against Julie. This is fucked. This is so fucked. You took a minor, got into a relation. I'm going to do the gay clapping thing. I'm doing the gay leftist clapping thing. You got in a relationship with a minor and then lied about it, and that you were being abused. You are a fucking piece of shit. Oh, this is unreal. Unfucking believable. Fuck. The next stage up is the jazz hands thing, by the way. Then we go proper fucking leftist outrage. That's gonna get clipped out of fucking context. It's gonna bite me. Someone's gonna start calling me Tifa again. Fuck. Fuck. Did he pull a yandere dev? I mean, he was explaining his fetishes to a 15-year-old, so... Go back to therapy and read a doc with Beckett. Fuck's sake.
Video, and trying to learn from the mistake of not telling Heaton about the Heaton video, I tell Avi in the hopes he passes it to Nezi, and that's where this DM conversation happens.
He also handled things by playing defense for and aligning himself with people who hurt me, like Kaden. Chris, fuck a screen name for these creeps, as I'm sure me talking about ways I was sexually victimized as a child scared the absolute fuck out of him. I was alerted by another member of the SCC named Kalila at the same time Liam's tweets were discovered, that Avi had previously spread the narrative that Ponder was a backstabbing snake who threw away her relationships with Kaden and Heaton to try and ruin their careers, what careers? He also alleged that what Kaden...
Sorry, that just came out of nowhere. It's very funny based. I don't think there's a way to take this out of context without making yourself out to be a groomer like Clippers Beware. It's not to be a groomer. Oh no, I mean the fucking leftist thing. Listen, if somebody calls me a fascist or a Nazi or a whatever, that's fine. I literally don't care. But if someone starts calling me a feminist or Antifa or some shit, then I get about 20 fucking DMs saying I'm a hypocrite, and it's really fucking annoying. And it always happens. No one can make up their mind whether I'm a fucking left-wing soy boy or a fucking, goose-stepping Nazi. It's fucking no one can choose. It's really annoying. Pinker, with a 2, it's called a clapback. Thank you. Based.
Kaden did to me was Ponder's fault because she let me into her 18+ server and said sexual things around me, both of which are not true. The server being referred to here was not 18+,
glasses, of course
and
you're a Nazi.
pornography was not allowed. Everyone was very much aware of how young I was, some just evidently didn't fucking care. He also very confidently called me, the victim of sexual maltreatment as a child, a psychopath, and joked about how Ponder was getting karma for sticking by my side. Still trying to figure out how that happened. Kalila also states that during an emotional breakdown, Avi compared me to someone that had hurt them, and said that he understood what it feels like to be manipulated by a sociopath because that's apparently what I did to him. This ended up hugely backfiring on him, as Kalila is a fucking beast and actually went to go watch my video on Heaton, and came back to Avi to confront him on the sob story that he fed them about Kaden. Avi proceeded to downplay everything he said and still try and push blame.
Kaden even owned up to what he said and apologized, whereas Ponder never mentioned that she let Julie into what was an 18+ server. Kaden's apology never states she didn't know Julie's age. He was 27, saying that shit to a 14-year-old. If a child makes it into an 18+ space, you tell the adults who brought them in and get them out, not to talk about the performing sex acts. You said he took the fall for it, and all I'm seeing is he not knowing how to be fucking responsible around a minor. Why are you having these conversations in a fucking Discord space anyway? Why? What the fuck is wrong with you? It's the ACC, you know kids are around. Do you know, like, again, like, we do police the Discord a bit on shit like this, just on the off chance, and we're explicitly an 18+ space. Like, if anybody gives a whiff of being a minor, they get banned. So, like, and even we're, like, careful about the policing. It's fucking crazy. You can smell the amount of hypocrisy that's radiating from Avi. This guy's just such a disgusting piece of shit. It's real gross.
Him onto Ponder, which Kalila was not having, before all but admitting that he was still friends with Kaden, which then prompted Kalila to cut him off, pass these screenshots to a mutual friend of ours, who then passed them to me, Ponder, and Lio, and put us all in contact. Now, if you're curious how I know that what he did to me as a child was...
Sorry, I'm making a face because we have... Okay, listen. Guys. Dude. I'm so excited to set this up. I'm so excited to set this up, okay? Because if you guys hit the goal, you will have a new goal animation. There is a new goal animation, and I will set it up. We are 3 away. If you hit a goal, there is a brand new goal animation, okay? Very exciting. Very exciting, very exciting, very exciting. Okay, I've just been sent it. It's fucking great. It's so good. I get to choose between them now. Oh, super excited. Okay. Let's go.
Weighing on him, it's because of what he was saying in his text messages with Nezi when they were dating, which I have. After Avi was confronted and subsequently ran off, I had a call with Nezi on March 7th to talk about him and fully get onto the same page of what he was saying to them and what actually happened. That was not a call where I ran in and ripped them to shreds and screamed my head off, much as I wonder if that's what people wanted. Again, I favor practicality over my personal feelings if I think they'll get in the way of something I want or need, but also, if I'm being honest, I was too fucking tired and hurt and depressed to be angry at the time. I don't blame her, dude. Shooting's been done so dirty, it's wild. I don't really like to let it show and just bare vulnerability for everyone to see, but
I would like to
everyone
see a
in
new
my
cartoon
friend
now.
group
Thank you,
who
Hornet,
was
for the
around
two.
me at the time of this happening knows that it fucking hurt me really bad. It hurt knowing he hurt my
Glad I
friends
could help,
as
Ryan.
a way to get back at me. It hurt knowing he poisoned me to everyone just to avoid owning what he did, and it hurt to have to look back and see all the ways he broke down my walls when I was too young to know what was going on. I know some people were hoping that the call between us was going to be epic ponage, but I think on that front it's being missed how much damage Avi has done to me. However, just because I am a very emotional person who can be hurt doesn't mean I'm gonna take things lying down, as I'm sure we're all aware of now. I'm mostly just saying this for myself because I have to remind myself so often that I'm a multi-dimensional human being, but I guess I just want everyone to be aware of it as well. Anyways, the DMs. Avi really let it show in these DMs that he was terrified of me coming forward about the things he did to me, and admitted that's why he didn't want to.
Better with the 5. Okay, I'm sufficiently curious about the new animations. I don't blame you. They're fucking great. They're fucking great. Also, fuck, did I fuck the goal up? I think I might fuck the goal up. I think it might be tealing up. Oh no! Fuck. Micromonics with the 5. What's this about a new cartoon? Doing this for you, fellow chatters. Much appreciated. Let's go. Also, I want to have a read of these DMs. I didn't want to risk that shit she'd do to me and how she'd label me as a pedophile or a groomer, and I left you to fight that shit on your own.
He was terrified of me coming forward.
It's up to you what you decide to do, but I will stand with you regardless.
About the things he did to me.
That's not something a good partner does, and I'm sorry for not being there when you needed me.
And admitted
fuck
that's
off.
why he didn't want to say anything when Nezi came at me on Twitter.
That bitch is just fucking terrifying. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'll be straight up honest with you. If Julie can put videos together like this, she is fucking terrifying. Jesus.
He mentioned on several occasions during an argument that he was scared if he did anything that put him in my sight, that would put a target on his
I know
back.
she's mentioned me in the video as perpetuating the behavior within the community, but no one knows who I am, and I don't have a platform, so there's nowhere for them to come after me. If I came out and made some big statement, it would just put a target on my back.
And give me the idea
Jesus.
or reason to come forward and call him out, like I have with a few other people who sexually mistreated me as a child. One of these times, he even admitted that he knew I had feelings for him from a young age, but didn't do anything about it because I, as a child, was apparently fucking terrifying, and Nezi bought that shit immediately. Firstly, that's not true, as we all know, because he didn't do nothing. He specifically made sure I was in his grasp at that time. Secondly, I shouldn't have to say how pathetic it is that this guy who preyed on me tried to excuse it by saying, well, the child actually made advances on me first and I was too scared to do anything about it, so it's the child's fault. Literally just trying to claim reverse groomer, and how equally pathetic it is that Nezi just ate that up and was ready to run with that.
Potato with a 5. Pee pee poo poo. Thank you. Right. Okay. Oh, dude. Give me a sec. We're gonna set it up. Okay. Let's get set up. Waifu with the 5. If you didn't already have hate Avi now, wait till you see Rin's video. He really deserves a buckshot. Jesus. Okay, let me just do that. Okay. And then we'll go properties, loop. Okay. Does that work? Yes. Yes, it does. It's so good. It's so good. That's fucking adorable. That is definitely, that's like a great follow-up as well. I like that they're like, I like there's an order to them. It's like if you do really well, you get the like multi-star cartoon. That's so good. That's so fucking good. Who makes these? Rotting makes these. Rotting is a very talented animator. They're fucking great. The amount of dopamine this gives me is embarrassing. Oh, fuck. Rotting's made some, like, fucking banging animations. Like, the Wilderness Channel animation's really fucking good. The Jar animation's great. Honestly, like, they're doing, like, a me smoking animation as well. And I love it. It's great. It's great. The animations make me very happy. Damn, okay, yeah, that's cute. Melly's like, fuck, that's adorable. That's delightful. That's delightful. Dude, Rotting's like crazy fucking talented. I feel so talentless sometimes, but in this community, I'm just the dude who talks shit on stream. Everyone around me like, hey, check out this fucking masterpiece. And I'm like, okay. I'll keep doing my streams and making vaguely shit videos. It's fine. No, absolutely fucking amazing work. Absolutely amazing work. Thank you so much, seriously. I really, really appreciate the work you put in. And all of you, actually. Whenever anyone does fan art, like just tonight, like Avi, Axe with the thumbnail, Beatles obviously does a lot for the community. Tons of fucking people. But yeah, you're all fantastic. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going.
Narrative, seemingly to the point of running with it publicly. We'll get into that in a minute, but let's go back to the tweets that Nezi sent out when I released my video on Heaton. Real quick, it should go without saying, but Avi was the one feeding the narrative to Nezi, as they told me. However, Nezi confirmed...
Hidden Heroine with a 5. Good evening, Hidden. At least you're self-aware. That's fair. Know what you are. That's a very important part of ego managing as a streamer, okay? Know your place.
That they were the person who wrote up that thread and wanted to publish it. According to Nezi, Avi didn't make any push for them to say anything about his and I's past relationship, and it seems more like Avi wanted to have the least involvement in the making and posting of that thread as possible, which led to Nezi publicizing the narrative that I was a jealous ex. So, to get this straight, you were the one who decided to write up that thread about me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Wait, what? Call between Nezziemonster and I held on March 7th. Wait, was this cut from the fucking Nezi call? I knew there was something cut from the fucking Nezi call. I said at the time, this feels cut. Why is it cut?
Who wrote up that thread and wanted to publish it. According to Nezi, Avi didn't make any push for them to say anything about his and I's past relationship, and it seems more like Avi wanted to have the least involvement in the making and posting of that thread as possible, which led to Nezi publicizing the narrative that I was a jealous ex. So, to get this straight, you were the one who decided to write up that thread about me.
No, it's on a different day with Lyos the second. Surely, on the off chance you see this, can I have this call? Any chance? I am very, very fucking interested to see a call between Nezziemonster and Chuli. That's... ooh.
Okay. I was kind of hoping there was a little bit more of a push from him, but it's whatever.
There was none.
So all he did was allow it.
Mm-hmm.
This actually really ended up backfiring on Nezi, as them publicizing that was what made me not only publicly talk about Avi and I's relationship, but also talk more about that whole thing with others in private, which led to Lyo telling me about the abuse claim. Peep the title, Useless Idiot. Now, something I want to point out here that I immediately questioned is the phrasing, chose Nezi over me, which makes it sound like both of us were interested in Avi at the same time, and like I was being cheated on. But when I asked Nezi when they and Avi started dating, as Avi didn't seem to know, it turns out that neither of them seemed to know.
I don't fucking believe Nezi. Why? She's been so honest up till now. I fucking hate Nezi.
Know the date that they started dating, which is really weird to me. Like, if someone asked me the day that my girl and I started dating, I'd be able to tell you immediately, with her permission, since I don't know if she wants that public. From everything I've heard about when they started dating, it doesn't sound like there was any overlap, which would corroborate Avi admitting that he literally just made it up entirely. Fuck my life.
This is from Chuli, who, especially if it was between you and Nezi, started the narrative that I was jealous of your relationship and disliked Nezi for being your partner. Not only did I have eyes on another girl months before my Heaton video came out, I also made it very clear when you and I broke up that
Oh no, okay, no, hold on. It is okay. So that confrontation between Nezi and Chuli is the bit that's cut from the Nezi call then, because this is a call between Avi on the 2nd, and that's a couple of days before the Nezi call, and then okay, cool. So that's what was cut.
That I did not like you at all anymore and never wanted to see you again, and most importantly, I had no idea you two were even together. So go ahead, tell me how that started.
It was something I made up in my fucking head because of how our relationship was, how it began, and how it ended.
So you lied to Nezi too.
Based off of something that. Yes, I absolutely lied to Nezi.
Oh, okay, I'm just wrong here. Kai Rise, Nezi call was on the 3rd, the night after the Avi call. Chuli has a call on the 7th with Nezi. Okay, I'm with you. Oh yeah, that does make sense. God, I really want that fucking Nezi call now. The March 2nd call was the call that Nezi had the temper tantrum about not being in. Okay.
Last main thing I want to focus on in these messages is the arguments occurring. The first is from November 12th and consists of Nezi being angry that Avi didn't defend them publicly when they came at me on Twitter about he and I's past relationship. They talked about Lio getting onto them for saying what they did about me and how Nezi felt like they were left to deal with me alone. From what I've seen, I do believe this to be not only possible, but likely. I can totally see Avi letting Nezi being a lightning rod for everything so that he could sit cozy in the background. Nezi also really pushes and even guilts Avi to at least try to come forward about the abuse claim, saying that everyone would be on his side and help boost the narrative. Avi bends the knee very quickly in this conversation in terms of apologizing for not saying anything, but is still hesitant to come forward publicly and accuse me of abuse. He does, however, say that if I do anything regarding Nezi again, that he would go mutually assured destruction on me. Something interesting I want to point out here is how 4 hours before this conversation, Nezi had a conversation with Lio wherein they brought up alleged things I've done to them, and Lio pushed back on it.
That's a lot, so I'm going to respond in voice message. Teddy abandoning you with that explanation is not inherently mistreatment. That's their decision to make, and you kind of have to just deal with it. A lot of people abandoned me too. I'm not going to sit here and worry about that. Chuli calling you a groomer.
No, he's just slowly plotting his revenge.
Enabler is apparently due to what was found in the FCK logs as well as in other servers back when you were in there and talking about it. I have told Chuli to their face that I completely disagree with that sentiment. That's up to them. With Heaton, that's not about you at all. I don't know how you think that Chuli's lied about your relationship with Avi when they weren't even aware of it until you tweeted at them.
Yeah.
And I don't know about the not liking you because of Avi at all. So even if that is true, that's not an inherently mistreatment of you just not liking.
Is this a hot take? I don't think... Okay, here's a hot take. I don't think Avi is the source of that narrative from Nezi. I don't know. I think this is a hot take. Cope, you need to watch another video from her channel because she accidentally blocked the DMs with game footage. True. That sounds like something Nezi's crazy fucking brain would make up. Actually, no, that sounds like Nezi trying to manipulate the situation because she thinks people hate Chuli. So, like, well, actually, Chuli came after me first. Don't you know that Chuli's an abuser? That doesn't actually sound like something that came from Avi. That sounds like something that came from Nezi, right? Okay, she showed the screenshot. Okay.
If you want people to talk to you, you have to be open to that communication. That's part of the problem there. The bigger issue here is that...
I mean, Lio's addressing it anyway, so I don't think I need to read the DMs.
Whenever you are confronted with these negative emotions, your immediate response is to lash out at people instead of either trying to recognize whether they're right or wrong or just being able to blow them off because you don't take value in their words. And that's part of the problem here for you. This is something only you can change, and you have the full ability to do so. There's no amount of words I can tell you that's magically going to make you do what you need to do. It's a choice you have to make.
So if I'm reading this correctly, which is anyone's guess, it really looks like Nezi stewed on the pushback they got from Lio and felt like if Avi came forward about everything, people, including friends at the time, like Lio, would agree with Nezi on their apparent grievances. So they then took that and confronted Avi, followed by
that makes
pressuring
sense.
and guilting
Yeah, that makes tons of sense. I think that seems very, very likely.
him to come forward. The second conversation was on January 23rd of this year, where Nezi starts off by asking Avi if he'd want to do a therapy session with their therapist to talk about his abuser, me, to which
That's so... Hey, babe, do you want to talk to my therapist about your abuser? Seriously? I think that's the first thing in this entire fucking call that's made me even slightly sympathetic to Avi. Fuck me. We'll say, Beckett, you're missing Nezi literally saying Akumu, someone who shall not be named, still calling Akumu Voldemort. Okay, that is funny. But you've spoiled it for me now. You've ruined it. I'm kidding. But thank you for letting me know that's in there. That's hilarious. Gonna tell my shrink about my e-husband next session.
which Avi denies and has a little pity party over. There's a few reasons why I think Avi would be uncomfortable with this idea. The first is that he could just want to lessen discussion of me so that he doesn't have to deal with any more pushes to come forward. And the second could be that he was scared that the therapist might know enough about manipulative behaviors and notice that Avi was leaving something out. I'm not entirely sure. Avi then calls me a lonely bitch who will never find how.
What app is that? That's WhatsApp, isn't it? That looks like just a WhatsApp background. Like, I've got a custom background to my WhatsApp.
Happiness, which we'll come back to that, and really tries to discourage Nezi from looking for any kind of justice to be brought.
Audiences are in bigger than all of us combined. She has Ponder and probably Akumu on her side too. What if you at least talked to Ponder and I had a bigger audience than some and still got shit? Oh, Nezi. Nezi. That just makes you a more palatable target. Are you fucking kidding me? You got a bigger audience? Great. Much more people for you to send over here. That's why Nezi won't acknowledge half this shit, by the way. Because she'd get fucking eaten. Are you kidding? I still got shit.
Against me. To which Nezi responds by really pulling out all the guilting.
Like, it's no fun when it's like actually people with no audience at all. That's boring, okay? That's why I don't go after people with no platform. Well, that and it feels a little unfair. In this day and age, it does. But as long as I maintain my invisibility, she can't really do anything to hurt me. But she already hurt you, and she hurt Kaden, Heaton, and me. Oh.
Methods in this conversation, and also tries to see if they can get Ponder on their side, which, fuck you guys. Avi immediately discourages them.
I'm literally sat here not calling him a pedo. I'm like, this dude, he's not a pedo, he's just a freak.
That, probably because he...
Nezi is being absolutely destroyed, yeah. And it's by her own doing as well. That's the best thing about it. Sometimes you get a drama where, like, it takes time, but it's so obvious that the person you're, like, fucking decimating has just done it to themselves. It's fantastic. Oh, I love it.
Knew that Ponder would 1000% ask for proof of the abuse before just running with that claim. And after Nezi tries to push Avi again to say something, he firmly plants his foot down, saying that he's safer saying nothing because he's just a nobody, so there's nothing I could do to hurt him publicly, and that coming forward would put him at risk because I could put his future in medicine at jeopardy. The screenshots then end with Nezi saying, "I will rot in hell," followed by Avi making a joke insinuating that he hoped I died from the fires that ravaged the LA and inland areas of Southern California this January. You know, I really hope that everyone knows exactly who Avraham Blumenfeld is and what he's done, and keeps him out of society. However,
You know, once again, and I am going to point this out regularly, this is the sort of shit you'd see out of drama streamers. Like, dude, you should see some of the DMs Chris and I send each other. We say like fucking terrible things. But like, again, we're pretty fucking honest about it. And these are the people who are like, actually, we're the good ones. We're the good people. It's like, dude, just fuck me. And at least we're not doing it out of viciousness. Actually, do you know what? I retract that statement. If we make fucking dark jokes to each other, we don't actually give a shit. We're not actually mad about anybody. Like, we're not actually sat there like, I hope this person dies. We're just like, this funny, like, dark, edgy thing. Because none of us are this invested. You're sat there with your girlfriend like, I hope this person dies. What a fucking loser. Probably helps that you guys are buddies. Yeah. I'm gonna make a different note. Come see the turn me into a gun lance main. Based! Yes, gun lance is the best weapon. Wait, the man with the sneeze fetish is going into medicine? The Mao. Oh, dude, fuck. So gross.
Despite how much we've been talking about how Avi is a piece of shit.
Hey, weird collar guy. Thank you for the membership to Coping. Let's go. The hateful things I've said about Jar would get my ACC credentials revoked. Yeah, but it's like, it's where you like, it's how you say fuck shit. Like, all the way through this, I've been talking about context, because context matters. And like, if I was genuinely sat there about, who's a good example? Like, if I was genuinely sat there about Will and his channel or some shit, being like, I hope he fucking dies in a fire. That'd be fucking ridiculous. That'd be gayest shit possible. But like, if I'm like talking about Will or something, like Lamau, imagine he's driving his car and like crashes into a wall and it's filmed. That's obviously a very dark joke, but it's not out of I want Will to die because I hate him. It's just like, that would be like, it's just a funny, fucked up joke to say. And the intention and context is different between those two things, and it matters. God, that would be funny footage, though.
Shit, because he is. I want everyone to look at these messages and see that this was a mutually toxic relationship.
Your chat is right. He's a cis white man. I can say whatever I want, and I am morally correct. You see why we're going through couples therapy?
And you might hear that and wonder like, wait, how? Wasn't Nezi the one being lied to? To which I say to read these messages as though Avi was telling the truth, which is what Nezi believed at the time. Even with the whole thing being that Avi was apparently going to keep Nezi in check on Twitter, if the issue is that you can't control yourself, then you need to remove yourself from the situation entirely. And you don't get to put the responsibility of your own inability to control your actions on your partner, especially when those actions include saying inflammatory shit publicly at someone who you believe to be their abusive ex, followed by you berating them for not coming forward to your defense against the person who you believe abused them. That is incredibly unfair and disgusting. Now, of course, none of those claims were true because I wasn't abusive, but looking at these messages from Nezi's perspective on what they believed to be the case at the time, this is abusive behavior from Nezi as well. And it seemed to have worked because after I announced that I'd be making a video on Nezi, Light, as previously mentioned, told Avi, to which Avi...
What the fuck is that to say? I don't know why they dropped the announcement at the end of the Jar video. I'm furious, actually. Will this be when I come out about my abuser truly? Wait and see. Bro tries to force me into a relationship and then says my partner is bad. How about you look in the mirror and actually show up to a protest, you fake-ass bitch? Sorry, I need to calm down, but fuck. No, I get it. Sounds infuriating. I'm just glad Nezi is off social media for the most part. A problem to delay their next video. Oh, my abuser, my abuser, my abuser. Okay. The last time I made a point like this, I feel like I lost like 10 viewers who were just like, maybe need to check out for a bit, but I'm gonna do it again. I don't fucking care. It's also really late. I'm probably just being mean. If you're a guy, we're doing jazz hands. If you're a guy and you are seriously talking about some girl being your abuser, and unless this chick has been beating you or like did serious emotional manipulation, like I've got male friends who've been abused. But if you're a guy being like, oh, No. That girl who forced me into a relationship, like, no. You're a bitch. You're actually just a bitch. Avi is more of a fucking, like... Avi's about the same level of woman as Nezi is, let's be fucking honest. Neither of them get male pronouns. Fuck this shit. They're both women. It's so retarded. It's so fucking retarded. It's just like, wait to see me come out about my abuser, truly. Who's done what? Done what to you? You lying, sniveling, weaselly little fuck. Now I have to defend men against my fascist husband. What is happening here? I'm just like, this is just gay. This is just the gayest shit I've ever fucking read. If this DM in particular leaked about me, I think I'd just end it. I don't think it's even a delete your channel moment. I think it's just delete. Like, how do you come back from this? How do you seriously show your face in public and being this much of a fucking loser? It's so gay.
Avi responded by trying to build a base of support for him to come forward. Avi was ready to try and hurt me again. And it's interesting acknowledging that to then look at how Avi described the two of us to Light, where he describes me as an act of harm and Nezi as good to your boy, when I would never do what Nezi has done here to my girlfriend. I would have never done this to Avi. I would have never done this to anyone. But because Avi victimized me as a child and wanted to make sure no one from the community would listen to me if I ever spoke up about what he did, he made me out to be abusive and horrible. I don't know how to describe this in a way that would get across how fucking sick it is that you would make up lies and spread narratives that I forced you into anything and didn't care about your consent. When you know that you were fucking around with me when I was underaged and couldn't give consent to you if I wanted to. And I don't know how to describe how fucking sick it is that you would compare the child you preyed on to alleged abusers and cozy up to real victims feeling very real pain from very sensitive and vulnerable parts of their lives with the fake story that you were a victim as well. When Avi and I broke up, I initially told him that we could stay friends, but that I needed a break from him because of how his actions had hurt me. But a few days later, I was able to channel my hurt and anger into a message.
This bit has degraded so much, oh my god. It's getting to the point where Mally being a lesbian's not helping.
To Avi detailing how he hurt me and how I didn't want to stay friends with him. And in that message, I wrote, "You really have hurt me in a way I can't articulate and given me a reason to make sure I never come back to you." And when I said that, I never thought that he would take it as a challenge. But honestly, I should have. This is what abusive people do.
Yes.
They do everything in their power to retaliate against and punish their victims who are able to break away from them. Liam and Avi have both done it, and unfortunately, I was their unlucky target. If you're wondering how either of these people had responded to the backlash before everything with Avi happened, TLDR, there hadn't been, nor was there a shot in hell that there would have ever been a sincere apology from them to me. Avi posted on Blue Sky the day after my video came out that everyone owes Heaton, the piece of shit I had just exposed for all the horrible shit she said and lies she told about me, an apology. Delusion is a hell of a drug. And Nezi, also after running away to Blue Sky, had only made vague passes at me, particularly once in responding to a butchered version of a criticism I made against them in the most copium-fueled manner possible, so completely on brand. And then a thread repeating almost the exact same line of thinking they used when victim-shaming me. Awesome! After I announced that I'd be making a video on Nezi, they posted on Blue Sky that they had heard and were going to have their therapists watch it, which... come on, you guys. They then went on to complain about my announcement and Akumu's video going over the FCK, preemptively downplaying their own actions and ending off by saying,
I'm an adult. and I have better things to do with my time than entertaining spiteful people who refuse to move on or grow up.
I think the best thing I could bring up in response to this is that during the time of my video on Heaton coming out, a friend of mine found an old tweet from Nezi that reads as follows.
I am so tired of people getting mad at others because they had the audacity to ask for some form of accountability or to have any form of self-awareness. My apologies. Clearly, I'm the bad guy for pointing out how you treated me like garbage.
It all makes me think, how were you so much smarter back then? Well, it's because...
sorry, like, again. Julie's so fucking charitable, it's ridiculous.
They weren't smarter, they just weren't in the hot seat. I just have to say, belittling and touting down others who you've hurt like they're beneath you is one of the most immature behaviors I can possibly think of. To quote something you said before all you posted was unintelligible, furious crash outs. My apologies. Clearly I'm the bad guy for pointing out you treated me like garbage. Fuck you. If there's anyone here who refused to grow up, I'm sure any sensible person here would say that it was you. End of story. Seriously, this coming from the person who said, "Stay mad, he chose me." I hope that sentence haunts you both for a long time. I do want to say, in the call I had with Nezi, they apologized for everything that—
No way is that true, Chris. Someone mailed H32 skulls in the mail before CPS calls? What? Sorry, God, that's fucking wild. What? Bro, okay. Doing iDubbbz again this week, aren't we?
they had done in regards to the situation.
Julie did cook. This video has been fucking banging. It's taken me like 6 hours to get through, which is, to be fair, it's double the length of the content cop, and it's like less than the time, so.
With Avi and
no human skulls? What?
Victim shaming me and befriending Liam. I've thought a lot about whether or not I forgive Nezi, and the honest answer is no. I don't. At least not yet. Maybe there will be a magical day in the future where I find it in me to forgive them, but I don't see that day on the horizon right now. And that's about all I wanted to talk about today. Kaden, Blaze, Nezi, I know you're mostly concerned with making stuff on your platforms that you want to make and moving on from all the hurt you've caused, but in my opinion, what you should be focusing on is growing the fuck up. Seriously, get therapy, go outside, get a job, and fuck off. Being a content creator is just not in the cards for you as you are. Deal with it. Avi. Words fail to describe how pathetic I find you, and the revelations I've made about the things you said about me behind my back, as well as the things you talked to me about while I was a minor for years, leave me more repulsed and angry with you than I ever thought I could have been. I never thought that I would have dated someone who hated me so much, who was more comfortable colluding to sabotage me with the person who abused me for years when I was a kid, than simply apologizing to me for the things you said about that abuse. But why am I surprised? You were a man abusing me too, and I didn't see it because I was attracted to you. Because you made flirty comments at me when I was a child, and conditioned me to be comfortable with you detailing your fetish and sex life to me. I will take glee in the fact that everyone finally sees you for the filthy, griming, lying, backstabbing, low-life predator that you are. I'm in so much better hands now, and with someone who actually cares about me and who actually loves me, which is more than I can say for you. Remember when Avi referred to me as a lonely bitch who will never find happiness? I would like to point out that I have a girlfriend who I've been dating for many months now, who I'm going to see in June, where we will have very many mushy cutesy dates, and I have a ton of friends who are going to meet up with me on that trip as well. Meanwhile, booger fucker over here has no friends, no romantic partner, and no direction in life beyond his precarious future in medicine. Oh, and my girlfriend is a lot taller than you ever were. Goodbye, Avraham. I hate you. I hate all of you that I've covered in depth in this video, to be honest, but I especially fucking hate you, Avi. And I hope you're all learning that the subtweet shit, the tweet and delete shit, the spreading shit about me in private, it's not gonna fly with me. And I hope y'all realize that I have no shame in talking about the horrendous shit y'all have done and putting it on blast. Shit, make me fucking rich. Because one day, you stupid motherfuckers are gonna have to learn that fucking with me is a decision you do not want to make. I do want to say, though, that
I'm gonna be honest. As much as I'd normally call out the little flex there, Chuli is somebody who can cook, which isn't actually very common for the ACC. Like, and it can actually fucking cook.
the difference in support I've received since I uploaded my video on Heaton has been crazy. Back in the day when I first got excommunicated, I never would have had this much support from both creators and audience members. It's been extremely heartwarming seeing people defend me from this shit and point out when creators are obviously in the wrong. I know that not everyone agrees with absolutely everything I do or say, and I would never expect that, but the discourse surrounding me is so much healthier and more fair than it ever has been. I sincerely thank all of you that have contributed to that from the bottom of my heart. Unfortunately, this is not where things end, and I want everyone to keep their eyes peeled for the announcement I make on the 22nd Tuesday of this month. Beyond that, however, I'm really going to try and get back into making videos on
Ho ho. I'm interested. I think Chuli videos are going to become a bit of a regular feature.
my new channel while I work on all the stuff here as well, which actually debuted in December last year. That's where much of the more topic-focused commentaries and fun videos will be instead of just the Freak Saga. I even have a vlog of when I went to Disney World at the beginning of this year before the country collapsed with some of my friends. So let me know if you're actually interested in that. It means the green little frogs. It was a very fun trip. Okay. Bye.
Banging video. Chuli, if you see this, absolutely fucking W. Really good. I'm gonna start later this week. I'll start digging into the Heaton stuff. I'm annoyed for Chuli. It's rare that this happens where I'm actually like, wow, you've literally done fucking nothing. Normally there's something. You've done fuck all and got absolutely fucked over it. So I think we'll be digging into that a little fucking bit. I mentioned Heaton a few times of whether I should ever look at them. And maybe here we are. Maybe it's fucking Chuli as a driving factor. Now, okay, we are not done. We are not done. Do you understand? Do you understand me? God, the call is 3 fucking hours. Holy shit. Can I do a 3-hour fucking call? Oh my god, I didn't realize it was 3 fucking hours. 3 fucking hours? Dude. 3 hours? What the fuck? 3 fucking hours? Oh, dude. It's a 3-hour call. That's 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 really long. That's a really long call. Oh. Becca, I can make you a part 2 thumbnail starring these guys if you want. Do it no balls with a 2. Do it flex on us. We'll be here till... This will be a 12-hour stream if I do that. You know, for 6 hours, it's okay. Jesus. You said fixed sleep last stream? Yeah, but I could stream through. It's 6 a.m. Maybe see the first 5 minutes and see how you feel. You've done that before? Yeah. What day is it? That's not a good sign. That was a genuine question. It's the 21st. It's Monday. But, like, it's bank holiday Monday, so I don't have work or anything. Yeah, and with the 10, do it. Jevy Bev with the 20, come on, you've done a 9-hour vid before. This is nothing. That is true. That is true. That is true. I think I might need to pause for a second. I think I might need to pause, okay? Take a break for a little bit. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break. I'm going to go and get another bottle of Coke. So I'm prepared. Apparently. Who made a 9-hour video? Fucking Akumu made a 9-hour video. That took me 3 streams, to be fair. But the VOD, yeah. If you want to cry mid-stream over the torment, then go for it. I knew there was more Coke. There's more Coke downstairs in the fridge. In the fridge, there's more Coke. I need to, like, oh, look, I've still got half a Coke left, but if I'm sat here for a 3-hour call, I'm gonna need more Coke. I'm gonna need more Coke. Do I want to play a video game while we do this? Fuck, maybe that's the way to do it. Maybe we'll listen to the call and play a video game. What do people think? How do people feel about that? Like something light in the background. Maybe some Dark Souls or something. I don't know if I want to be on stream for the entire time. Like, fucking cammed out. Gaming makes sense. Play Tetris or something. I don't think I have a copy of Tetris on Steam. Do it raw. Do it raw. It'll be past the VOD limit. No, VOD limit's like 12 hours, so. Game and dinosaurs. Game and dinosaurs. Do it dry. What the fuck are you doing, Yan? Build a model. I don't have any kit. Whip out the VTuber. I don't know if I want to whip out the VTuber. We might go to the chill screen. Might go to chill screen. And then I can there a bit. Let me move stuff around. Let me see how I feel about this format. No, I need that a bit bigger now. And then fuck. Something like this. Something like this is a setup. Maybe. DS2. Been a while since I've played DS2. Let me have a look on Steam. Let me have a look on Steam. The man resists the call to Minecraft like the plague. It's true. If I started playing Minecraft, Mally would actually marry me. You guys realize that, right? She'd be like, okay, might as well. Learn to parry, loser. I've got a bit more RAM now, so everything's a bit quicker. I actually think my old RAM sticks were dying. Like, dying. I think they were fucked, guys. Play Ultra Kill. Jesus, no. Also, no, she won't. She's not denying it in chat. What do I have currently installed? Because I deleted a load of stuff to play Star Citizen. I have to do a bit. I have to do a bit of setup. I have to do a bit of setup. But let's. I think we're committed now. If I can find a game to play that I want to play, we will play a game and watch this entire fucking call. Okay. Monster Hunter might be a bit intense for my computer while streaming. Even now, I need an actual. I need a bit of an upgrade to my graphics card. I think. Monster Hunter's like really GPU heavy, unfortunately. I'm already not going to sleep and have to stay up till 6 AM. Well, that seems good. Watch the 17-second clip. Okay, give me a sec. Have a look.
There's something that I've never talked about publicly, but around the same time, we received 2 human skulls in the mail at our home, which led us to having a very pleasant interview with the FBI. Things have progressed well past the point of that's just what the internet does.
That's so fucking insane, I can't believe it. Holy fuck, that's crazy. I haven't wished you all good morning because it's not a good morning. Chronic pain. Oh, damn. Sorry, Kaden. But listening to you, Becca, is helping me cope with it. Good. Thank you. Thank you for the 50 Swedish. I appreciate you. I don't have Undertale, actually. I do not have Undertale. So, what do we have? What do we have? Could do some Risk of Rain. Some Fable. We've got a couple of Dark Souls installed. He just dropped the response to iDubbbz on his main. It's like 16 minutes long. Fucking hell. Okay, let me see what I can... Let me see what I've got. We were doing a Dark Souls 2 run, weren't we? Well, I'm sorry I didn't immediately run back to the keyboard to tell you I won't get married for Minecraft. We both know that's not true. You know. You said it was been a dry week for drama earlier. Yeah, I fucked myself over. I cursed myself. You never do that. You never like, oh, it's too quiet. That's always a mistake. Always and forever. Jesus. Okay. Let me see. What do we want? What do we want? What do we want? I feel like we want something solid. I've got like no good hack and slashy games. Hey Beckett, funny story. My brother built the Wither the first time by accident near our house, and the Wither blew it up. All I could do was laugh as he had the dumbfounded disbelief look. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I'm very confused. Is that a Minecraft reference? I really don't play Minecraft, guys. I literally do not play it. So if you give me Minecraft references, I will not know what the fuck is going on. I wasn't ready for the skulls, though. That's pretty insane. Yeah, that's fucking wild. What about Severed Steel? I don't have Severed Steel. Is that good? Send me a link. I can't download it while I'm streaming. But have a look. I was playing Legacy of Kain, wasn't I? I was playing Soul Reaver before. I did like a couple of bosses in Soul Reaver. I think Olivia wants you to play DS2. Olivia does want me to play DS2. Give me a sec. Let me make sure I've got a setup going and I'll play some DS2. Because I've got a better controller now. So this might actually get slightly easier than the last time I was playing DS2. Let's do that as a setup. That's light then heavy. We'll do a quick edit here. And we'll go B. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. We'll do DS2. We'll do DS2. Severance. Severed Steel. Use the damage to turn my brain off. Interesting. Okay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to start this call. I'm gonna be listening to it.
Eyes up and on the...
Well, I'm going to I'm going to go and set up a little bit and get ready, and then I'll be listening. I'll be listening on the phone, okay? And I just need like 2 minutes. and then we will get into this call, part 2, and then I will come back, set up DS2, and we'll play DS2 while listening to the call. You good? We good with that? Everyone happy? Based.
On the screen, got some warnings for you. The commentary streamer guys are complaining by now, I'm sure, but it'll be okay.
Hey! So true. I was literally about to do that. Oh, fuck. I'm becoming predictable. Damn it.
I promise. Now that that's out of the way, I'll give you some context here. So please pay attention. People sometimes complain that I don't give enough context for these calls, but I'm sure they're just not paying attention. So please do so this time. Today, I'm releasing 2 calls. They've both been edited down to remove fluff and other things that just don't need to be put out there. Both calls are concerning former members of the slideshow commentary community. These people being Kaden Monroe and Michael Shomes, respectively. If you haven't seen Chuli's video about Avi and Nezi that she uploaded last week, you'll need to. In this, she goes over her past with Kaden Monroe. The TLDR is that he spoke to her often about his kinks when she was a minor and normalized those topics to her. While Chuli has not specified that Kaden himself was a groomer, she brought attention to those actions as they contributed to her desensitization to these topics at a young age, which left her more susceptible to members of the community who were actively predatory. In 2024, Chuli confronted him about his past with her. Her only request was for him to recognize his wrongdoings and then take a week off of his platform to reflect, and then to make a statement about it when it was made public. I have heard this call. I can confirm that at no point was he harassed, belittled, or bullied. However, when Chuli publicly stated word for word what was discussed between the two of them via video, Kaden's response was to completely freak out. This led to a call in SCC Courthouse, a community resolution server. As the person who was in charge of that server at the time was, well, laughably unprepared for the responsibility, I took the reins of the call to find out what was going on. There's going to be a section removed from this call per Chuli's request. And despite what Kaden's partner, Blaze, seems to think, there was no request for this call to not be recorded to my knowledge. Here it is.
Until this year.
Why are we in trial pit instead of just general discussion?
Privacy.
Oh, I see.
I didn't want us to be in
because the moment I'm done explaining myself, and I'll let you guys explain and do whatever, the moment I'm done explaining myself or answering any questions or anything like that, I'm gonna be honest, I'm leaving the server.
That's
And-
same.
Because this is just not my scene. I'm trying to move on with my life. I'm trying to move forward with my life. No offense to anybody here.
Like, everything that's been occurring here in the past month has been a shit show on my mental health.
Well, my question is, has anybody actually watched the video yet?
I have not.
I have yet to watch it in full.
Okay. JC, have you watched the video?
I have not gotten around to it myself. no.
Okay. Somebody who
I will do
watched
so.
it needs to be in here. At least that section. That way this can actually be discussed. Otherwise, we're spinning our wheels and
Okay.
getting nowhere over nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Initially, I first heard about it through Liv earlier this afternoon.
Well, I heard about the discussion months ago, so thankfully not new to me.
The way I was told, and Kaden, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I was told that Ponder was going to make you aware when the video was dropping, and she did not.
You were supposed to get a preview of the video before it was released.
We both were.
No, I didn't ask for that. You asked for it specifically, though.
Well, I had her blocked. Like, let's be frank. I'm very much on fucking edge around Ponder as of late.
Why?
Ever since the call, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot fucking trust her worth a damn. I just can't.
What did she do that made this massive breach of trust?
First of all, this was her server.
Yeah.
Okay? She did not do her due diligence in her own server before involving minors in it.
All right.
Okay? So we were associating with each other the way that we always had. We were making jokes. One of the jokes being, what was it, babe? I believe it was dick-shaped cookies and waffles.
Yeah, I was talking about a story of whenever I was part of the Reddit Secret Santa, and I brought up that what somebody gifted me from San Francisco was a penis-shaped cake pop, which you could buy off the street.
Okay, I'm back. We're gonna wind it back a little bit. Because I think we've got over the intro. Fucking hell. Ugh. Oh, actually, hold on. I don't know why I said hold on, like you can see what the fuck I'm doing. Right, okay. Transformers are superior to trains. I misread that the first time I read it, and I was like, wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is Lyra talking about? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Take this down a little bit. Just a little bit, okay? I'll take this, move it here. Okay. Let's chat up a little bit. There we go. I'm gonna copy you. And we're 419. See? I'm doing proper setup, okay? We're dedicated.
Fucking edge around.
Oh my god, they're so fucking angry. They're so fucking angry. Jesus. Game. Dude. Dinosaurs. Okay. New tab. Loop. There we got dinos. Okay. There we have dinos. You'll be happy with dinos. Stuff over a little bit. There we go. There we go. Little dinos in the corner. Okay. This is just turning into a comfy stream, isn't it? Let me just get Dark Souls 2 up. We'll go from there. We're nearly there, guys, okay? We're nearly there. And then... Right. Yeah, okay. And then, Dark Souls 2. Actually, give me 1 second. Let me just make sure this setup actually works. Before I start fucking doing things. Great. Okay. And let's go.
But I was told that Ponder was going to make you aware when the video was dropping, and she did not.
You were supposed to get a preview of the video before it was released.
We both were.
No, I didn't ask for that. You asked for it specifically, though.
Well, I had her.
Jesus Christ, why the fuck? Oh, dude. We were supposed to get a preview. Why haven't we got a preview? Give us a preview. I want to see the preview of the video. And now we're all blindsided and stuff. I don't know, man. Like, when was this? Was this 2024? September 2024? That's when this call was, right? Right, dude. Fuck. This is, like, tiny on my screen as well. I'm gonna die so much. It's gonna be brutal.
Blocked. Like, let's be frank. I'm very much on fucking edge around Ponder as of late.
Why?
Ever since the call, I cannot. I don't know. I cannot fucking trust her worth a damn. I just can't.
What did she do that made this massive breach of trust?
Good question. It's a good question, Leo. Solid question. Good stuff.
First of all, this was her server.
Yeah.
Okay? She did not do her due diligence in her own server before involving minors in it.
All right.
Okay? So we were associating with each other the way that we always had.
Mm-hmm.
We were making jokes. One of the jokes being, what was it, babe? I believe it was dick-shaped cookies and waffles.
Yeah, Dick shit. I was talking about a story of whenever I was part of the Reddit Secret Santa, and I brought up that what somebody gifted me from San Francisco was a penis-shaped cake pop, which you could buy off the street, and then it kind of divulged from there of us just talking about penis-shaped pastries like waffles and cookies and stuff like that.
Of course, it was from San Francisco.
What the fuck, Leo?
Yeah.
Bro.
So, in the call you had with Ponder, was Ponder being accusatory, or was she just there?
He was explaining the situation.
Okay, then what did Ponder do that means you can't trust her, then?
It's more of Blaze felt that I was being thrown under the bus because if you want my honest opinion, after
She dragged you into this group call, and then barely gave. I wasn't there, but by the sounds of it, she barely gave you.
I wasn't there. I wasn't able to protect him. Why was I allowed to protect him? He's my boyfriend. He's my boyfriend. I love him. I should be there to protect him. Have you listened to this guy? He obviously needs protection. I mean, like, maybe I fucking agree with that. Listening to this fucking idiot speak. Also, how the fuck do I like down here? Trying to work out where the fuck to go. Shit.
An opportunity to really say much for yourself.
Okay, but was the call recorded by anybody?
No.
Okay. Here's the thing.
I asked that myself.
Yeah, but of course Ponder hasn't responded to my knowledge yet. Look, I don't know if Kaden was being thrown under the bus, or if they were just having a frank discussion. To my knowledge, nobody's made a claim about predation. So if there's a claim that goes out that is incorrect, that's one thing. But if it's just, this is my experience.
No, but I don't like.
Go ahead.
I don't like being tagged at work. Like, does she know about this? Does she know about Kaden's actions? Actions of what? Yes, of course I knew. He told me.
So
he was in that call.
Yeah, and that's something
It made it come off like, does she know about his predation?
Trust me.
That was fucked.
I understand. I empathize with that. I had plenty of people telling me that my wife should divorce me because of the Rosa call. Trust me, I get it. This community needs to do better about how we communicate our...
This community needs to do better about how we communicate our feelings. And like, lots of people told me my wife should divorce me. And I'm like, listen, that is objectively funny. Leo, you were mean in your call. You should get divorced. Sorry, bro. I only laugh because I know from like listening to their interactions and like the way they fucking like Leo speaks about it, that's obviously not gonna happen, but it is pretty funny. Do better. We are learning
our concerns to each other. The random tagging, which will cause anybody, including my own, anxiety to go through the roof, does not help anything. And it means whoever you tag is going to come in immediately wanting to throw hands. So there are better ways to deal with this. Okay?
No, but I don't like the implication of the message itself. Like, was she made aware of this? I think Blaze should be made aware of his actions. Yeah. Like it was some fucking act of predation. I don't like that.
Hey. I genuinely wasn't aware if you knew about it or not. Okay?
Okay, so Umbrus, you saw the video?
At the very least, the part that concerns you.
Okay. I would like to know what was said. I'm here to clear up any information. I'm not going to make a statement on that video. I'm not going to be making a statement publicly. I'm only going to be making a statement here. And if you guys can forward that statement, I'll even type out a statement if I need to, but it looks like nobody cares that I'm in here. And then after that, I'm leaving the call. I'm leaving the server.
Blaze is so aggressive. I mean, we've seen the way she tweets, right? It's like this is mine, and like anyone who comes after me or mine, I'm gonna be very angry. I have a temper. I have a temper. Don't you know that I have a temper? Like, okay, dude. I don't know what it is, especially with this community, with people trying to sound threatening and just failing completely. It's actually wild. Like, I was tagged at work. I'm like, dude, yeah, I don't know. Ignore it. Don't date people who do shit like this. I don't know what it is about the BDSM community as well. Like, it seems to be this thing of like, hey, this is just totally normal, guys. We're just talking about things that normal people talk about. It's like, no, you need to get some self-control. It's just knowing a time and a place. Do you know what I mean? This shouldn't be hard. It's learned behavior. Yeah, I actually don't disagree with you. Do not disagree with you.
Just a heads up. So what was said?
So in order for me to explain what was said about you, I'll have to like slightly give context to something mentioned prior. I'm gonna get screenshots to what I can.
Okay.
It was a bit of a lengthy segment, so it may take me just a bit. But Chuli opened up about their experiences with V, and like provided screenshots for that. And the reason you were brought up is because you were mentioned in a message Chuli sent to V, and Chuli brought up how you would talk sexually to them when they were apparently 15.
I never once messaged them sexually. The only thing I did was I made sexual jokes around Chuli. In fact, in our DMs, we never discussed about anything sex-wise at all. So to say that I was sexual around Chuli, if sexual around and sexual towards are two different animals. I was never sexual towards Chuli. I knew they were a minor. I never even imagined that. I was also in a relationship with Blaze.
That's not true. Hold on. That's not true. You were sexual towards Chuli in the stream. That's just not true. Why? What the fuck? Doesn't he say later in the call, he's like, they've sent this to me? I'm like, wait, what? Are you going to make claims like that? I'm dead. Fuck. My theory is that it's not BDSM issue, but the issue they are interfeeling taboo, and since the BDSM taboo wears off, they start becoming transgressive to get the feeling back. That's actually not a bad one.
So,
Axe, just the artist I was hoping to see. Question, how do you feel about cats? You know, listen, the irony of Mally asking this is, you know what's going to happen? There's going to be fan art of Mally and I as cats together in, like, a coupley situation. I don't know if she's considered the fact that she is basically screwing herself here. Like, has she, Mally, you know this, right? You know that this is going to backfire on you. It won't just be me. It will not just be me. Oh, fuck. Wait, is Chuli in chat? Hey, Chuli! Chuli. Okay, I don't know if you've seen this, so I'll say it now. Great fucking video. Really, really good. One of the best AC, if not the best ACC video I have ever like watched on this channel. Easily, hands down. Really, really, really fucking good job. And I hope you're good. And by the way, just I don't know how much has been communicated to you, but I was very confused as to why people disliked you, Chuli, because like all our interactions have been really lovely. I know that again, I'm a bit edgy. I know we might not see eye to eye on certain things, but even with that said, you have always treated me like really kindly, really charitably. And that's pretty much all I can see with your interactions with other people as well, quite frankly. So I am going to be looking into the heat and stuff, because, and I listened, I haven't really had a reason to yet, but I am kind of fucking angry on your behalf, which is rare for me. I'm not a victim advocate channel, but I feel like some people need a little bit of fucking digging into and mocking, because this is honestly fucking ridiculous. So I do hope you're good, and I hope you're finding some fucking closure from it. But yeah, like, fuck. I said to somebody earlier, like, just DMing, trying to work out why people didn't like you. It's like, every interaction I've had with you has been just really pleasant. Like, really pleasant. It's fucking ridiculous. And some of the people you've had to fucking deal with, bro. What the fuck? Leave the nice young lady alone. What the fuck? It's been rough in these streets, yeah. Well, listen, it's clearly much like Akumu. It seems to have kind of hardened you, and it's made you like a fucking brutal content creator. You've got a real fucking edge to you that I like. I didn't know what to expect from the video. I didn't know whether it would be kind of like a bit soy, and it wasn't at all. It was just pretty fucking cutting. I really liked it. It was great. I said earlier, like, I'm lucky that the people who kind of like take shots at me are far less competent than you are. Quite frankly. But anyway, yeah. No, I'm enjoying the content. Keep it going. Keep it going. I don't know, and if you ever want to chat about anything or I can help with anything, just let me know. Just you've got I think you've got like where my Discord is. It's kind of open to you.
Sexual towards. I think the only people I've ever been jokingly sexual towards is Silver, who is reciprocated, Avi, who is reciprocated, and that's it. Excluding Blaze.
Did Julie provide screenshots of this?
That's the thing. There is no screenshots of DMs between Kaden and Julie. The closest we have is this message I mentioned, and
yes, but again, Julie was talking about this back in 2019. It was it was pretty brutal. I don't think that's out of nowhere. I will say, like, again, like, being weird about minors, around minors, is like, especially if the minor is not saying anything for those cases, and that we've seen that. It's like, or if you don't know or you don't have that confirmation, like, it's a difficult one. This is not the case here. When it comes to Julie's interactions, it's like, that makes me uncomfortable. And particularly the stream, it's like, that makes me uncomfortable. Those jokes make me uncomfortable. And there's a basic line thing as well. It's not just a, this is weird, misogynistic, and makes me uncomfortable thing. I mean, that's your part, big part of it. But, like, at a core part of it, it's, hey, we're hanging out in kind of a relaxed environment, and you're making me uncomfortable. Don't do that. Like, do you mind just chilling? And it's like, if somebody carries on doing that, like, a lot of this feels like it could have been solved with just a bit of an apology, and I fucked up, and it's fair to call me out. I say this through this stream quite a lot. If people call me out for certain things that I'll readily admit that I do, that's okay. That's fine. I might change the behavior. I might not. I might be like, well, I'll try and like moderate like something I do around you in particular, because I don't want you to be uncomfortable. But it didn't need a huge fucking drama over it. It needed just chilling the fuck out. And the response, the fucking anger from Blaze in this call is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Jesus.
And if I remember correctly, Julie talking to someone else who is a deleted user, their name's not mentioned, where like Julie and this deleted user are talking about it. And I do have a question. It gets worse.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Is it true that there was a confrontation call with you in it?
There was a confrontation call this year. And if you're talking about a confrontation call from a while ago, it was never about these explicit issues. It was about other things. It was about my poor mental attitude. It was about my me.
Your brain didn't work.
If I remember correctly, it was about me being aggressive towards Chuli in like an anger sort of way, and me diminishing at Chuli as me diminishing Chuli in the way that you would do as in like, oh, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you're a child type thing. Never in that entire conversation.
How can you seriously have a conversation like this? It's like, actually, you're wrong. What it was me being like diminishing towards Chuli, like you don't know what you're talking about as you're a child because you're a child. Let me educate you on BDSM. What the fuck? Why would you say this? Yeah, guys, you don't understand. You don't understand. I was talking down to them because they're a child as I was trying to tell them about sex stuff. Matthias, I can't listen. Very dyslexic. I apologize for the 5. Man, you sound different. Not at 1.5 speed. Yeah, it drags a bit more. I apologize.
Conversation was anything sexually explicit brought up at all, except for the one that happened this year. This year, it was brought up to me that what I was the way I was acting back then was also sexual in nature as well. I will say this, and I will defend this to the day that I lose, until the day I die. It was never sexual towards; it was sexual around. Which is, I never towards Chuli made anything of that nature. They bring up a factor of, and I remember these screenshots, and I remember the statements from the conversation we had this year of that they know that they don't know how, but they know that I'm a top, which any person who knows me from that time, any person that knows me now, I have made that shit public. I have made that shit very public. I have made that shit. I've said that on my streams. I have said that on my Twitter. I have said that around friends. I have said that in servers.
I mod people so I can spot them. I don't actually expect mods to actually do anything. And Lio's easy because I know what his fucking icon looks like, so it just catches my eye. It's red. It's usually you'll find creators with like more like mellow colors modded, because then I see the blue name. It's the only reason. Whereas Lio, I'm just like, Thundercats, there we go.
I have never once did it in the sense of, truly, I'm blank. I never went that. If anything, the only thing I could say is the closest, truly called me a bottom, and truly implicated that everybody in the server was a bottom, and then I said, no, I'm a top. That would be the most that I would say is ever towards them.
Yeah, no, because I remember you were one of like the earliest people I found in this community back when I was like 11, and like after a while I did like pick up on like that type of humor of yours, but like I would not make a case against you because it's your content. There's only so much I can complain about there. It's just I watched it willingly. Like that the onus is not on you for that, but like the
I'm sorry. I'm really trying to figure out the fucking logic here, because this is actually a little bit annoying. And like, it's like, you don't understand, guys. This is his content, and I was watching it when I was 11. Okay, 2 questions. Firstly, why can't I make this jump? And secondly, no, it's 3 questions. Firstly, if you're watching at 11, it's like, well, why are you interacting with your fan base that's this fucking young? What the fuck? If I found out somebody I was interacting with was fucking like 15 or something, I'd be like, hey, I really appreciate the support. I can't stop you watching my stuff, but it's really not for you. And I can't talk to you. Like, I can't have a conversation with you. Right? Like, this isn't okay. And if you're a creator as well, you do have to be careful with the people you interact with. Because, like... Oh god, this is going to be gay. There is a power dynamic element to this. And it's like, if you're a creator, and you're interacting with fans, and those fans are young, especially if you know those fans are young, you have to be so fucking careful about how you're going to interact with them. The fuck? Is this a mystery to people? Like, I would hope, be preaching to the fucking choir. Like, nobody here should be disagreeing with me on this. Like, I really question creators who don't seem to stick to these rules. Like, it's not just to protect the people around you. It's to protect you, you fucking idiots. How am I fucking this up?
The point is, like,
I'm
as
clicking
you've
it.
been
It's
emphasizing,
not doing the job for me.
Less that it was direct and more so just tangential, I guess. I'm not sure how to explain it. You know more about this.
I will not defend in saying it's appropriate.
Definitely.
I'll say
I
that
can
right now.
agree.
In hindsight, I should have never fucking said that. In hindsight, there's a lot of things that we should have not done.
Well, in hindsight, that server should have had an NSFW channel at the very least.
No, it shouldn't. So why? That's such a dumb take. No, it shouldn't. It should be like, hey, there are minors in here. Maybe a not safe for work channel is a bad idea overall. Maybe it's just like, hey, if you know you have younger people in your community, which the ACC does at base, like, I sort of expect my community not to be young. It's a drama community, and I say mean things about people. It's not the sort of thing I expect to find people who are under the age of 18, or would want to. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I'd like to think that in the Discord, most people are just hanging out. And yet, people are like, oh yeah, there's lots of stuff. Maybe there should have been a not safe for work channel. Maybe you guys should touch some fucking grass and sort your heads out. This is ridiculous. Actual insanity. Okay, does this work? Can I get down here? I think so. Yes, let's go. Finally. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not able to send messages in Trial Pit.
Here's the thing. Is anything in the video making any negative claims, anything that is distorted or twisted that is not based in either their memory or in the factual information presented?
Well, that we're gonna have to watch the video to find out, because I honestly don't know. Again, I just got off work, and so did Kaden.
I'm gonna be completely frank. I'm not in the mood to watch the video.
I'm not in the mood. I'm not in the mood for this video thing.
Explicitly had stated that it was sexual toward as opposed to around.
Then she's lying. They are lying.
She's going to have to provide something for that, because I was not made aware of anything like that. And from the screenshots that she shared in that group call that they were in, yes, she did share screenshots that she mentioned she was going to be putting in the video. So he was made aware of some of these things. I don't know if there was anything else, but if she's adding to it, it's not accurate.
Couple of points of order.
One thing
hold
that
on,
is...
Hold on. Couple of points of order. Is Julie a she or a they?
I think it's a they.
Okay.
Probably. I haven't been around her. I haven't been around them or anyone in that community for a while, and I've actually left a bunch of Ponder servers as well.
Let's stay with the they. Now, it's possible they could be lying, or it's possible they could just be wrong. Lies require intent. Intent specifically to deceive. So it's possible they just got it wrong, they misremembered. Memory is a very fickle thing, and human beings can quite literally create false memories. So let's not try.
I would know that.
Let's try as much as you are angry
Every time.
right now, as much as I understand why.
Listen to this sweeping. Yeah, I mean, oh, it's painful. The immediate jump to calling me a liar always takes me out. Well, I mean, realistically, what the fuck are they meant to do? It's like, you're obviously in the wrong. And part of the problem is you are dealing with a community where, like, the position of people is going to be more careful around this stuff for, like, a multitude of reasons. Like, the ACC's got so many fucking people in it who've been screwed over by shit like this. Everyone's going to be naturally defensive. And at the same time, it's like, why do the mistakes keep happening? Why do people keep doing this stuff? You know how it turns out. You know what the outcome's going to be. And people still do it. It's crazy. It's crazy. And then at that sort of point, you're like, well, Cool. Is it just negligence? Is it malice? Is at some level there much fucking difference? Because, I mean, it feels like it's not. It feels like it's pretty just like... Yeah, I mean... You're just doing this. The question is, if they weren't called out for it, and this is what it comes back to, especially with people who are like 27, 28. It's like, if you weren't called out for this, would you change? I feel like you would. I feel like there'd be no fucking change. It's like,
It is best to try to, as we can, operate as much in good faith and be as charitable as possible here. Because I do know this for a fact. Julie has been wronged by this community. Julie has been victim blamed by this community. So right now, and matter of fact, not just right now, but in general, Julie needs to be treated kindly.
Yes.
So unless Julie says, Kaden preyed on me, Kaden groomed me. Right now, what we have is assumptions. We don't have anything else to go on. To my knowledge, this video is just them talking about their experiences, and in and of itself, that can be fine. To my knowledge, Julie is not claiming that Kaden's a predator, that Kaden needs to be blacklisted, that Kaden needs to be removed, doxxed, or any of that. They're just saying inappropriate conversations happened around me in these spaces, and that is true.
Well, I was about to say, they opened this, the parts about Kaden up with, the fact that, well, not the fact, but, with the statement that Kaden sexually harassed them. That's something that's
yes, finally.
I know the context of that. The thing that I said was, what I said was, when Julie was sucking up, well, kissing up, sucking up.
That's a very interesting pause, isn't it? Well, what I said was Julie was kissing up. Interesting. Oh fuck! Is this yours? I'd forgotten this existed. Hold on, is it good? It is pretty good. Hold on, I might take the legs from that actually. Ah, based. Fuck, I forgot this armor existed. Where is it? Aurorus. That's some strong defense armor. And gloves. Maybe. Maybe, I don't know. Go back with that. Am I heavy rolling? No, I'm good. Let's go. Dude. It's all coming together. The build is coming together. We're going to get there. It's going to be great. What's the timeline of when this call happened? So, shit's been happening to Julie. Fuck it, I can't believe I'm going to say this. Shit's been happening to Julie since like 2019. They've been getting fucked over and fucked around with. And this call, much like a Kumu. Isn't it funny, the timeline of all this shit happening back in the day? And then this call itself happened in 2024. And then it's sort of like all spiraled over the last I guess 6 months, we'll say, into a lot of the shit that was done to Chile just being brought out. That's kind of where we're at.
Whatever. You wanna put that in the phrase. I use the phrase truly sucking your dick.
Shouldn't have done that.
Shouldn't have done that, but that was also the nature of the server.
Here's the thing.
Okay, hold on a second. Is this gonna work? No. Okay, I just want to go back a little bit.
The fact that, with the statement that Kaden sexually harassed them, that's something that's important to mention.
Is this audio good? I think it's good.
Of that, the thing that I said was what I said was, when Julie was sucking up, well, I kissing up, sucking up, whatever. You wanna put that in the phrase. I use the phrase truly sucking your dick.
Shouldn't have done that.
Shouldn't have done.
Okay, so that is sexual. So you've just gone from saying, well, I was sexual around Chuli to and never sexual towards Chuli, and then give an example of you being sexual towards Chuli. Right? Like something that like Chuli is communicating as far as like we can see to that they're uncomfortable with. And again, in a space that is not just like a fucking random Guna space. It's pretty simple.
On that, but that was also the nature of the server.
You know, here's the thing that I need you to internalize here, and I say this without like dogging on you or judging you harshly. Regardless of the nature of a server, like you make your own decisions here. The nature of this server is extremely emotionally volatile. I choose whether or not I want to be that or whether or not I want to remain calm. So just something to keep in mind going forward, regardless of spaces you're in.
But the other thing I'll say that is not something I do anymore. In fact, I actively stay away from minors in these servers. If I'm in a server with minors, if it's not a public server, I avoid that server at all costs, which is one of the major things that they said that I should be doing.
Yeah.
And
why the fuck does a minor have to? I'm actually getting annoyed. Why the fuck does a minor have to point out to you, hey, maybe you shouldn't be in servers with children? Like, I feel like I'm being extraordinarily fair. Oh, fuck. Like, like, what is it? Hey, adult man. This is a weird thing for you to be doing. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, 15-year-old. You're right. I never considered that before, that this might be, you know, completely fucking abhorrent. Absolutely fucking wild. Paulo moment, true. How you doing, Lance? How you doing, bro? This is so dumb. This is so painfully... I don't know whether it's like just admitting that you've got like mental issues. Because that's what it feels like. Wait, there's zip lines? I never knew there was zip lines. Have I forgotten there was zip lines in Dark Souls 2? What the fuck? Fuck. Bandit Great Axe. Ooh, that might actually come in useful.
If that's how they feel, that's how they feel. And
how they feel.
Personally, I've taken this entire thing as a learned experience, and I'd rather stay away, excluding from the hypothetical of having a child, which my demeanor would immediately change. I don't like being around children. I don't like being around anybody under the age of 18.
Kids do suck, so the point still stands though. Unless Julie has made...
I don't like being around children, says the guy who is endlessly seemingly around children. What? What? If online personalities have taught me anything, it's always ask others what kind of behavior I should have, and especially us minors. They know best, clearly. Aiden, Spondyle, and Pygol are debating again. Fuck me.
Claims that they know are incorrect or that do not jive with the information presented, right now the response, as much as you may want it to be, cannot be anger. Or should not be anger. If this is something that you guys talked about...
It's hard not to be.
Well, I know, but you guys already talked about this months ago, remember? So, you knew this was coming. You knew this video was coming out. Granted, apparently there was some sort of agreement about seeing it before it did that fell through, that's here or there. But like you knew this was coming, so it wasn't a blindsiding sideball.
It wasn't, and I'm not saying it is. What I'm saying is we came to an understanding that my actions back then do not reflect the actions of now. In fact, I have, for anybody who is paying attention or anybody who noticed, and I have a feeling nobody in this call has, I stepped away from all forms of content creation, all forms of streaming, anything, the things that were making me money at the time. I took the time away from that under request from Julie.
Okay, that's
to show that I have changed.
okay. Now, Umbra, since you watched it, was any of this communicated in Chuli's video?
Lee, are you here?
I think they're mute.
She might be in for a minute.
Yeah, we'll come back
That
to
might
her
be.
in a minute.
I remember her mentioning that an apology from Kaden was mentioned.
Okay, that's
If I'm
good.
recalling correctly.
I was just mainly concerned about this because this is the first I've heard of it, and I just
I mean, having actually seen that section from Chuli's video, I think it was remarkably fucking charitable, don't you? I think it was remarkable. I think it's way more charitable than Chuli needed to be. And I've said this all the way through Chuli's videos. Like, these videos are nicer than I would have been. I think they're nicer than most people would be. And like, again, Chuli doesn't go too far. There's no hyperbole. There's no kind of, this person's a fucking pedophile. They need to be run off the internet and fucking murdered. Grab your torches and pitchforks. It's like, okay, well, I'm giving this because it's like, I want to talk about it, which she has every fucking right to talk about. And because it's a story that involves me. Like, it's a story that's, like, personal to me. Like, this seems incredibly fucking reasonable.
I haven't been around your
Ridiculous.
circle in forever,
Ridiculous.
so I just didn't know what was going on. That was about it.
Yeah.
Because I remember being in that server a long time ago.
I'll say this right now, and I'll say this to anybody who asks me, and I'll make a statement in the courthouse in that thing that in the topic discussion thread that you made. I'll make a full statement if it makes anybody feel better. I am in no way happy with my actions from back then. I am a completely different person than I was back then. Anybody who's been around me or anybody who's talked to me, I have a feeling, Autumn, you and I knew each other back then.
Yeah.
You can I bet you, and I'm saying this more of a just assumption, that you can tell that I'm a completely different person than I was back then right now.
Okay, so you're a completely different person, but you are still viciously attacking anybody who's pointing out, like, if you're a completely different person, and again, I said this, that may be true, that may be true, that may be true, that may be true, that's fine, good, awesome, people should improve and change. It's like, well, then, okay, cool, well, we can talk about it, right? Without being like, Chuli is a fucking crazy murderer, or some shit, whatever fucking narrative people are coming up with. Okay, I'm getting out of this fucking dark pit. Dying over and over, like the shit.
It's been a while. I think we rarely spoke, but I don't think I recall any conversations we had in said server, because I think
Fair.
I was very particularly attached to Rachel.
Yeah.
I don't know if you read that part, but I learned some very unfortunate things. happened
Trust
to
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my sympathy towards you and everybody involved. My point being is that growth internally, externally has happened since then.
We are learning. Lanza, liar, stop it. I hate it when my friends fight. It's really annoying. Don't know in my chat. Shut up, both of you. Fuck. Oh, fuck me. Okay.
These events happened in 2017, 2018. It is 2024. There's and anybody who has been around me, anybody who can attest, I think Lio can attest to this, at least without the.
Well, are we fighting? I was telling a joke. Okay, I'm just getting paranoid. Okay, you're allowed to joke with each other. Fuck me. Oh, fuck. This, fucking, this call is painful. Going from teenager to a young adult, I expect drastic change. Going from late 20s to early 30s, I don't expect it. I think I was talking about this earlier, Meow. It depends, like, massive change comes from life events, right? Like, certain things happen, and then you end up like shifting from those. You would think it would be obvious when I said the guy would be getting sent into space. Like, I've heard your fucking analogies. Don't give me that shit. The entire section after they watch the clip kills me. Yeah. Yeah, listen, this isn't fucking great off the bat, I'm gonna be honest with you.
People saying the bias part of Blaze, anybody in this server that is in, like, what was it, Zenny can back me up on this one, is I am a completely different person than I was back in 2017. I have learned to deal with my emotions more maturely. I have made sure that the servers that I am in are very selective, and that in the process that I am taking the efforts to, even after this all came out, to still that I need to know that I'm changing.
Yeah.
Oh.
We are learning. I know I'm saying this a lot, but holy fuck.
God, sorry. I'm flustered. I just got off of a long shift. And I've had a long week.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to say is, I will not say the actions that, like, the shit that I said back then was wrong. Not wrong. I will not say what Truly said that I said is wrong in the sense that these things did happen. They are wrong in the sense that I should have never done this.
Right.
Well,
And
what do you mean
I have done everything in my power.
Hold on, you said they are wrong in the sense that they said you should never have done this. I mean, that's true though. You shouldn't have done it.
Yeah. No. What I'm saying is, it is wrong that I've done it, and I shouldn't have done it. I'm not saying that they're wrong in saying that I am in the wrong for doing this.
Okay.
Miswording.
Sorry. It's hard. There's a lot of wrongs here to make right, and I'm sorry. Jokes, haha, hee hee ho ho. But the point I'm trying to make is, Truly's not wrong in feeling that I have done wrong. Truly is not wrong in saying what I did was wrong.
Okay.
I am in the wrong for doing this stuff in the first place. But the only thing I can do now is grow, change, and move forward with my life.
Yeah.
Which I have been doing since the pandemic.
Okay, but in that, you and Blaze also can't reasonably blame Ponder either. To my knowledge, and to the knowledge of everything
Lol, but watch them try.
I've been told, Ponder didn't come in there and, like, let somebody throw you under a bus. Ponder was just there for...
Rotting with the two. Like, hate the way Kaden talks like a toddler. It's weird, man. Like, this is not how adults act. Thanks for the two, Ryan.
For what? Verification and emotional support? So I don't understand why
I
don't understand why people are
I'm
saying
not
blame.
I still, in an arm's length type of way, trust Ponder. The issue that we have with Ponder, and this is completely detached from it, is there were several moments where, while this video was being made, while these documents were being gathered and all that stuff, Ponder would hang out in a call in one server and then immediately go towards another, and then immediately, what was it, in Heaton server, I'll just say names, seeing that the video is about them, and then immediately the next step go into their own server and start hanging out with people that are in.
It's really weird that this keeps coming back to Heaton. Like, it's. I am right in thinking this is Heaton who was in the jar call with Mally, right? Like, what the fuck? What are we doing here? They really desperately want to blame Ponder for not holding their hand like a toddler and making sure they never did anything wrong. She's not your mum. Motherless behavior for a change. Mally, literally. It's like no one moderated me. Kaden's nonsense isn't Heaton's doing, sure, but I am just interested in the fact that it seems to keep coming back to Heaton, especially when it's to do with Chule. It's just very interesting to me. Listen, I will be as fair as I can be, but I am looking at some of this shit and I'm just like, what the fuck has gone on? It is weird, man. I don't know. I'm happy to take some soundings. I'm happy to take some opinions, you know.
In that server and not Heaton's server. And that put a bad taste in, more specifically, Blaze's mouth, especially.
Yeah, that really soured it for me, because explicitly the calls that Ponder was part of is like shortly after a text in the server was sent. Basically, it was shortly after Heaton texted in the server, "I'm not doing well," and basically, she was in like her lowest. I don't know what I'm fully allowed to say here, but to put it lightly, she was suicidal.
Okay, I get that.
I don't know what I'm allowed to say here, but she was suicidal? What? Okay. As far as I can tell, Heaton's big black mark is their treatment of Chule. I'm not sure if they were involved in other things. Okay.
But, like, you're mad because Ponder was in calls?
No. I'm mad because Ponder was in there watching Heaton break down vividly and then immediately going back to Chule. I don't know what was said between her and Chule after that point. I'm not talking like, oh, a day after. I mean 5 minutes after.
I'm aware, but again,
visibly.
Hold on, back up. If you don't know what was said, you don't know what was said. You cannot hold Ponder responsible for Chule's actions. Ponder can't control Chule any more than I can control any of you, so I don't understand why you're upset with Ponder.
I'm not holding her responsible for Chule's actions. I'm holding her responsible for her own actions. I don't think it was in good taste.
It was in...
What actions? Like, again, what are we realistically talking about here? Mad as hell people hanging out with friends, yeah. It's like, we don't understand. It was Ponder's server and they were meant to tell us what to do. It's like, it should be pretty fucking obvious. Actually, I don't know whether this comes down to the fact that I'm like, I'm happy to question myself and again take a sounding on it, because like I'm very low moderation, right? Like I think moderation should be pretty limited in when we're talking about things. People should know what they're doing without having to be handheld by some random fucking server owner. Is that fucking crazy? I feel like that's not crazy.
It was in bad faith, and it could diminish a lot of trust in the way that everything went down.
Okay,
we would see Heaton go through these messages and the drama alerts, and I'm going into specifics, but I could say this stuff and either way.
And this was during the time that we had started being aware that a video was being made.
Yeah.
No, that's actually
and
not.
then
so that's what I didn't like.
Back up.
It's like, okay,
you're going off of incorrect information. Ponder's access to drama chat was removed before Heaton had a full meltdown about any of this, and before, to my knowledge, Chule announced a video.
Okay, then we did not know that. And
This is based on my own memory. I could be wrong, but I remember Ponder limiting the drama chat when Yuki spilled something.
After that. Yeah, that.
Actually, they were definitely jealous of you and B's friendship. Yeah, I mean, there is an element to this where I'm sort of like suspicious about that. It's like, you know, when people are like friends with a big creator, and it's like, well, why are you friends with this person and not me? You should be friends with me. We should be like, I'm the person you should be talking to. Why are you prioritizing this like tiny like sorry, I was gonna use a commentary phrase, which is like glub shitto. But that's a bit like, I don't want it to come across as mean to Chuli. But it's like, there's this element where you're like, oh, why aren't you and I hanging out? Why are you prioritizing this rando? And it does feel that way. Like I get that slight impression with this. Like there's almost a bit of jealousy, and it's an interesting juxtaposition to the Nezi shit, where it's clearly like, let's go way to put this, almost jealousy that like Avi dated Chuli first. wait till I bring out the stuff about my abuser who trapped me into a relationship. Fucking crazy. Oh my god, what the fuck is that? I've forgotten about these things. Go away. Fuck. I'm good. I'm good.
That was after Yuki. This situation happened before Yuki.
I spent all my time in the Senate locked in a pit, whatever it was called, and people still said I was a mod or something. Guilty by Discord is hell of a drug. True. Oh, fuck. We live in a society. Okay, hold on. Let me just... I really need this thing to die. Not a fan. Not a fan.
I do remember the Yuki situation didn't happen until May. Heaton was going through these swings in April, and the video was mentioned back in April and March.
I explicitly remember this because the Yuki thing was directly involving me.
Hold on. Actually, I'm gonna double check that because something doesn't work with that timetable. Give me a moment.
The thing that happened in May with Yuki, it was directly involving me, the thing with Yuki. Yeah. So, Ponder's access was not, it was only limited after that. A lot of people's access were limited after that. But before that was when Heaton was at her worst. And I vividly remember her being in calls with Heaton while she was in these swings. And then immediately hopping in with Chuli 5 minutes later. And I'm not talking group calls, I mean one-on-one with Chuli. And this was before we found out that there was... wasn't it before we found out that a video was being made? It was around that time.
No, the video was mentioned, like people found out that Chuli was going to be making a video, I believe, in April.
You're right. That's what triggered it.
And yeah, that's what triggered it initially.
So I'm going through DM.
Granted, time is a soup, so.
Is it okay if I quickly chime in with something?
Yes.
You can tell me if this was already brought up. I suppose something that could help your case or just definitively prove anything, Kaden. Do you still have your DM history of Chuli? If any at all?
Why does this matter? Okay, so let me let you into like the world of fucking random tactics. The reason this matters is not because it actually matters, but because it's like an easy way to paint Ponder as somehow complicit in some fucking bizarre plot that exists in the heads of these people. So it's not like a direct, they're not really looking for a, they're not really looking for a perfect situation where Ponder is actually guilty. They're just trying to create a scenario that casts enough doubt over Ponder's actions that it can like deflect from them. These are deflection tactics, because I promise you, if they had anything solid, they would just present it. They'd just be like, hey, actually, for all this shit that's being said right now, Ponder's done this, this, and this. Here's the receipts for it. Here's the timeline. Here's what happened. This is why it's unfair to just come at us. But they're not. They're actually just being like, hey, but Ponder called the person. What? Who fucking cares? What? Like, actual wild behavior. Just doesn't even make sense. I don't want to fight the dog thing again. I'm good. I'm good.
Let me double check.
Because going through that could very well help either of your case. I don't know whose, but we'll see.
To be fair, Livy, I don't think if earlier I believe Kaden mentioned that he was not going to address this and just move on. If I remember correctly, Kaden.
I am going to address it in the server because the only people that will know that are interested or anything of that nature would be in this server. Okay. I'm not going to be addressing anything publicly, and if anybody comes towards me about this public, I'll make a singular statement and then move on with my life.
Well, if I recall, Kaden, you've already made a public apology on Twitter. You've already done a public apology about this.
Okay.
No,
I looked it up.
Because you said the reason that you were on hiatus.
Oh yeah, the hiatus thing.
I looked it up. The Yuki thing came before Julie announcing making a video because Heaton told me directly in DMs at the end of April that was happening, but the stuff with Yuki happened at the beginning of April.
Okay, that's fine. That is fine. So, but the fact still stands, Heaton was in a very bad spot, and I remember wanting to...
Kaden had not publicly apologized. God, the retconning. Bro, 7 hours? Damn, yeah, we're gonna be here a while. Jevy Bev with the 5. Hey, they're hedging everything on a stream where Ponder was high, I believe, and the fact that Ponder wasn't named in the vid. Yeah, it is. It's completely insane. It's such a weird fucking gambit. I mean, I completely understand why they're doing it, but it is nevertheless pretty fucking insane. I mean, this is just... Normally, people don't really make attempts like this because, A, you're kind of banking on people hating Ponder, which, you know, it's not the worst bet in the world. When you've got a big creator, there's people that'll have pissed off over time. But also, you're kind of... What's a good way to put this? You're kind of screwed if people come across... people are dealing with this and they're not, like, going to be massively biased in the coverage or in the way that they read this. Because while there are people who absolutely dislike Ponder, anyone who's, like, reasonably charitable is going to be like, well, I don't know if this holds vast amounts of water, and then you're fucked. Water? Jesus.
Be in those calls, and I couldn't be in those calls, and Ponder was in those calls. And then I remember immediately, like 5 minutes after those calls, is when she was in one-on-one with Julie.
Yeah.
So, again, so?
But you don't know what was said there either.
No, I don't know what was said. I don't feel I'm wrong to think that that was in bad taste.
I don't know what was said, but it's in bad taste. Okay. Right.
I can't see.
I can't read it up on the road. Also, while we're at this, I'm sorry, Jace, for blowing up at you. That wasn't my... It's not
Emotions
excusable.
are high.
Emotions are high. It's not excusable. I took out my frustration on you. I've been dealing with a lot of shit at my new job. I'm repeating government policies I don't fucking understand to people who are yelling at me. It's not fun.
If I can get a date, I can scrub back. I found my DMs. I could scrum back and see what was there. But I'll also say this as another thing. Depending on when this happened, I am running across a lot of civility between me and Julie. In fact, friendliness between me and Julie, talking about politics.
Okay, but again, that's fine. You can have that stability and friendliness. I mean, you can highlight that as well, but it's like, I could be friendly, like, I'm friendly towards people, right? Like, I'm friendly with, I don't know, who's a good example of this? Like, I'm friendly with Chris the Narc. I'm trying to give somebody who no one knows anything, like, really personal about. But let's say Chris theoretically, hypothetically, had some sort of, like, I don't know. Let's say Chris had a kid. And I started, like, making jokes about Chris's kid regularly. He was like, hey, bro, can you stop? I'm like, nah, I'm going to keep doing it. And he got really annoyed at it. And then I said, oh, but we were buddies. We were friends all the time. And it's like, okay, no, but you might be friends. I have lots of friends who I'm just like, this is a topic we don't really broach. That would be inappropriate and a bit fucking weird and goofy. At best. At best, right? So these defenses don't really hold any kind of water. I'm really bad at Dark Souls 2 today. It's fucking terrible. I know I'm listening to the call at the same time, but still.
Talking about non-sexual things.
I hate this area.
Sending memes, sending happy birthday wishes.
I need to level up.
A thing that, well, no, they were an adult whenever they sent me that. I'm not even gonna fucking think, but like a joke copy pasta about Easter. The Happy Easter, you snow bunny hose. And it goes off and like humming and cummies and stuff like that. So.
And those were from Julie?
Those are from Julie.
Okay.
I never sent anything of that nature towards us.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to understand this. So Julie posts a copy pasta. This is kind of bizarre, but like, if I was seeing stuff like that from a minor, like, no shot at the minor, but like, I'm just like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be interacting. Right? Like, the weird passing the buck, guys, you don't understand. The minor sent a sexual copy pasta in my direction. This is very what was she wearing? Do you know what I mean? Oh, fuck. Because again, I Julie's video, she's like, this guy didn't groom me. But, like, yeah, those conversations, like, were weird, and they probably shouldn't have had happened around, like, a fucking minor. Which is just like, yes, that's just true. That's just accurate. What the fuck are you talking about? And it's like, this is like a reflect upon your actions kind of moment of like, it doesn't need to be more than that. But the problem is, and what frustrates me is like, you sit, like this guy sat there going, I've grown, I've changed, I've grown, I've changed. Have you though? Because you're like, sat in this fucking call. I haven't heard anyone call this guy a groomer. I haven't said anything. I haven't heard anything other than this was a bit inappropriate and you shouldn't have done that. What the fuck were you, like, this was a weird thing to do. I haven't heard anything more than that. And he's like, okay, I get it. This isn't that serious. It's not really a big thing. But also, it's Ponder's fault. Julie was dressing like it, like, Julie was basically dressing like a slut. What was I meant to do? Like, she was sending slutty copy pastas. I had to talk to her sexually. The fuck do you mean? That is the same Kaden I met 8 years ago. Yeah, that's ridiculous. Guy rides with the 5. Kaden reading his own DMs is like letting OJ try on the glove himself and fussing that he couldn't fit it in his hand, clearly lying about it. Yeah. So dumb. Oh, this is so painfully fucking dumb. Yeah.
If I may, the thing I mentioned in the little side chat, you were mentioning how Ponder would hop from a server and then almost immediately after he spoke about like spiraling and her swings and all that,
I feel like
like another server or another call.
Yeah. Okay. So let me clarify. In Heaton's server, Heaton was talking about she's not doing well. she's in a mentally terrible spot. I don't know what terms I'm able to use here, but I feel like if I say it bluntly, it just makes the most sense if I could.
I'm really struggling to understand why this is fucking relevant.
Suicidal ideations.
Yeah. Heaton was very much into those thoughts. And she had expressed that to the server. So
The fucking guys, you don't understand. There was suicidal ideation. It was very sad and very serious. I'm like, dude, please stop. This shit like this legitimately makes me like feel less sympathetic towards people. Do you know what I mean? Am I the only one who gets like this, where I hear stuff like this and it makes me feel like just kind of annoyed? Just kind of annoyed. Like, there are legitimately calls where, like, I hear them, and I think that, like, the people, like, doing the fucking kind of working shit out stuff is too harsh. Like, Lio has calls like this, right? But I hear ones like this, and I'm just like, dude. The fuck? Just chill for 5.
So when she expressed that to the server, people were hopping into a call with her to try to comfort her. I forget who all was in there.
We're gonna farm and get better.
It was a couple of people,
This is the
and
goal.
then Ponder was also in there. I wasn't able to hop in there because I was busy with something, and I could not free myself up to be in there. However, I do remember when I checked back in Keaton's server to see if she still needed help, there was no one in that call. Okay. And then, like, after I found that out, I hop into, I just check into Ponder's server really quick, because they have some mind.
I'm sorry, this background music, Lio, did Lio put fucking Mario Kart music over this? Is that from the call or is that Lio? Because, like, either fucking way. This is, like, so inappropriate.
Craft stuff in there, and I see Ponder in a call with Chuli, and there's no one else in that call, and that made me very nervous. I didn't like that. I felt it was in very bad taste, given how bad Heaton's mental state was. And it made me very nervous as to, okay, what's happening here? Like, how much grace do I need to be giving in this situation?
Well, Ponder's up if we want to bring Ponder into the call.
Do you think she was like being avoidant by any chance?
I think that
I think right now would be best to get Ponder in.
I think people are reading too much into this simply because
unquestionably.
I've been in a situation like this. It is not easy and it is not fun to have two friends that are having a really hard struggle between each other, and you're caught in the middle and you don't know what to do. So I think that people are assuming Ponder's doing some snake stuff or is being inconsistent or not being careful about other people and how they feel, when that may not be the case here, and probably isn't. It can't be easy for Ponder. It really can't be, because people do expect Ponder to control Chuli or tell Chuli to do things. Chuli is a fully functional adult. They pay their own bills. They do taxes. Like, Ponder can't make Chuli do or not do something.
We're not. I'm gonna say this right now.
I'm not saying she's making Chuli do anything. I don't know what was said in that call. I'm saying it was in bad taste. I don't feel
What
I'm
the
wrong
fuck
in
does
saying
that
that I
mean?
felt it was in bad taste.
You can feel how you want, but the thing is, you're also looking.
What does that mean? Yeah, actually, I think it's bad taste for you to have a conversation right now, because, like, somebody who... I'm really trying to even, like, grasp a little bit of the fucking logic here, because none of this makes a lick of sense. What the fuck does bad... Are we policing whether people can get into calls now? This is fucking so dumb. So incredibly dumb. Just unreal.
Looking at it from an external point where you can microscope it and say, well, it's in bad taste that somebody went from one call to another, but to the people involved in those calls, it was just going from one call to another. There's nothing inherently wrong or sinister.
It's the fact of the people that were involved and how volatile everything was at the time.
She's not anyone's mother, then why did you ask her to give you a wet at our wedding? Suspicious, Mally. Suspicious. Metal Man, I am getting so much done on this sabbaticare. Thanks. Glad I could help. Thanks for the 2.
It's not just, oh, you hopped from one call to another. It's what was involved. It's the people that were involved and the situation that was happening.
I'm gonna say this because you're driving, so you know. B has. Okay, just making sure. My point, my general gist, and all I'm trying to say.
Cloak and dagger bullshit again? Yeah.
Is. I'm floundering. I've barely eaten. I have barely slept. I have just gotten off of an 8-hour shift, and I get a message. I get a call. Blaze wants to do a call, and she's like, "What the fuck is going on with Chuli's video?" And I get bombarded with all this information.
Well, I was bombarded with questions when I was tagged, and then when I said, hey, I'm at work, I'm just coming off my break, I'm not allowed to have my phone out on the call room floor, and then I'm bombarded with questions I'm not able to answer, and I'm almost, like, I straight up went into a panic attack earlier.
Yeah, that needs to be, like, addressed with the community going forward. Unless a life is at stake, immediacy isn't required for everything. You don't have to tag people into freaking oblivion. Good lord.
It's not the fact that I was tagged. It's and I'm in a calmer state now when I'm saying this. So Jace, I'm really trying to explain what was going on in my headspace when this happened. It was the implication in the message itself.
Yeah. The implication of
that
you didn't know what your boyfriend was doing. Ooh, yeah, we gotta.
This dude is acting like there's a good time to receive bad information. I mean, honestly. At this point, is anyone fucking surprised? That's just absolute clown show. It really is one of those. Could anybody live with themselves hearing like this kind of stuff come out about them?
Be better about that.
Right. And that really, I think that's kind of what sent me a little bit, and I know you didn't intend that. I'm just telling you where my headspace was at when it happened.
Yeah. So Ponder is here. You might want to give them a minute to wake up. You know, wake and bake and all that.
Well, I might have to give them. I don't know if they're able to speak right now, because the trial pit is very specific with like text chats, and so I don't know if they're able to speak in chats.
I cannot read the text chat.
Yeah, so okay, that'll. Let me see. Would it be best if
I'm not staying here. I'm not staying here for long after this. So whatever permissions you need to give, I'm not going to do anything to the server.
Okay.
You know, my.
Do we still have that role? Hold on. How do I add roles again? God damn it. Mollusk, where are you? Reorder. Will the guest roles still count? Jace, I might need your help. Okay, I can talk, I just didn't want to interrupt. Okay. Okay. In that case.
I haven't watched the video. Personally, I'm not going to watch the video.
I get it.
I mean, shouldn't you? If you're going to be this fucking outraged? I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, so for instance, someone made a hit piece on me recently. Not Linlin. I watched that. That was fucking great. But somebody made a hit piece on me recently. I'm gonna be clear. I still haven't seen it, but I'm also not mad about it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just don't care. Like, if I was angry enough about something or annoyed enough about something, I'd watch it first so I know what I'm getting pissed at. Otherwise, it's just slightly fucking ridiculous. It's just absolutely bizarre.
It's because the majority of the video is not about me. If somebody timestamped the section, I can clear up any information or anything of that nature. But
Dreamer, no, I watched that one as well. That was also great. Dreamer's hit piece on me is probably my favorite thing anyone's ever made on me. Banging video.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I switched over to my headphones. I turned off the engine on my car.
Oh, interesting.
Am I needed for anything else?
No, you can
Oh yeah, Liar's right, of course. Like, he doesn't actually need to watch it. Like, they actually discussed it. For fuck's sake. God, no wonder people got fucking frustrated with this dude. It really is fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Thank
was
you.
gonna ask for timestamp, but yeah.
Yeah, if you can timestamp it, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'll timestamp at the very least, like, when you're first named. And after that, I'll dip from the server. I didn't really want to get involved in anything else, but...
So, okay, actually clear me up. There's no definitive section of me. Just moments explained of things that I did at the time.
Yeah, like, there's a focus on you, but this section isn't like Kaden Monroe or anything like that. It's just, oh god.
I think Autumn might have mentioned the specific segment where you were brought up. Let me scroll back up and find it.
That was around the chapter that was like where it's called not a, like oh god or something around there. That's the timestamp I gave. I don't exactly know when the mention of Kaden is brought up. I just know that V and Kaden were mentioned.
This is the timestamp I landed on.
Okay.
But there's a little bit of context before.
I'm unable to see the chat, so if anyone's posting in chat, I just can't see it. I don't think my internet access is slow, perhaps. I don't know.
No, nobody can see it.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce from the server for at least until next week.
Yep.
Since
Bye-bye.
that's when the thing's happening.
Right.
Later.
Take care of yourself.
I'll try.
Okay, so I'm screen sharing.
Hey, no, that's like, I gotta bounce. I hope you survive. Look, my pleasure, Julie. Great job. You've caused friction in the Art Gully's chat because one of them was offended they were not asked to give me away. Look what a man has done to this loving Art Girl family. Okay. Fuck.
Are we screen sharing?
The segment that
the segment that I'm brought up.
Let me take
yeah.
And getting to talk to her and Ponder Sprocket over the last year and finally understanding how we all process the abuse and manipulation has been absolutely amazing. The three of us spent a lot of time together back in June when they visited me.
I'm
for
not able
Pokemon,
to see it.
and
I don't know if that's just a mobile thing.
People will disingenuously
probably
try to
is.
bring up the effect that Phagos' abuse and lies had on me as a way to explain why I'm being so crazy and unreasonable, because they really did have an effect on me. I know this isn't something I should really entertain because the sentiment is pretty gross, but I know there are some people out there who don't think that the situation, when put on paper, sounds super damaging. Like, they don't hear the situation and think of it as something abusive that causes trauma, especially because, like, it's the internet and that whole thing. I was 15. V, who was 19 at the time, on multiple occasions sent me very explicit porn hatred. One of those drawings he sent me 4 times in one day to update me on the progress of it. And on that day, I even got into a conversation with him about sexual preferences and innocently remarked how all of my friends in the SCC had a specific preference, except for one man that I knew. That man being Kaden, who was known online as Kaden Monroe, and he was 27 at the time. You might notice that it's a little weird that a 15-year-old would know the sexual preferences of a 27-year-old man, and that's because it is, and bad stuff was indeed happening behind the scenes. But I'm just gonna lay it straight. When I was 14, 15, I was essentially groomed by several adult men in the SCC/adjacent into entertaining their sexualities, which we can see happening in my DMs with V Omega, where I was basically taught that being sent porn and having sexual conversations with adult men was normal. I'm not saying it was a coordinated effort necessarily, but it was more than one man. It was several men, and I entertained them when I was 15 as I was taught to. That is until I was about halfway through 16 and I stopped and started pushing back. Now, I haven't been friends with Kaden or been close to him in any regard for a while now, and for a long time I just had vague negative feelings about him with no true understanding of why. And that little mention of him in V's DMs was my only breadcrumb, but nothing beyond that. That is until I searched through my DMs with a friend who I vented to a lot back in the day, and I found instances back in 2019 when I detailed a list of times I was sexually harassed by Kaden, wherein the gist is basically that he would push sexual boundaries, often under the guise of comedy, either by comments directly crudely sexualizing me, or by posting and saying very inappropriate, often explicit things in front of me. One of these instances happened publicly on a friend's live stream, who I don't blame because they were extremely high at the time and were barely listening. I have the audio from that incident, but I don't want to post it because I would be so uncomfortable with that.
God, the fucking silence in this call is deafening, isn't it? I just sat there listening, and it's like, yeah, most of this seems pretty reasonable. I mean, not sat there fucking trying to tear her apart. Don't know.
Being public because it's so humiliating.
Fuck you.
Excuse me?
What was it?
I saw the footage. They shared it with me. The context was clear. And they removed it and are making me look worse. Was it appropriate? No.
No, it wasn't appropriate, but fuck you. You're making me look worse. I'm just a little guy. Fuck you. Dude. Yeah. Dude, could you imagine being in a call with this, like this, and sounding this way with your fucking girlfriend there? Bro. I'll tell you what, if I was in a call like this with Mally, she actually would divorce me. Axe. Then goes fuck you, yeah. It's fucking wild. He's a birthday boy, it's his birthday. Dude. GG, bruh. GG, true. Thanks for the tea, waifu.
Are you talking about the stream clip?
Yeah, I'm talking about the stream clip.
I'm talking about the stream clip.
It's not in the video.
So mean.
Are you shitting me?
No.
So context was omitted?
Context was omitted.
Is the stream still accessible?
Oh boy.
Only with one person. And I'm not going to say their name unless they...
Kaden. We are...
What? What? Why is he fucking growling like a child? This dude is a fucking toddler. He wants to be a voice actor? Bro. I hope he knows how to fucking hide his voice. I'd be going around with a fucking, like, I can't voice act. I'd be going around with a fucking voice changer. What is this? Oh, wait, did we hit a goal? Guys. Did we hit a goal? Sorry, I'm so sorry. Please, enjoy these numerous stars. This has been a fucking banging stream. It's been a fucking banging stream, guys. Incredible work. What the fuck was that, tantrum? Yeah. That is honestly so fucking cute. I almost resent how wholesome this animation is. Yes. Yes. Fuck. Do we want one more goal? One more goal for the night? Liar, how much more of this video, how much more of this call is there? How far into it are we? We're like 40 minutes in. I reckon there's another hour. I'll tell you what, we'll have a very small goal. We'll have a very small goal. If my computer doesn't crash on me. Which I think it's going to. It feels like it's going to. Feels like it's having a moment. Can we speed them up? You got another 40 minutes of it. Yeah, that's enough time for another small goal, isn't it? Okay, we'll speed them up a little bit. Speed them up a little bit.
We are beyond that,
Me.
man. You've got to.
B. I know. I know. I'm trying to calm down. No, B. Ponder. Yeah, Ponder.
Okay, well.
It was on Ponder stream. Ponder was high.
Okay.
The lead up to the statement was, you know who makes good videos? Ponder. And I said, I'll quit sucking Ponder's dick. That's all I said. In no way was it sexually towards them. It was in the sense of, oh, they're kissing your ass. So they removed the context completely to make it sound like I was being sexual towards them.
Hold on.
Why was that first section removed?
Hold on. Back up. Let's not make assumptions, all right? We don't know if they removed the context, or they genuinely thought that was the context and have not watched that stream in a long time.
In the call that we had, they knew the context.
Okay. Ponder, was
They
that
did
call...
not like the fact that I was saying it.
Okay.
But they knew the context.
Ponder, is that call recorded?
You would have to ask Julie or Clown. I can't remember if I recorded it.
Because I can't. I can't ask either of them. So, if that is true...
Okay, I can...
Yeah, sorry. They made it clear they don't...
It should have been included, though.
They blocked me, so I'm respecting that. But, yeah.
It should have been included. Who edited the video?
Julie.
Well,
Julie did everything for this video.
Hold on. Ponder, is that stream, like, publicly available? Is it unlisted, privated, what?
It's unlisted. I'd have to send you a link. I can do that at my computer. Give me a minute.
Sure.
If this is the case, I'm not apologizing publicly. I'm not going to say...
Hey.
Hold on, back up.
Let's find out what happened first.
Even if, Kaden, this is one instance of Julie screwing this up, whether intentionally or not, there's still plenty you can apologize for. This isn't a matter of withholding an apology because the other person isn't as big of the person as you want them to be.
It's a pretty big oversight, but we need to hear everything first.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and continue that.
And demoralizing. But just know that in every instance, I would ask him, beg him to stop. And to him, it meant keep going and try to justify why it was okay for him to do that. And the one time he did stop is because another adult witnessing what was happening shut it down very sternly. But that didn't stop him from repeating the incident again when they weren't around. Now, Evidently, I knew how to stand up for myself in the moment, but I didn't know how to ask for support or coordinate a confrontation at the time.
Space Station
When I
with
basically
2, good morning,
confronted
buddy.
all of these locked memories in the middle of writing this script, I had a really bad few weeks, to say the least, and it's a big reason why this video is coming out as late as it is. I told my friends what happened,
If the apology is dependent on the person you hurt being perfect in your estimations, then you don't mean it. Yeah, because they don't. Because this is one of those apologies. And again, I don't think this is the most egregious thing listed that, like's been done to, like, involving Chuli or around Chuli. I honestly don't think that this guy is as bad, like, fucking bad, quote-unquote, like, moral arbiter over here. Fuck, kill me. As people like Nezi, right? But if you are going to apologize for things, apologize for what you have done because you want to apologize, because you're like, hey, this shitty thing happened and I feel bad about it. It's real simple. It's like remarkably simple. Insanely simple, in fact. But a lot of people, and I notice this about like ACC people generally, what they're apologizing for is to get out of like trouble publicly. There are things that I do that are shitty, and I'm like, I'm not sorry for them. I'll do it again. I will do it again. But like, that's because I can accept that I can be an asshole. It's fine. Shit like this is just, it just feels like they are trying to dodge. That's what it is. It's a dodge. I don't like this dodginess. It's okay. It's okay to be a shitty person at times. You know what I mean? Oh, fuck. Poisoned again? Do I have anything that cures poison? Yeah, I do. Let's see if I can actually get through a section of this without fucking dying. Be really pleased. Oh, stickers! Rocky with the 2, thank you. And he jumped to a public apology as well, not an apology in general. Do you know I was given some advice with the Pixie stuff? Because I felt bad about the Pixie stuff, obviously. And I wanted to do a public apology. That's like the first thing. And somebody was like, well, no, the thing you should do is go and apologize to Pixie. Because if you're if the first thing you do is a public apology, it just looks like you're trying to deflect. And I was like, you're actually right. And I don't really give a fuck, generally speaking, what most people think of me. I just feel bad for Pixie. So that's really solid advice. I can accept also that some people don't think about that or in that way, you know, because this whole being a public figure thing, quote unquote, is fucking a bit bizarre, I'm going to be honest. But at the same time, it's just like, I don't know, man. It's not just the nature of a public apology. It feels like, well, you're apologizing to deflect blame. I made it very clear, and you can go back and watch my video. You can watch the stream on it. I made it very clear. Just because I have apologized to Pixie should not alleviate any of the criticism upon me. Very simple. Very simple. Because it's not about alleviating criticism. It's about being fucking sorry for something. Content creators, stop saying I take accountability while completely denying responsibility challenge. Yeah, impossible.
including the one who shut Kaden down initially, and they helped me set up a confrontation with him. In that call, I even played the audio to him of when he did harass me on the stream, and he did profusely apologize for what he had done, and he did do what I asked of him, which was to take a break from his platform for a couple of weeks while he reflected on the knowledge of his actions. He knows that I'm talking about this publicly, and I expect him to address it publicly in his own words as well. Originally, I was going to say something here about how I'm not personally coming forward with this information because I want to destroy Kaden's career and whatever he's doing online, but I realized it shouldn't matter. I should be able to come forward about this for whatever reason I want. I don't want what happened to me as a minor in these communities to be a dirty little secret. And just like with Faghost, I don't think it's fair to make a victim cater to the person who victimized them just because the victimizer is afraid of consequences.
Yeah.
Hello. So I need to foot a little addendum here that I did not plan on doing prior to like a week before this video goes out. So recently...
Not gonna lie, I'm a lurker of Amberlyn Reed, and she's been saying this shit so often. People like this have no self-awareness. Their apologies mean less than nothing. Yeah. It's just meaningless.
I was contacted by Laka about V Omega, and I shared with him all of the DMs and testimony I could of V being expressly inappropriate with me while I was a minor, including the screenshot where I mentioned Kaden. I told him he was allowed to share all of the screenshots and testimony except for the one that mentioned Kaden, because I wanted to be the one to tell that story to the public. And he agreed and respected that. And Laka, thank you so much for doing that, because as you know, and as everyone is about to find out, that was not a privilege I had before. You see, the reason why Laka even knew that I was victimized by V Omega at all is because that information was shared in a video by Bummer Patrol, also known as Dalsnick, back in 2021. The information in the screenshot included in that video was published without my consent or even knowledge. But you know what? Until recently, I thought about just forgetting that and telling the full story anyways, as if it was the first time anyone was hearing about it. Because the video was deleted when Dal ethered the Bummer Patrol channel, even though I knew that the video still existed on an archive website. That is until Laka told me that the archive of the video was circulating again, and how people were looking at and talking about that humiliating screenshot of me being sent porn as a 15-year-old that I didn't have a say in being posted. And the reason it was going around again is because V Omega was found to have come back under a different alias. And they knew that because Doll was talking to him through that alias in 2022. So let me get this straight. You couldn't be bothered to talk to the person whose child abuse images you were about to post for everyone to see even once to make sure they were okay with it or even knew, but went out of your way to play footsie with the abuser and talk to him about how he did sexually abuse minors and was in a server chock full of minors. Boy, fuck you.
Agreed. Based.
Okay, back to the regular video. So, anyways, as you can tell, the stuff with V happened before Faghost fed me the story, long before, and the thing with Kaden happened both long and right before Faghost fed me the story. And after I was fed the assault story by Faghost, I was sexually harassed twice in Spectre's Patreon Discord server when I was 17, both, again, by adult men. One of these
I think that's it.
Can I just kill people? Can I just get one license to just kill certain people? I would really appreciate that.
Be really awesome.
No, man. Felt that.
No, I'm. That's not towards me. That's towards V Omega, babe.
I know.
Obviously.
Hey,
I made a promise to V. I made a promise to him, and once I'm dealt with my own problems, I'll follow up on that whenever way I can.
I'll make the apology when I'm ready. Right now, I am pissed because they did omit that information. They omit the context of the entire thing. I'll make an apology in the comment section. I'm not just...
I would like to offer a perspective.
Please.
Hello?
Go ahead.
I'm listening.
Oh, sorry. I'm
We are
worried
listening.
that Julie omitted it to protect me because she did, like, at separate times in that video say, like, oh, the one adult who stepped up, the person who stepped up got me into contact. She never specified that it was me who did it.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering
Okay,
if
listen,
she...
that's a big problem, though. That's another problem that I'm having in this entire situation.
Okay, it might be a problem.
I'm gonna be upfront with you, Ponder. You are not blameless in this.
I'm aware. I've apologized to Julie countless times. Well, not countless times.
I know
but
you've
multiple
apologized
times.
to her. I know you've apologized to her. I get that. But this situation is painted with a brush that conveniently omits you
That's up to Julie.
and puts other people under a light. I don't like that.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. This is from Julie's perspective.
Beckett puts up with me because I troll shield him. Because you're funny. But that is a nice added benefit. Fuck. Oh, fuck. So because they weren't the perfect victim, this guy is basically saying, I'll apologize when they apologize for misinfo. Yep. Ponder cups so much bullshit from these people. Ponder, like, again, Ponder really needs to just be like, dude, fuck off. Ponder is no one's mother. And also, actually, okay, so here's the irony of this. And here's why I'm like, my criticism of Ponder on the Sasu stuff is that Ponder acted in that call far too sort of like weirdly motherly and kind of like this sort of like the concern levels. So my general view of Ponder, and actually it's not too dissimilar in some respects from I've said about Lyo, is you shouldn't be doing this. Like, it's not healthy for the people you're doing it for. It's not healthy for you. It makes everyone slightly more retarded. So I'm just kind of like, the exact opposite is what we want of this. Yeah, get your shit together, put it in a box, and deal with it. Please. Fuck.
Perspective. And it's about who Chuli is concerned with. This isn't about whether or not all things are equal. If Chuli has decided that Ponder doesn't play that much of a role in their trauma, that's not something we can judge. We can complain about it maybe and talk about, you know, lack of consistency or lack of broad idea, but that's Chuli.
I understand that. I understand that, I do. But her perspective on it versus the truth of it are two wildly different things. She can keep that in the video. She can paint it however she wants in that video. But I know what happens. And I don't like what I'm seeing.
Okay. But the thing is...
I know what happened. I know what the truth is.
I just don't want this to end in a fight, please.
We're not fighting, we're just
You talking to me specifically?
This in general. What I said was inappropriate. I should have been more responsible as an adult. There's a lot of things that even Chuli admitted. What matters the most is even Chuli was like, Caden's taking an effort to change.
People through Ponder thought Ponder was some evil mastermind trying to use that call to garner sensitive information via therapy speak, but no, she's just genuinely soft like that. Yeah, I've noticed that over time.
And I'll make the apology this weekend. I just can't do it today. I am not mentally able. In the moment that
You're
I'm
a better man than me, I'm gonna be honest. You're a much better person than me then.
That's the point.
I made a promise and I keep my promise.
Exactly. Frankly, I've had people say and do awful things to me, but if I got information wrong, I've still apologized for that, regardless of the nature of the individual I've talked about. I don't think that there's anything about being bigger or smaller, it's just being honest. Regardless of whether or not Julie... Sorry, go ahead.
Fuck.
I need to transfer over to my computer. I found the video. I have to jump into open discussion, have someone pull me back in.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. Don't worry.
Are you two holding up okay?
I'm really trying to take some deep breaths here. I am. It's very difficult. I know I need to be here for this conversation because I've been left out of this conversation for way too long. And I'm not happy with the way that this ended. I'm not happy with the way this is being portrayed. I'm not happy with the way this went.
All right, I'm in.
Alright, let me know when I should. I'm in.
I am also in. I think the only one is not is Blaze. I think she's still out.
I can't because I'm on mobile and it won't let me, but I've seen the screen clip that they're showing, so.
Okay.
And that's it.
Okay. Gonna be that guy. They did literally tell you to stop and you kept going.
Okay, you're fucked. You're fucked. It doesn't matter whether you intended it as a joke. Like when you're in this context, in this situation, it doesn't matter. A minor told you to stop making what they felt, and again, I haven't heard it, so I don't know. A minor told you that what they felt was sexualized jokes in their direction was something that they were uncomfortable with. You're fucked. And again, I'm not accusing this guy of being a groomer. I'm just saying he should have just been like, I'm sorry, I have changed, but I take responsibility for the fact that I'm an adult and a cool. I should have listened to them. I don't know why I didn't. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm sorry for being dumb. Okay, I apologize for being an absolute moron. And then I wouldn't have to fucking talk about it. This could have ended in this call. Would have been no need for anything else at all. It's remarkably simple to deal with. This is one of those things where it becomes like, you know, the like explanations become excuses and then it's just excuses. And if you don't do that, if you don't just like push for excuse after excuse after excuse because you're terrified of some sort of pushback, it's like, well, you'll probably end off a lot better, actually. you'll probably be, generally speaking, fine. Fuck. Alright, we're gonna make this jump. We're gonna miss entirely. Fuck. Okay. I want to really hammer home. Everyone is trying to be Sherlock Holmes and not check on the victim. Like, everyone is trying to cover your ass, their own ass right now. Yeah.
Yeah, and I apologize for that, but the lack of context is the issue on that.
Okay, what did Julie say that's incorrect, though, in this case?
It's not the fact that she said anything incorrect. It's the fact that she's leaving out context. He apologized for what he did. I understand it was not okay. He understands it was not okay. He was in that call when he apologized to her. That's not the issue. The issue is that she took out that part in her video.
No, or they...
The omission of contact.
Wait, they admitted in the video, though, that Kaden has apologized.
Yes. No. Listen to me. Holy shit. What part of this is not clear?
Babe.
A lot of it.
So much of it.
No.
I'm not fighting you. I'm trying to understand it.
He apologized for it. She said that. Great. That doesn't change the fact that she omitted context. Ponder, you cannot tell me that that changes the fact that she omitted context. Go ahead, tell me I'm wrong. Somebody.
I'm just trying to understand the context that is omitted. Julie described what happened in the video.
She described what happened. She did not describe the actual context of it. It was a follow-up in a conversation that they were having. Yes, he should have stopped. I'm not saying that was... I'm not arguing that. Okay. But this was part of a conversation.
So the context is it was a continuation of a conversation.
Yes, it was a follow-up to this. It was a joke that he made, a poor taste joke, but it was a follow-up to a conversation that was occurring in the stream.
And you feel that the video acts like it just came out of nowhere?
Fuck.
Yes.
Okay. The thing is, sorry, go ahead, Ponder.
What? What? I'm sorry, what? Oh, fuck. Does the context change the outcome? No, it doesn't at all. They're nitpicking.
The thing is, having watched that section, I'm not seeing where they said anything incorrect.
That's not what we're arguing. That is literally not what we're arguing. I just said this 3 times. We're not arguing anything was incorrect. We're arguing context was removed. That's completely different.
Okay, so...
How else do I need to explain this?
In a way that makes sense.
In the video, since I know you weren't able to watch it because you're on mobile, okay? They said it was in a stream. They detailed what happened in that stream. And then they said that Kaden later apologized.
How did they detail what happened? What was part of the conversation?
They said that Kaden had made comments about sucking dick, that somebody stepped in and told them to stop after Julie asked for Kaden to stop, and it took somebody cutting in, another adult cutting in to tell Kaden to stop, to actually get him to stop. That's what happened here.
But
yeah, that's exactly what happened.
It was part of a...
She's trying to bitch her way into a victory, yes!
Crass fucking joke that was part of a conversation that he thought was just a joke. I'm not saying that he was correct. I'm saying there's a part of context that was removed from the situation.
Okay, yeah, I'm dead. Again.
And whether we like to accept that or not, it does paint the situation in a different light.
No, it doesn't.
It does have a different implication to it.
I don't personally think it does, and here's why. Okay? I'm gonna be a little bit visceral here, a little bit blunt. If somebody came to me making a joke about what my grandfather did to me, whether it's a joke or not, doesn't change its impact and isn't context that makes anything better. If anything, it makes it a little worse. It's not really any different here. Kaden was making a joke, sure. You can say that, but it's still the same actions. The action.
I'm not excusing. I know I'm not excusing the behavior. That's not what I'm trying to do. That's not what I'm saying. He knows it was wrong. He apologized for the behavior.
He knows it was wrong.
That's not the point of argument here.
Okay, I'm going to.
It's a different.
Mally is so on the ball when she calls this motherless behavior. It's crazy.
Okay, go ahead.
So your statement is you think that because the fact that it was not a joke, or not, it was not mentioned that it was a joke, was not put into the video, that it paints this in a more sinister light.
I think you should have played the entire clip.
Okay, you can.
Be honest.
Okay.
That's a fair argument.
I don't
disagree.
Someone, please tell me I'm wrong in saying that you should have played the entire clip.
I'm not.
If anything, after seeing the entire clip itself, I feel like honestly, the clip itself made it look even worse from what I've been seeing of it.
JC, you are roboting. We can hear you, but you're roboting.
I could
Oh
tell
my
that they were
God.
saying that the clip makes it worse. I would also like to chime in. I'm not entirely sure if the context of it being a part of a broader conversation is necessary, given that the conversation it stemmed out of was, oh yeah, this person made a good video. You know who makes a good video? This person. And then it extends into a joke that went past someone's boundaries and continued to go against their boundaries. I'm not, like, realistically speaking, it's not really tied to the conversation. It's like if the conversation is a straight line, it's a branch coming off of it.
Wait, did I hear that correctly? Is that Nezi in the call?
That, realistically speaking, could have stemmed from anything said in, like, a complimentary manner.
Okay, and we'll see if people view it that way. I just don't think they would.
Well, whether the thing is, like, from what I recall from seeing that section, it is not that Julie is making claims that Kaden tried to groom them or tried to seduce them in any way. It is essentially coming down to, this is a problem in these spaces. Kaden did this issue as an example of the problem in these spaces, because it is a problem. Let's not kid ourselves. Carmen Writer still exists. And it literally said, Kaden apologized, took some breaks off their social media to reflect. That's, so far, everything that has been listed has been confirmed as accurate. It's unpleasant. It's certainly uncomfortable, but it is accurate. Just like when people tell me you bullied a disabled girl for 8 hours or for 4 hours, it's uncomfortable. I hate that I did it, but it's accurate. You got to own it, and you've got to swallow it, and you've got to move on and be better. And that's okay. You're given.
No, I get.
Technically, it's longer than that. There are 3 calls. Sorry. I didn't need to be that mean, but I am going to be that mean. I'm such a dick.
I completely get that. I completely get that. He's owned it. He's apologized for it. No one was arguing that. It's fine. I'm honestly done talking about that now.
Okay. So
because it's this is kind of falling on deaf ears a little bit. I'm again, we'll see how people view it, but I'm willing to wager a little bit that it won't be viewed that way. That's just my 2 cents. You can take that for what you will.
It's too late, but I'm just. I'll say this. My big concern is I just want to make sure everybody understands that who I am now is not who I was back then. If I had to be selfish and ask and say that.
If I thought you were still running around having these conversations, you and I would not be talking.
It's true. Just I care for the safety of the people around me. I'm also more concerned for.
Oh God!
I'm just gonna say this to you, babe. I'm worried for you because you're taking this more personally than I am right now.
That is actually true.
Frankly, what I think you two should do is take the weekend off, take Blaze on a date, you'll have fun. Think about it. Really
should we live in 2 different states?
You're literally sat in a situation where, like, the conversation is like fairly chilled. It's just like, hey, this was a fucking dumb thing to do. Can we deal with this? Maybe don't do this again. Seems remarkably chilled out, actually, given some of the calls that happen. But nope, we've still got to have, like, fucking massive defensiveness. Oh, not. Why was there a shaky thing? Why was there a shaky sound? I don't like the shaky sound. I'm not a fan of the shaky sound. Also, how the fuck do I get out of her? Okay. Oh my god, he said calm down, oh my god, after her going ballistic for his sake. Embarrassing. Oh, fuck. Listen, she didn't listen, she's a keeper. He told her to calm down, she didn't immediately fucking dump him.
States.
Well, doggone it!
We have been for 8 years.
I am going to lose my mind.
Holy shit! Holy shit! Tomorrow it's 8 years.
Holy
Right,
shit,
yeah.
what?
Y'all got together on my birthday?
What the hell? Has it really been that long?
Yeah.
Holy shit! Congrats, y'all.
Y'all are gay.
What can I say? I love her.
Oh, good. I will ask Ponder real quick. Ponder, during Julie making this video, did Julie ever ask you for a link to this stream?
Julie already had it.
Okay. Then it's strange it wasn't included then. Oh. Very odd.
Well,
I sorry. Go ahead, Ponder.
I think the reason
Julie's already addressed this. She didn't want it out.
I could maybe
Which is
voice it
fine,
to Julie,
normal.
I think it has to do with
Understandable.
What Julie talked about immediately after talking about the clip was that the V Omega screenshots were showcased without their permission behind their back and in a video that they had no say in, and that has continued to circulate over the years. I think it might be a matter of Julie wanting some level of control in choosing whether or not she wants embarrassing situations where she felt wronged being out there. I think
That's
not
valid.
sharing that clip is her choice in that regard.
There's also the idea that you voiced earlier of Julie wanting to protect you because they didn't mention you in these sections,
Yeah.
and obviously putting this clip in there kind of removes any of that. So that's
I was
my
gonna
thought.
say the same.
So okay.
I think, I know that she specified that I was high off my ass. That was a common thing with streams back at that time.
Yeah.
I'm heavily debating whether or not to say the thing that I want to say, but I don't know.
Do you want to run it by me in DMs?
I kind of can't. I mean, well, so okay. Ponder, during the time Keaton was at her worst, when she was in the absolute throes of her suicidal ideation, there were times where you were in calls with her, and there was a bunch of people in there with her trying to calm her down, and then immediately after, we were in one-on-one calls with Julie. I have to know what those were about. Because I can't just see that and act like that was fine.
This is unhinged.
One-on-one calls in the sense that you were in your server, hanging out. In your server, you were hanging out with Julie and only Julie.
When did this happen?
It would be back
Earlier
in
this
April.
year.
That'd be back in April.
How would she even remember?
Yes.
Yes.
It's
I have to
fucking
know what this was
crazy.
about.
I have to know.
Okay, more specifically, I have to know. What part of Heaton's struggle were you detailing to her? Because I feel like if that was the case, that was very poor taste. It probably wasn't, because I wasn't there.
What struggle?
The suicidal thoughts and.
You don't even know! Look at the fucking assumption! Try to come down. Try to calm me down and I'll be dumping you. Dumping more than just the marriage. Listen, Mally, you don't have to worry about that. I like the, well, people in my life generally, but that includes the women, to be very aggressive. Okay? None of this fucking calm down shit. It took 3 tries to get that message post to YouTube censors. Let me threaten my husband. This is fucking ridiculous. This is actually insane. I need to know what you were doing to tell what were you saying about Heaton? What were you saying about Heaton? What were you saying about Heaton's suicidality? What? What? What a fucking crazy assumption to make. That's so unhinged. Clip it and ship it. It's just true. This is just true. Oh, dude. I'm not cool with these things. What the fuck are these things? Not a fan. Not a fan. Ooh, chest though. Love a chest. Chests are great. Give me a chest. What the fuck was that? It wasn't a ring. Okay.
So Keaton was dealing with a lot of ideations at the time.
I wasn't sharing that with Julie.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all.
I wouldn't think she would.
Well,
I have to ask, okay?
The extent of what I voiced to Julie was when someone else brought things to my attention and asked me to step in and talk to Julie, and I said, hey, maybe calm down. I don't think Heaton's doing very well right now. And I was asked to do that by Susie and maybe 2 other people. I don't.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, Julie was still tweeting about it at the time, repeatedly.
Yes, and one of those days, Susie came to me and said, "Hey, can you get Julie to calm down?" And I went to Julie and said, "Hey, you should probably take a break. I don't think Eaton's doing very well."
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
I don't talk to people about other people's private mental health stuff that they haven't personally shared with them. That's not cool.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to know.
I was also not intimately aware of Keaton's ideation, and I prefer to stay far away from that topic.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
that is true.
Okay.
Why wouldn't you?
I think that's.
Let's try not
drop
to-
it.
Well,
yeah.
Can we just not assume the worst of each other?
But-
Like, going forward, please.
Yeah, I had to ask because it was on my mind, and it had been for several months. And I just, because I'm gonna be honest, this was kind of the root cause of the mistrust.
That you thought I was sharing that Eaton was.
I didn't know what was going on. I just didn't think it was in good taste at the time, especially with how quickly it happened. Like, it wasn't even like a day or so afterwards. It was like within the hour. And that part made me feel pretty icky, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. I haven't been on Twitter for most of the year.
You're doing yourself a favor.
This could have been an email, yeah.
I'm sorry to everyone in this call.
Can you be
This
sorry to
was-
me? I've had to listen to this shit.
This was my decision to come in here about this stuff. And I don't want this to be over everybody's heads and the like. It's just, this is a lot to take in, especially after the week I've been having.
Feel sorry for my sanity? Yeah,
I've just
me
been
too.
having a rough week, and I did not like all this was dropped onto me last minute in a call with
Blaze is the woman, yes? She's turning me into misogynist. You mean my streams aren't doing that? Fucking hell. Get in line with the rest of the cult. I get criticized if I'm too nice to women. Fucking hell. Oh, God.
I don't know.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, I straight up had a panic attack at work. Like, I was not okay.
Oh, this is so pathetic. This is so fucking insufferably pathetic. Oh, dude. Do you know, I can't, oh, fuck. Insane. I'm gonna actually crash out.
It's my new job and I can't afford to lose it. And
sorry, go ahead, please.
No, I'm just, I feel I need to say this. Because if I don't, it's gonna fester. And it's gonna sound really volatile, but it does kind of need to be said.
No, it doesn't. Nothing about any of this needs to be said.
And Ponder, I did leave your server. I left a bunch of spaces. I'm the kind of person that when I lose trust in someone, it's very, very difficult to build that back. I don't know if that can be built back, but as of now, I have to be upfront. I have not been comfortable around you since that group call with Kaden happened. I have not been able to trust you a lot of the time since that happened. And I don't know if I will or if I can. Maybe sometime down the line.
This is the most parasocial, paranoid
right
shit
now,
I've heard in ages.
It's very high strung with me.
What did Ponder do in that call?
I don't think that's the point.
It's not the point. Okay, this entire situation, the way things were handled, the way everyone went behind each other's backs, the way I was left out of several different details and several things, I did not appreciate it. wasn't okay with it. And now suddenly I have people tagging me in this. Like, hey, did you know?
You'd be laughing your ass off. Yeah, I think I've cultivated that side of the community basically.
I offered to get into a call, or get her into a call with Kaden so they could discuss it. We had the call.
With Clown Teeth as well.
Yes, and then, because Clown Teeth was there for moral support. And then you and I and Kaden got into the call. That is the extent of my involvement in that regard. Julie told me it happened. I went back and I checked things to see that it happened. I offered to help mediate things. I understand the lack of trust, and I'm not trying to, like, 100%, I'm not trying to be all like, oh, you shouldn't distrust me because blah, blah, blah. You have, like, it's fine. I get it. I had similar issues a few years ago with a good chunk of the community, and it's been a process trying to open myself back up in that regard. So I get it. I'm just trying to be open about this is the extent of my involvement.
He's so reasonable.
This is what I did.
I'm actually annoyed at how reasonable she's being. I'm like, Ponder, just tell them to shut the fuck up, please. For me? Can you? Can we do that?
Okay. Do we have anything else?
I understand that.
Do we have anything else that needs to be covered right now? Hello?
Fucking anything else you want to say that's completely fucking insane and parasocial?
Also specified that I had no.
If any of you get this parasocial with me, goddamn.
Yep.
Other than Mally, obviously. That's expected.
Is there anything else for anybody?
I have nothing else regarding all this, no. Blaze was about to say something.
No, I was just gonna say that clarifies a lot.
Yeah,
And I appreciate that Ponder said that.
Until right now, I hadn't watched the video because I'm not gonna.
It came out before you woke up today, so yeah, I
No,
understand why.
I knew it was coming out. It's not that I didn't have plans to watch it potentially at some point. I've been returning to thoughts that I would prefer not to be in the state of, and I've been avoiding certain things as a result of that.
Right.
So I've been disconnected.
No, I understand. And that's, honestly, you take care of yourself. I mean that, actually.
Yeah. That's...
Oh yeah, you
Like,
sound super concerned about her.
Yeah, I'm
Me.
just saying, despite whatever we have, it's irrelevant. You need to be taking care of yourself, and I hope you are.
But I can't go down that way.
Alright, well, I think that's all we can really cover right now. So I need to go watch a movie, and
Yeah.
we'll catch the rest of you later, okay?
Yeah, thank you, Lio, and thank you everybody who came in. I apologize for the intrusion.
And you two, your anniversary tomorrow. That's an order.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's also important.
Yes, Molly.
Celebrate.
I am gonna make this known. I think it would be best for me not to be in the server anymore, because for starters, I'm not even part of the commentary community. It makes no sense for me to be here.
Okay.
Understandable.
And second, I just think it would be best for my mental health not to be in here.
You gotta take care of yourself first.
Understandable.
We'll be in contact.
Yeah. If you need anybody, I believe you're still in contact with Amity. I can always ask her what's up if necessary. So
Yeah, Amity's yeah.
Yeah.
I am gonna leave the server as well. JC, I'll get whenever I make the comment, I'll give you the copy pasta of it and let you, if you can forward it into here, like this is my statement type thing. And that's about it.
Yeah.
Speaking of things I've had asked to be passed on to other people, Lio, can you, if you haven't already, check your DMs for me on your?
I've read it. I'll respond to it when I've processed some things.
Okay. Liv just wanted me to make sure you saw it.
I saw. All right. I'll be in contact if anybody needs me.
And
My
JC,
DM's
I
always
also
Thank you, Lio.
yeah. And JC, I just want to say that I am sorry for blowing up earlier.
Honestly,
Like
the
that was
thought you had every right to.
it was really shitty.
Yeah. Alrighty. Well, if that's taken care of, we can all head off and enjoy the rest of our evening.
Y'all take care of yourselves. Have a nice meal. Pet your fluffy fur babies if you have them.
Yeah.
Just chill. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Later.
Okay. This has been a very long stream. It's been a very long stream, guys. Already 8 hours. And we got through the call. That was a thing. Is he
I'm not
still
scared
up?
of owning up to the wrong.
Fuck.
What's wrong? I know it was. and
Connor's
deep down,
still
I felt so
alive.
much regret to the point of my days. As I
And he's at
left this fight,
page
I
debt
decided-
0 again. Crazy. There's a tiny bit more. It's funny. Oh, okay, hold on.
So yeah, the response was not to own his actions, but for him and his partner to shove blame and act like they were the ones that were wronged. There was a second call not too long afterwards where they did essentially the same thing, but also started talking about how they may take legal action against Chuli. Good luck with that one. You can't sue someone for telling the truth about you. This call I did not record. Not only because I was at work at the time, but also because it was in a server of a friend and I'll honor a rule against leaking in general. My only exception is when the person is a danger. So no, Blaze, I'm not a snake. I chose to do what's right regardless of your personal opinion or investment. Your partner acted inappropriately around someone despite knowing they were underage, and despite repeated requests by the individual in question for him to stop. And it seems he's more interested in portraying himself as a victim as opposed to owning this. Hence why he claims there's a harassment campaign against him. Zero self-awareness there. Kaden, I want you to know that all you had to do was own what you did without caveat, and this call wouldn't be public. This is all on you, and only you. Deal with it. On to the next guy. This is Michael.
Okay. Hold on, what's this about?
Sholmes. He had some troublesome behavior brought to my attention in late 2023. This included things like trauma dumping on children and trying to get them to cover topics they had no business doing. I'll admit, I didn't act the best in this call, especially reflecting 2 years out, or nearly 2 years out at this point. Recognizing my own triggers has been a journey for me, and one of them is when adults harm kids. I should have had more patience in the call, but the escalation that happened here was due to worse behavior.
Maybe we'll do that as a gaming stream. Maybe we can have that in the background while I play some Star Citizen at some point. Okay? Oh. Beckett, wait. Beckett, please. Access life, stop. Stop. It's enough. It's enough. I love my Dickers just came in. He's never going to finish it. He's doomed. He's doomed. Oh, fuck. I am going to send you over to Connor. But before I do, thank you for hanging out as always. Listen, there are 329 of you left in this fucking chat, and we have been basically near, like, around, somewhere between, like, 420 and 380 all stream. It's been fucking amazing. Did I see the shit you tweeted? No, Nicandros, but I will go and look. Because it is you. Ross. Actually, why can't I find you, Nicandros? Nicandros, why can't I find you on Twitter? What's your fucking Twitter handle? Hold on. I retweeted you the other day. What are we doing? Let me find you. Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. Agent N is hard to find. Let me find this. Listen, it's been a great fucking stream. Honestly. Okay, there we go, Nicandros. I'm making a quick video on the Todd Royals vet who didn't credit me. Dude. He mass distributed Tiger's name docs in his defense of Tiger. Good job, dumbass. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, that's fucking funny. Okay. Oh, dude, lift my throat. Still a ton of you here hanging out. That's been based. What a fucking bang stream. As always, and for those of you catching the VOD, thank you very much for chilling. Happy Easter. Happy Easter. And I will be back later this week with a Heaton video. I might do a members, one of the streams, like a gaming stream that will go members tonight. Maybe just a little one, little wind down stream. Content is great. Stan Chuli. Fuck this shit. This is ridiculous. Chuli doesn't deserve this crap. And yeah, thanks for all the support and chilling out, guys. You guys, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Oh, I need to do some of the Ethan Klein stuff as well. Fuck. Right, cool. I'm getting the fuck out of here. I am gonna go and find something to eat for breakfast. I'm gonna get some sleep. I suggest you guys do the same. Peace.